Thank you. Merci. The Honourable
Tabling of document.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32.2 and consistent with the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour to table in both official languages the treaty entitled Decision Number 1/2024 of the Joint Committee on Mutual Recognition of Professional Qualifications of 10th October 2024, setting out an agreement on the mutual recognition of professional qualifications for architects, adopted at Brussels on October 10th, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Jobs and Families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 32 and pursuant to the policy on the tabling of treaties in Parliament, I have the honour of tabling in both official languages the treaty entitled Canada-Ecuador Treaty on Social Security Agreement, made in Quito in June 2024.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to present petition e-petition 6589. This petition was initiated by Leslie Fox from Port Alberni, British Columbia, and was signed by 10,800 Canadians who are deeply concerned about the risks and harms of fur farming. Petitioners note that fur-farmed animals can carry high-risk zoonotic diseases, including coronaviruses and influenza, and that intense breeding in captivity increase the risk of transmission between humans and animals. They highlight that British Columbia has already banned mink farming due to public health risks, and infectious disease specialists in Canada have called on the federal government to end fur farming altogether. Petitioners further raise concerns about the inhumane confinement and suffering of animals such as mink, foxes, chinchillas, lynx, bobcats, and wolves. And they point out that over 20 countries have already banned fur farming, and that public opinion in Canada overwhelmingly supports a nationwide prohibition. They therefore call upon the Government of Canada to finally prohibit the practice of fur farming for all species of animals. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to present two petitions on behalf of my constituents. The first petition is regarding MAID. Specifically, constituents are concerned that advance requests could lead to coercion or undue pressure, especially for older adults or those with disabilities, to request MAID to avoid burdening families or the healthcare system. There are ethical concerns among some healthcare professionals that carrying out MAID based on an old request without current confirmation could be seen as involuntary. There is a risk that death could be seen as a benefit, contrary to what a patient might have desired. The second petition I present today calls upon the Government of Canada to reject recommendation 430 of the FINA pre-budget report, reaffirm Canada's commitment to an open culture, and support each citizen's freedom to promote the common good through the advancement of religion without punitive financial measures. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to present a petition that relates to a private member's bill that I was honoured to sponsor through this place that has received royal assent, Bill S-203, that bans the keeping of whales and dolphins and cetaceans of all kinds in captivity. The petitioners note that Marineland of Canada has been in the process, and I know I shouldn't update a petition that's being presented, but we do know the Minister of Fisheries has done the right thing. The petitioners have asked for the Minister of Fisheries to deny any export permits, to put the belugas and dolphins of Marineland at risk by exporting them to the People's Republic of China. Petitioners call on the Government of Canada, working with the Province of Ontario, to find ways to improve the welfare of these mammals which must not be kept in captivity, but must not be exported to places of greater cruelty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands and Chief Government
Thank you,
Whip.
Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions to present today. The first is with respect to malnutrition, and the petitioner is bringing to the attention of the government malnutrition that exists amongst many Canadians. And in particular, they're calling on the government to convene a pan-Canadian malnutrition summit to expand Canada's health eating strategy and to mandate the collection and reporting of malnutrition metrics by Canadian institutes. The second petition draws to the attention of the government the rhetorical talk and discussion that we're hearing in the United States regarding Canada as a 51st state. And the petitioners are calling upon members of Parliament of all parties to immediately forswear and discourage and any and all further divisive partisanship, coming together collegially and prioritizing national interests in the conduct of the nation's business and external relations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to call on the government to not ban Christian churches from losing their charitable status. The petition says, "We, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to reject Recommendation 430 of the FINA pre-budget report, reaffirm Canada's commitment to an open culture, and support each citizen's freedom to promote the common good through the advancement of religion without punitive financial measures." Again, Christian churches shouldn't be losing their charitable status under this government. Thank you.
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my great privilege to present to this House a petition from concerned Canadians alarmed by the Finance Committee's pre-budget submission and the recommendations that this government revoke charitable status from houses of worship and also from organizations that have a pro-life position. The petitioners are very alarmed by this encroachment on religious freedom and freedom of conscience for Canadians. Religious institutions offer a range of philanthropic initiatives, and faith itself is invaluable for Canadians, and these petitions want religious freedom to be protected and for this government to keep its hands off the charitable status of faith-based organizations.
The honourable member for Kenora, Kiiwetinoong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising this morning to present a petition where those signed point out that religious charities in Canada provide vital services to society, including food banks, care for seniors, newcomer support, youth programs, mental health, all rooted in their faith traditions, Mr. Speaker, and that the freedom of religion and belief are fundamental rights in Canada protected by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and that singling out or excluding faith-based charities from the charitable sector based on religious belief undermines the diversity foundational to Canadian society. Mr. Speaker, those signing on are calling on the Government of Canada to reject recommendations 429 and 430 of the House of Commons Finance Committee's pre-budget report, refrain from including these recommendations in the federal budget or any related legislation, and affirm the charitable status of faith-based organizations. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to share this morning.
For Barrie, South Innisfil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do, as well, pursuant to Standing Order 36, have a petition that has been certified and signed by 30 members regarding Recommendation 430 of the House of Commons Finance Committee pre-budget report, which proposes the advancement of religion as recognized charitable purpose under the Income Tax Act. Recommendation 429 proposes revoking charitable status from various organizations. Religious charities in Canada, as you know, Mr. Speaker, provide vital services to society, including food banks, care for seniors, newcomer support, youth programs, and mental health outreach. And these communities do indeed promote hope, belonging, social cohesion, and compassion. And the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to reject recommendations 429 and 430 of the House of Commons Finance Committee pre-budget report, refrain from including these recommendations in the federal budget or any related legislation, and affirm the charitable status of faith-based organizations whose work flows from sincerely held beliefs, and those contributions serve the common good of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Did I see the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona? No? Maybe. Okay, then yes, the honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present a petition pursuant to the Standing Order number 36. This petition was presented by the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada. Call upon the Government of Canada to reject the recommendation 430 of the Finance Committee's pre-budget report and reaffirm Canada's commitment to an open culture and supports citizens' freedom to promote the common good through the advancement of religion without punitive measures. The citizens feel that this 430 is working against religious freedoms. And these charitable organizations, they have a large impact on the community, many community outreach programs, and we are against this. Thank you.
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with pleasure I table a petition today, which is actually calling upon parliamentarians to do what they can to ensure disposable income increases in Canada. In particular, they're suggesting that there's a need for a tax break for Canada's middle class, and they're also looking at ways in which we can support Canada's middle class. It's a pleasure for me to be able to table this petition today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today pursuant to Standing Order 36 and present this petition to the House. It states as follows: we, the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada, call upon the Government of Canada to reject Recommendation 430 of the FINA pre-budget report, reaffirm Canada's commitment to an open culture, and support each citizen's freedom to promote the common good through the advancement of religion without punitive financial measures. Mr. Speaker, the revocation of charitable status of religious institutions is a threat to an open society and to the right of all Canadians to pursue whatever religious path they wish. We call upon the government accordingly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure today to stand here and present a petition pursuant to Standing Order number 36, which limits the rights of religious organizations and revokes their charitable status. Religious organizations in Canada and in my constituency do so much good work when either it's volunteering or helping those in need, and it's very important that these organizations are allowed to maintain their charitable status. And the undersigned citizens and residents of Canada call upon the Government of Canada to reject the recommendation 430 of the FINA pre-budget report and reaffirm Canada's commitment to an open culture and support each citizen's freedom to promote the common good through the advancement of religion without punitive financial measures.
The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm suspicious that you were coming to me last, but I'm glad that. Pardon. Yeah, I caught your eye last, Mr. Speaker. It happens. It happens. Mr. Speaker, the first of several petitions that I'd like to present to the House highlights the ongoing tragedy of this government's failed euthanasia policy. Petitioners in this petition particularly note the pernicious effects of the government's approach on Canadians living with disabilities. That's the concern of petitioners as well as of all major disability advocacy organizations in this country who have expressed opposition to the government presenting euthanasia as a response to disability. Petitioners say that offering medical assistance in dying as a, quote, solution, end quote, for disability or chronic illness reduces incentives to improve treatment and care for people with those conditions, and that allowing medical assistance in dying for those with disabilities or chronic illnesses who are not dying devalues their life. And therefore, petitioners want to see the government change the existing regime to protect all Canadians whose natural death is not reasonably foreseeable. They want to see this happen by prohibiting medical assistance in dying for those whose prognosis for natural death is more than 6 months. Mr. Speaker, next I'd like to present a petition that references Bill C-257, which was a bill, in fact, in the previous Parliament, bill put forward by, as it happens, myself, that would have added political belief and activity as prohibited grounds of discrimination in the Canada Human Rights Act. Petitioners are asking the House to support that bill, or presumably a similar bill in this Parliament. They note that the Canadians can and do face political discrimination on the basis of their political beliefs, and that it is in the best interest of Canadian democracy to protect public debate, to protect an environment in which people can exchange about different ideas and do so without fear of discrimination. Petitioners therefore want to see the House support this bill and defend the rights of Canadians to peacefully express their political opinions. Mr. Speaker, the next petition that I'd like to table deals with the ongoing persecution of Falun Gong practitioners.
About 30 seconds.
I'm sure the House would agree to be indulgent. Okay. Oh my goodness! I should have back the time from the member from Winnipeg North has taken. This is a petition about a very serious issue: the persecution of Falun Gong practitioners. Petitioners would like to see an end of that persecution and the protection of Falun Gong practitioners, an end to these human rights abuses. I think for now my time is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank the member. Questions on the order paper. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning the passage of Bill C-242, standing in the name of Mr. Canna.
Mr. Canna, seconded by Mr. Melillo, moves that, given that A, violent crime is up 55% under the Liberal government and repeat offenders continue to be released because of Liberal catch and release laws, and B, the Liberal government promised to pass criminal justice reform 6 months ago but has failed to do so. In order to keep repeat offenders in jail and keep Canadians safe, the House is of the opinion that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act, also known as the Jail Not Bail Act, must pass, and is committed to sitting extended hours, holding an expeditious committee study, and undertaking such other procedural measures as may be necessary to pass it at the earliest opportunity. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the Honourable Member from Brantford, Brant, South Six Nations. It's always an honour to rise in the chamber to fight for law-abiding Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal bail reform experiment, the results are in. And they failed. They failed our victims. Their policies have failed survivors, their families. They failed Canadians. And if you look at the news headlines that Canadians are waking up every single day, they're tragic. They're heartbreaking. Extortions are running wild in our community. In BC, in Surrey, in Peel, in Calgary, businesses are scared. They're not even picking up phone calls coming from unknown phone numbers. We hear stories about broad daylight shootings, of murders, of a grandmother who went out to buy groceries, randomly stabbed and killed on the streets. A grandmother, 70-year-old, out to buy groceries, killed. We have violent carjackings, home invasions. The place you're supposed to be the most, your own home, Mr. Speaker. That is supposed to be your castle. That is supposed to be where you can stay in peace, raise your family, live life. And now those areas are being targeted by repeat violent offenders. Crime is up thanks to their failed Liberal policies. Thanks to bills like C-75 and C-5, they've allowed repeat violent offenders to terrorize our communities over and over and over again. It's their decisions. It's their policies. I know they love to deny and deflect and distract Canadians from their failed record. But they're responsible. In 2019, when they brought in C-75, they codified the principle of restraint. The principle of restraint clearly says that judges, justice of peace, peace officers will release on the least restrictive conditions at the earliest opportunity. That is a decision they made. They took that action. They presented that to Parliament. And Conservatives voted against that then, and we're against that principle today. Every single day that goes by, 1,600 violent crimes happen in our country. Just in one day. Wow. 1,600. And if you do the math, that's almost one per minute. One Canadian per minute falls victim to violent crime in Canada because of their failure to act. And Canadians are scared. They're terrified. They're afraid to go on that evening walk in their neighborhood. I have seniors in Oxford County who can't even go to the bank without seeing security, without being nervous. That is not the Canada that my parents came to. That is not the Canadian dream that newcomers or folks that have been living here for generations love. Mr. Speaker, it is their policies that have let Canadians down. And the ironic part is this, that they said, and the Prime Minister said in the campaign, I'm going to take decisive action. I'm going to be making changes to the criminal code right away. It's been 6 months, and we haven't seen any legislation come forward. They keep talking about some magical bill on bail reform. It's coming. Well, they did bail reform, and they failed. So we don't need no more Liberal bail policies. We need to scrap Liberal bail. We need to invest in making sure that our frontline officers have the tools they need. We need to make sure that the criminal code is reflective of today's realities. And that is why last week I tabled the Jail Not Bail Act. The Jail Not Bail. This legislation, which I did the homework for them. I know they're struggling to put something together. This bill came together from consultation and support from right across our country, from Yukon Whitehorse all the way to the East Coast. I've met with law enforcement, dozens of police unions, along with my colleague from Brantford Brant, South Six Nations, and others in my Conservative team. We've met with victim advocacy groups. I met with the families of victims. I've sat at their tables and had conversations. And they've cried because this stuff is preventable. We didn't have to be here today. Our bill has feedback from Crown prosecutors, from defense lawyers, from the legal community. And more importantly, we have tens of thousands of Canadians who are signing up our petition demanding this government finally wake up. Wake up. End the madness. End the madness. And restore safe streets in our country again. And our Opposition Day motion is important so we could pass Bill 242, the Jail Not Bail Act, as soon as possible. We want them to get out of the way. Stop blocking safe communities. Stop delaying, stop denying. Stop chasing photo ops and media headlines. Instead, focus on fighting crime for our Canadians. And we've seen this not just in the big cities. Crime is now coming to rural Canada. Businesses are being affected. There's an economic cost. There's a emotional, social, security cost that's being added on. And no one's seen this level of crime before. And that is why my Jail Not Bail Act will repeal the principle of restraint that the Liberals brought in. We will introduce a principle of public safety as the primary consideration for bail decisions. Let's put the rights of law-abiding Canadians first, not the criminals like they've been doing for the last number of years. My bill will introduce a new major offenses category, which will include violent crimes like arson, extortion, home invasions, carjackings, assaults on police officers, peace officers, that would become a reverse onus on them to get bail. We will bring in legislation to add clarity to the criminal code, to give judges the clarity they need by making it mandatory for judges to look at the criminal history of an accused for all offenses. We will change and tighten the risk assessment when it comes to granting bail in the secondary grounds. We will add new measures as tertiary grounds that will, if you have a long rap sheet, if you've been charged and convicted of an indictable offense in the last 10 years, you're released on bail, and you get caught again, there should be no bail. We are tightening the conditions for bail. Right now in Canada, a criminal that's been indicted for an indictable offense, a major offense, can be a surety, can vouch for other criminals. And we've seen that. Police tell me that there's criminals vouching for other criminals. How does that make any sense? A surety is supposed to be somebody that could support this person and make sure they stay out of trouble. But when you have criminals vouching for criminals, that's a problem. So our bill, it's not about being partisan, and we're asking for their support. Put their partisanship aside. Think about Canadians. This is a common sense piece of legislation. It will protect Canadians. It will ensure that repeat violent offenders stay behind bars where they belong, Mr. Speaker, and restore safe streets in our community once again. Thank you so much.
Any commentary? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Get this one right. Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it somewhat unfortunate in the sense that, you know, just under 6 months ago, Canada elected a new Prime Minister, which put together a number of agenda items that came out of the election. One of the commitments that the Prime Minister has made was to bring forward bail reform legislation that is going to be coming out this fall. Now, the Conservatives, in a preemptive strike, feel that, you know what we're going to do? We're going to try to come out saying we're tough and blame the Prime Minister for not doing enough. There's a responsibility of the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, to do the proper consultation, work with the Cabinet and the many different stakeholders in order to present that bail reform legislation. Does the member not recognize that there is that need, and can he not be patient and wait?
Order. We'll have a little order. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
That is absolutely ridiculous. The Prime Minister, who was supposed to be this new, shiny Prime Minister, promised to get changes done right away. In his own words, he said he'll be decisive. Every single day that goes by, Mr. Speaker, 1,600 people are victims of crime. The member talks about being patient. He wants us to be patient when people are dying in this country. Shame on them. Shame on them, because people are actually dying. When Bailey McCourt's family is calling us and crying in tears because her daughter would have been alive if my bill had been passed, that's something they should wake up and look at, because Canadians are dying and it's their inaction. They're all about photo ops. They're all about, the headlines. Why are they delaying action? It is their policies that cause problem. It's their bill reform ideas in 2019 that have destroyed our country. Enough is enough. Let's bring back safe streets.
Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. In the list of serious offences in today's motion, we have aggravated sexual assault. First of all, I'd like to know exactly how my colleague would define that. We've been studying this at the Status of Women Committee. I brought in a motion about crimes against women. I also brought in a motion about criminalizing coercive control. And there will also be a motion about victims in the justice system generally. So I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks of all this.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable colleague for her intervention and for all the work she is doing on advocating for women and against intimate partner violence. We have seen a massive rise from this government's policies of women being abused and killed. I've talked about this in the past as well. Kate Alexander, who runs a charity, End Violence Everywhere, was also a victim of abuse from her ex-partner. She was left there to die, and her ex-partner got bail for only $500. So much so she was so scared that she left the country and is now living in the States. So the problem is very, very real. And by making it a major offense category, it will be a reverse onus for those that commit those crimes so that they have to prove why they should be released, not the other way around. On this side of the House, we will stand with women and we'll make sure there's safe streets back in our country.
Question and comments. The honourable member for Elgin St. Thomas, London South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very grateful to my colleague from Oxford for his work on this. I know when he was talking about the Bailey McCord case, there was some groaning from the Liberal side of the aisle, which is, I think, very offensive, as it is to all victims of crime and their families, especially when we know of tangible changes in law that can improve this situation and legitimately save lives. And I wanted to ask my colleague, because his riding of Oxford is right next to mine, and I know he has a lot of rural communities, as I do, and we have seen in these rural communities a decline in feelings of safety and security. And I wanted to ask if he could speak to that and what that means and what this bill will do for them.
Oxford, 30 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, I've been meeting with Woodstock Police and with the Crowns in our office, along with the OPP, and I want to thank the member for his intervention and great work on the work he's been doing, advocating for rural communities across Canada. He's right. Canadians in rural communities don't feel safe. Once safe communities, once safe neighborhoods are now being targeted by repeat violent offenders. Just in Plattsville, 20 minutes from my place, we had a repeat violent offender break and enter a home and bash a car and take that car away. This is now becoming the norm, whether it's rural communities like Oxford or if it's big cities like Toronto.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Brantford Brant, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the great citizens of Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations. It's more particularly poignant for me, given today's topic and given my prior history in the criminal justice system. And I would dare say, Mr. Speaker, that one of the driving forces for me to leave behind, at that point, almost 28 years in the criminal justice system, to become a legislator is because I saw firsthand, daily, the firsthand tragic consequences of the failed soft-on-crime agenda by this Liberal government. Starting in 2015, making the changes in 2019 with Bill C-75, later in 2023 with C-5 and C-83, the cumulative effect is now Canadians are living in a state of fear. Canadians are waking up every single day to reading, seeing, and hearing about one heartbreak story after another, usually someone who has been killed, someone who has been wounded, maimed, injured, had their car stolen, had their home invaded, been subject to sexual assaults, and lo and surprise, we have individuals who are committing these offenses, who are on numerous releases, who are classified by the police services as being well known to them because they are repeat violent offenders. That is the reality that Canada is facing. This was not the reality prior to 2019, Mr. Speaker. In 2019, there was a balance in our criminal justice system where the rights, the constitutional rights of the accused, the right to be presumed innocent, the right to reasonable bail, was balanced evenly with community safety and the safety of victims. We saw more releases and we saw more detention orders, and people had a level of confidence that things were working as they were supposed to. But this government decided in 2019 to lie to Canadians. Justin Trudeau and his former ministers deliberately lying to Canadians by saying,
There are certain words that we do consider unparliamentary, so I would just encourage the member to leave out those words and carry on with his comment.
Misleading Canadians into believing they were simply codifying language from the Supreme Court of Canada. The decision they were referring to, Mr. Speaker, was Antic. And Antic basically reiterated the principles under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that apply to people who are factually innocent, although charged with a serious crime. Justin Trudeau and his ministers said they were taking the language from Antic and applying that to the criminal code. Well, the decision in Antic never directed the federal government to do anything. It was a reminder about the balance that needed to take place every single day in every single courthouse in this country. Justin Trudeau and his then Justice Minister, David Lametti, decided to make it one step easier for criminals. They introduced the principle of restraint under Section 493.1 of the Criminal Code, which then said, regardless of the grounds of detention in the Criminal Code, the primary ground, are you going to show up for court? The secondary ground, is there a protection issue for the public? Is there a presumption that this person is going to be incurring further charges if released? And the tertiary grounds, to maintain the confidence of the public, depending on the severity of the charge. Those three grounds worked, but Justin Trudeau and David Lametti decided to introduce the principle of restraint. That telegraphed to every judge and every justice of the peace hearing bail applications to this day that they shall, mandatory language, shall release the accused at the earliest opportunity on the least restrictive conditions. Regardless of what the charge was, regardless of the carnage the charge has caused to the community or to the victim, regardless of the offender's criminal record, which may have showed a pattern of breaching court orders or a pattern of committing that same offense again. And then, get this, Mr. Speaker, regardless of the number of outstanding releases that person may be on, that person, according to this Liberal government, was worthy of release. That, Mr. Speaker, is the origin of catch and release. That is the reason we have the problems that exist today. Now, I know the member for Winnipeg North likes to turn everything into a partisan issue. But to my colleague from Woodstock, this particular bill and our arguments are not partisan, because community safety is not a partisan issue. Every member in this House represents constituents, and those constituents want to wake up in their home that is still safe, the windows are still intact, the doors haven't been broken in, that their vehicle is still in the driveway, that their kids can play safely in the backyard, can play street hockey on the streets, and not be hit by stray bullets, or not be invaded at night, as we are seeing constantly, day after day after day. That's what Canadians want. And that's why this is not a partisan issue. The number one responsibility of that Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, is to keep Canadians safe. So despite what the member for Winnipeg North saying, that the Prime Minister has got a robust agenda that he's promised Canadians, this is a classic bait and switch. We heard these promises during the election. We heard the promises in the throne speech. We have heard numerous members on that side of the House make promises that it's coming. But here we are, 7 months removed from when this Prime Minister became the new Prime Minister of this country, and we are still waiting. And in that time frame, people are dying, people are fearful, people are being sexually assaulted, people are being extorted at an alarming rate. Just take a look at these statistics, Mr. Speaker. Because of Liberal bail laws, violent crime up 55% since 2015. Firearm crime up 130% because of Liberal bail laws. Because of Liberal bail laws, extortion skyrocketed 330%. Because of Liberal bail laws, sex assaults up 76%. Because of Liberal bail laws, homicides up 29%. So that's why, if they don't want to exercise their number one responsibility, get out of the way. Let us bring forth common sense solutions to protect Canadians. I brought a petition that I was hoping was going to go viral across this country this past July, calling for the immediate repeal of the principle of restraint, restoring safe streets, and applying the principle of community safety, just like the member of Woodstock has done in our Jail Not Bail Act. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? Since the middle of July, 60,000 proud Canadians, Canadians that those members in the government represent, signed my petition. Because for the last 4 years, this government has heard from premiers, has heard from mayors, has heard from presidents of police associations, has heard from police chiefs, has heard from victim advocacy groups to do one thing: change your approach to bail. Keep Canadians safe. So here's your opportunity to the Liberal government. If you want to clearly distinguish yourself and remove yourself from the Trudeau legacy, here is your opportunity. Stand in support of the Jail Not Bail Act or abstain from the vote. But please telegraph to your constituents, who I'm sure are going to be watching our speeches today, and if they're not, I will certainly share it amongst all my followers across this country, to do your job. Stand up for Canada, stand up for safety, stand up for victims, and put violent criminals where they belong, back in jail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to questions and comments, just a reminder that we address comments through the chair and not directly to members on either side. Questions and comments, the Honourable Secretary of State Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I don't disagree with a lot of what the member says, minus a lot of exaggeration and some oversimplification at times. We are bringing forward legislation that is going to reform the bail process. We have also brought forward other smaller bills wherein a lot of the work was already complete. Our Stronger Borders Act, C2, was the second legislation that we brought into the House, and C9, hate crime, is what we have before us. In a few weeks, we'll have the bail reform as well. So we're hard at work on this. I'd like to know from the member whether he's going to support C2, because what I've heard from a lot of the Conservatives is that they're in opposition to what law enforcement has asked for.
From Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Perhaps my friend didn't hear me as clearly as I wanted her to hear me. Law enforcement has been pleading with this government for the last 4 years. They've had regular meetings here in Ottawa and in many parts across this country. They came here to Ottawa for a one-day summit producing Bill C-48, which added reverse onus provisions to a number of firearm offenses which did not move the needle one iota on community safety. So they're asking her to do her job. We can't wait. The Justice Minister has been promising reform now for the last 6 months. Get on board with the Jail Not Bail Act and protect Canadians.
Question commentaire de Drummond.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Mr. Speaker, Voltaire said that it's better to save someone who's guilty than to condemn someone who's innocent. This is a principle in all democracies and evolved societies in the world. Mr. Speaker, we should not keep the accused in prison or behind bars rather than freeing them on presumption of innocence. That is against all of the democratic principles we defend. Now, there are countries who do that, China, North Korea, Iran, to name a few. But in Canada, that's not in our values. Mr. Speaker, does my colleague still believe in democracy and the fundamental values we uphold in Quebec and in Canada?
I absolutely believe in democracy. I absolutely believe in the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. And in that charter, you have two fundamental rights that apply to bail matters. This is bail. This is not sentencing. The right to be presumed innocent until proven otherwise, and the right to reasonable bail. But reasonable bail does not mean absolute bail. And that is the consequence, literally, of Bill C-75. The purpose behind a bail hearing is not to determine guilt or innocence, but in its assessment of risk. And when you're dealing with violent repeat offenders, the easy solution is community outweighs the freedom of the accused.
Questions and comments. I member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. From Vancouver Sun, February 25th, 2025, just weeks after former Abbotsford gangster Jared Bacon was arrested in a shooting in Fort Nelson, BC, charges against him were dropped. Witnesses simply just don't feel safe. Ben Wall from Fort Nelson had 9 pieces of equipment destroyed. His shop was burned to the ground. Organized crime has set up shop in Fort Nelson, and again, people in Fort Nelson don't feel safe. Will this bill, the member made a great speech, will this bill make people feel safe in Fort Nelson once again? Thank you.
Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
To my friend's question, thank you very much for that question. It was fantastic. Absolutely. This bill will see immediate changes to the safety quotient across this country. There will be a rebalancing of our criminal justice system where the rights of the accused are balanced with community safety and victim safety, and those repeat violent offenders will find it exceedingly difficult, not impossible, but more exceedingly difficult to obtain bail.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni. A brief question.
Mr. Speaker, we all want to end the cycle of crime, and I'll give an example to my colleague. In my riding, there was an application for a rapid housing initiative, and the housing was going to create housing for the most vulnerable and people that were also released. This application had a support letter from the Nanaimo Parole Office, from Correction Service of Canada, highlighting they didn't have any beds for clients that they were releasing that had been serving 2 years plus a day. Does my colleague agree that without housing, this application was denied by the Liberals? Denied by the Liberals, not a single bed, Mr. Speaker.
I have to give a brief time for a brief response. The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations. A very, very brief response.
I'm not sure what the question was, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, please. Resuming debate, please. The Honourable Secretary of State combating crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Secretary of State for Combating Crime, I appreciate the opportunity to debate this motion. Public safety and the critical role that our bail and sentencing laws play in the criminal justice system are some of the most important laws that are not only supposed to ensure justice is served, but also that Canadians are safe in their communities. Over the past years, Canadians have raised legitimate concerns about violent crime and repeat offending. These concerns are real, and our government is working hard with law enforcement, Crown attorneys, and other levels of government across this country to act on them. Mr. Speaker, it's encouraging to see that there's alignment between the Conservative opposition and this newly elected Liberal government when it comes to improving public safety, including through the adoption of stronger laws to build safer communities. I have good news for my colleague. The Minister of Justice will be introducing legislation during this parliamentary session to comprehensively change parts of the criminal code and other aspects of the criminal justice system. These comprehensive changes will strengthen bail reform in this country to have harsher, longer sanctions for violent offenders and to make sure that we have the support to help keep communities safe with direct investments in law enforcement. As set out in our 2025 electoral platform, our government is committed to strengthening the criminal code, bail provisions, and to make it onerous to obtain bail for those charged with violent or organized crime related to auto theft, home invasion, trafficking in persons, and human smuggling. Drug trafficking as well, Mr. Speaker. Our government is also committed to adding a requirement for courts to impose a firearms or weapons prohibition when granting bail to anyone charged with an organized crime-related offense. Our government has committed to reforming Canada's sentencing regime to better address repeat and violent offending. More specifically, the 2025 electoral platform includes commitments to change the law to direct courts to give primary consideration to the principles of denunciation and deterrence when determining a sentence for anyone who has numerous convictions. That means courts will have to primarily consider a sentence that will deter repeat offenders. It includes commitments to broaden sentencing tools by allowing consecutive sentences for violent or organized crime-related auto theft. The Prime Minister followed up on these electoral commitments when he agreed to strengthen the Criminal Code bail and sentencing laws during the June 2nd, 2025 First Minister's meeting. Later that month, the Minister of Justice also announced publicly that bail and sentencing reforms will be forthcoming this fall to address growing concerns of repeat and violent offending at all stages of the criminal justice process. Over the summer, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Public Safety, and myself have undertaken significant engagement with the provinces and territories, law enforcement, and legal stakeholders alike to inform and develop these reforms. Now, although looking to future solutions is important, it is equally important to look to the past and to properly understand our criminal justice system and the current state of the law. For example, and despite a persistent narrative that former Bill C-75 was soft on crime, I want to highlight that it explicitly strengthened the criminal code bail provisions as they relate to intimate partner violence. Former Bill C-75 made it more onerous for individuals previously convicted of intimate partner violence to obtain bail. This change was based on research suggesting that victims of intimate partner violence face higher risk of violence from their intimate partners after charges are laid. This was a critical step in recognizing the unique risks posed by repeat offenders in intimate partner violence cases, and in ensuring that survivors are protected. More recently, in 2023, Parliament unanimously enacted former Bill C-48 in response to a new and pressing challenge. Growing concerns about repeat violent offending involving firearms and other weapons at the bail stage. The former Bill C-48 amendments were not developed in isolation. They too were the result of extensive collaboration with the provinces and territories. They also responded directly to calls for reform from premiers across the country. Among other changes, former Bill C-74 created a reverse onus at bail to better address the heightened public safety risks posed by those accused of repeat violent offending with firearms and other weapons. That meant that violent offenders with firearms now had to prove they deserve bail as opposed to the previous process where the Crown were having to prove why they should not receive bail. This presented a significant change that reflected the seriousness of this type of offending and the need to ensure the courts turn their minds to the unique public safety risks that those charged with this type of offending might present. Former Bill C-48 also strengthened the intimate partner violence reverse onus. The bill expanded the reverse onus to apply to anyone who has been previously discharged and not just convicted of an offense involving intimate partner violence. Before moving on to what the government has committed to doing, I want to address another area of criminal law that generates significant commentary: conditional sentence orders, or CSOs. A CSO is a sentence that allows an offender to serve a term of imprisonment in the community under certain conditions. They are only available where the sentence is less than 2 years and where the court determines that it does not pose a risk to public safety or conflict with sentencing principles. CSOs cannot be imposed for offenses with mandatory minimums, terrorism, criminal organization offenses with indictable minimums of 10 years or more, or for advocating genocide, torture, or attempted murder. The current CSO rules stem from former Bill C-5, which was presented in 2022. This bill strictly made mention that courts may only impose CSOs where consistent with community safety and sentencing principles. CSOs must remain proportionate to the gravity of the offense, the offender's responsibility, and provide adequate denunciation and deterrence. The government has heard concerns that CSOs have been increasingly used for sexual offenses in some lower courts. Even though appellate courts hold that they rarely represent proportionate sentences, our government continues to monitor the impacts of former Bill C-5 and will consider further refinements to ensure community safety and public confidence. Mr. Speaker, as crime evolves, so must our laws. This is why the Minister of Justice will be advancing additional bail and sentencing reforms this fall. I would now like to turn to an aspect of our bail system that often gets overlooked, and that is the matter of shared responsibility between federal, provincial, and territorial governments. While federal legislation sets the laws governing bail, the effectiveness of our bail system depends largely on how it is administered. Provinces are responsible for appointing provincial judges and judges who conduct most bail hearings, which are, in some provinces, justices of the peace, overseeing the operation of police services who are responsible for supervising individuals released on bail and enforcing any conditions of release. Provincial investments in community-based supports and supervision programs to reduce the risk of reoffending at the bail stage are also critical to ensuring that our bail system works as intended. Provinces and territories also hold the key to improving our understanding of bail outcomes. Right now, Mr. Speaker, the provinces do not keep the bail data needed to ascertain whether our bail system is failing. Provincial leadership is improving data collection and reporting. Provincial leadership in improving data collection and reporting is necessary to ensure effective evidence-based law reform at the federal level. It's an issue I've brought up with every provincial representative I've met. Bail data will be crucial in understanding the fight against the cracks in our bail system, Mr. Speaker. In my speech so far, I've addressed several areas where reverse onuses have been imposed, for instance, in the case of firearms-related offenses. Mr. Speaker, we have yet to know whether that has had a positive impact or not. So I fear that as we continue to make other reforms, that perhaps we may not understand fully as to whether they're having the impact that this Parliament intends. Further to that, the provinces administer the bail courts, Earlier this year, Brampton Mayor Patrick Brown, on behalf of Ontario's big city mayors, wrote a letter to the province of Ontario sounding the alarm on cases being withdrawn, discharged, or dismissed. Almost over 50% of cases, Mr. Speaker. This is shocking. Highlighting the need for more Crown attorneys to try these cases quicker, more judges to hear them, and more spaces in jail to put criminals away are crucial. Comprehensive criminal justice reform must include all levels of government coming to the table and doing their part. We're ready to do our part and to work with provinces and territories that are ready to do theirs. These changes I've mentioned will help with our immediate issues, but if we are serious about reducing crime and seeing improvement of public safety, we must look beyond our criminal law system as well. Public safety begins with prevention. It requires supporting our youth, investing in communities, and addressing the social conditions, including poverty, addiction, and mental health and housing. Bail reform is but one piece of the complex puzzle. Lasting change requires a broader commitment to equity, opportunity, and support. All orders of government must work together to build an effective justice system that distinguishes between those who pose a genuine risk and those who can be safely managed in the community. People in Canada deserve a justice system that protects them all. They deserve laws that are clear, consistent, and effective. They also deserve a justice system that works, one that is firm but fair. And they deserve a government that listens, responds, and acts. And we will do exactly that. I also want to make mention of the opposition for finally showing a shred of common sense though it is long overdue. In their Bill C-242, that is mentioned in today's motion, they quietly removed the reckless American-style far-right three-strike scheme they ran on in the last election. Empty slogans based on sporting rules will not foster a robust criminal system and keep Canadians safe. Canadians deserve real solutions that are guided by working collaboratively with law enforcement, attorneys, and other levels of government. That's exactly what our comprehensive bill will do. I pause here to comment on the way this motion itself is drafted. It claims that the Liberal government promised to pass criminal justice reform 6 months ago, but has failed to do so. That's strange. Just last week, we introduced Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, which includes targeted criminal code provisions to address hate crimes, which are on the rise, Mr. Speaker. This bill actually passed second reading just yesterday evening on a deferred division and is now heading to committee for further study. Over the summer, the Minister of Justice has been hard at work studying ways to improve our laws, consulting closely with his provincial counterparts, law enforcement, police chiefs, and police associations. Meanwhile, the Conservative leader was busy fighting for his own job, parachuted into Alberta after being catastrophically rejected by Canadians across this country and in his own former riding of Carleton. And yet it seems he hasn't learned any lessons from that rejection. He continues to act recklessly, prioritizing political posturing over meaningful, evidence-based criminal justice reform. Mr. Speaker, let us reject slogans and oversimplifications. Slogans like jail not bail may sound tough, but they do not get us any closer to solving the problem. Real solutions require real work. They involve strengthening laws, improving enforcement, investing in data, devoting resources to addressing the root cause of crime, and ultimately building a justice system that works for everyone. Let us embrace real solutions that are evidence-based, collaborative, and grounded in the values of fairness and accountability. That is the path forward. That is the commitment of this government, and that is what Canadians deserve and expect. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentary. The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to the member opposite for the words this morning. I just like some clarification, Mr. Speaker. Last year in Barrie, there was a Barrie police officer was stabbed while on duty. The person who stabbed him had been arrested and released over 17 times in the previous 2 years prior to that altercation. I was wondering if the member opposite could speak today about this motion and if she'd support it, knowing I could go back then to this officer and saying that we are in the House of Commons actually doing something to try and help him, his team, and support the residents of Barrie.
The Honourable Secretary of State combating crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even today, the tertiary principles, which were mentioned by a colleague on the Conservative side as well, apply when providing bail. Judges and justices of the peace should be considering public safety first and foremost. They should also be considering whether somebody is a flight risk and the confidence that the public has in the judicial system. Those are very important, basic foundational principles when arriving at a decision on bail. Of course, there are other considerations that they take into account, but public safety is the first and ought to be the foremost. And so, although I can't really comment on what happened in that case exactly, I don't know why the judge would just make such a decision. I think it is important to recognize that these decisions are made at the provincial courthouses.
Questions, comments, questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I have a two-part question. In the first part, she talked a lot about the issue of sexual crimes, and right now we're studying a report at Status of Women Committee on these sorts of crimes, particularly where women are victims of violence and victims of such long court delays that their aggressors are able to get off because of the Jordan decision. The Bloc Québécois has tabled a bill on that, so that when somebody is accused of sexual crimes against women, that they not be able to get off because of the Jordan decision. And she also talked about delays, and she talked about prosecutors, but the federal government isn't well placed to give lessons, because when it comes to nominating judges, there's been delays there, and sometimes their criteria are questionable. They've appointed judges to the Superior Court in Quebec who are against state secularism, for example. They're not always respecting the law, and Canadian judges. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about those. The Honourable Secretary of State.
Firstly, Mr. Speaker, the judges that are presiding over criminal cases like the type that we are talking about today are provincially appointed judges. And secondly, I would like to say that the issue of complexity and length of trials when it comes to the cases the member referred to are something that has been taken into consideration. I won't be able to talk about what the upcoming bill will have, but I know that that is a concern that is shared by this side of the House. And the Liberals think that it's very important for us to make sure that none of those types of cases are being dismissed or withdrawn. And so there should be provisions upcoming to address that issue.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a background in law, and I actually started my career doing criminal defense work. And I had the fortune as well to spend a summer in the Crown Prosecutor's office as a law student. And during this time, I also had the opportunity to volunteer with a great organization called the Elizabeth Fry Society, and this is an organization that helps women who are at risk of becoming criminalized. And through that experience, but particularly through my time with the Elizabeth Fry Society, I learned a lot about those who are at risk of criminalization. I learned that the Indigenous population is at higher risk of criminalization. And so my question to the Honourable Secretary is, what can be done? What are we doing to ensure that folks are not at risk of criminalization and not subject?
The Honourable Secretary of State combating crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member raises a good question, and I think when I talked about root causes of crime, I consider that to be extremely important. Of course, interactions with law enforcement, systemic discrimination, what brings somebody to become criminalized are all very, very important factors. And this government has invested heavily in housing, in mental health, in terms of the transfers to the provinces. But once again, this is a shared area of responsibility, and the provinces deliver these supports to Canadians, and I think it is very, very important. Our Gangs and Guns funding was also key in providing a lot of organizations that provide supports to young people that are at risk of offending. That's, I think, another important.
Questions, comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola. And before I begin, I want to give a shout out to one of our staff members, Stephanie Rennick. Happy birthday. Thank you for not telling us, but it was revealed nevertheless. Mr. Speaker, I listened with great attention to my colleague's speech. I've never heard so many Liberal talking points that, with all due respect, say absolutely nothing. To say we are aligned with the Liberal government on justice could not be further from the truth. This government repeatedly told us, Arif Virani, David Lametti, former ministers of justice told us we as Conservatives are out to lunch. They said, you don't get bail. We are working. The system is working. That is what they told us. So that is wrong that we are aligned. We wanted to act years ago. They've stood on their heels. Intimate partner violence, Bill C-225. I have a bill on this that would recognize it, that would save lives. Are the Liberals prepared to support it? Yes or no?
The Honourable Secretary of State combating crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe we are aligned on many issues, and that is upsetting the member quite a bit, it seems. We're bringing forward tough laws, and you know what, Mr. Speaker? C2 is a prime example. There's a lot of tools for law enforcement to crack down on fentanyl, to crack down on organized crime. I would hope that the Conservatives will support C2. It's been recommended by police agencies across this country, and I feel it will be detrimental if we don't give them the tools to lay charges.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we often say that the Conservatives have simple solutions to very complex problems, and they're not completely wrong with this proposal today. It's true that we have a duty to protect our communities, and it's true that we're seeing more and more multiple offenders, particularly people who have been accused of violent crimes against women who are free waiting for trial. Maybe there's a balance to be found while respecting the presumption of innocence, which is so important to our system. So I'd like to hear my Liberal colleague across the way share her point of view on this issue. How can we find the right balance between respecting fundamental rights and public safety, particularly when it comes to violent crimes against women?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was talking about conditional sentence orders, I think there is certain conditions that could be put in place when there isn't risk to public safety. But what we have found is that, like I've mentioned, in many intimate partner violence cases, we've seen the offender go and recommit the offense. And so I think it is important to have data and statistics, and that's why I would like more statistics from the provincial level, because we have put reverse onuses, for example, in place for firearm offenses, but we still don't know whether that reverse onus is having an impact on having less bail in those circumstances. So I think the more data that we can collect on crime statistics, on how the courts are dealing with the criminal code, will provide us comprehensive material to be able to then act on and to be able to implement proper comprehensive reforms on. So I think working together is very important.
Questions, comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for sharing her thoughts on this. And I wanted to maybe dig a little bit more on the part where you were talking about prevention, where she mentioned how important prevention is and how it has to be part of this bill and bills that the government is bringing forward. Also, I've been meeting with many national organizations representing women in different spaces, and they are also advocating not only for prevention but supports. And I would like to hear the honourable colleague on these 2 points.
Secretary of State for combating crime, a brief answer.
I think it's incredibly important. I agree with my colleague that every effort should be made, whether it's to help victims of violence or whether it is to help those that are vulnerable and because of their upbringing and living conditions could be susceptible to getting into a life of crime. We should try to prevent these types of circumstances from happening and learn from the past. Otherwise, we'll be digging ourselves out of a very deep hole.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat.
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Lizelle-la-Madeleine, Listigouche. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are today looking at a motion from the Conservative Party asking us to accelerate study of a bill that would attack some of the most fundamental rights of our fellow citizens. These are rights that protect everyone's right to freedom. Who in this House will protect the right to a presumption of innocence until found guilty by a court of law that is independent and impartial following a public trial that is fair? Who in this House will protect the right of each and every one to not have, without just cause, their freedom taken away from them associated with reasonable bail? Well, we will, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois will oppose the Conservative motion. We have a number of reasons to oppose this motion. First of all, accelerating the study of a bill that would attack our fundamental freedoms would be a dereliction of democratic duty and an abandon of this legislature of its duties. Second, the Conservative bill proposes a number of cosmetic changes to the criminal code, which will change nothing. And third, the Conservative bill contradicts certain articles of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms and thus raises constitutional questions which need to be, at the very least, seriously studied. Before explaining further, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak about the feeling of insecurity that certain people in Quebec might feel and that the Conservative Party is attempting to exploit. Certainly, every time that a crime makes the headlines, we're all shocked, we're all disgusted by these reprehensible acts. Yesterday, there was the murder of a criminal in the middle of the day at a cafe in Laval, and that was shocking. Once they're arrested, the suspects won't be released. The criminal code already provides that those accused of or charged with murder be held while waiting for a trial. But we can understand why people are concerned. And at the Bloc Québécois, we're proposing a number of measures to fight organized crime. First of all, creating a register of criminal organizations, as has been done for terrorist organizations. And, Mr. Speaker, the effect of that would be to facilitate the production of evidence when organized crime is involved in a crime. We're also suggesting that there be a reverse onus of the burden of proof in cases where a member of an organized crime gang is arrested. We're also proposing that organized crime not be allowed to show patches. Right now, criminal organizations and gangs are able to wear their patches in public with complete impunity. We are also calling for the creation of a specific offense for recruiting young people to crime. And we've seen this happen in Quebec recently. This has become the new modus operandi of organized crime. And we need to fight those who are taking advantage of our young people. And I forgot to mention, Mr. Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Rivière-du-Nord. So, Mr. Speaker, there are legitimate concerns about security, but the Conservatives, what they're proposing is a prison bill instead of a bail bill. So it's a bill that they're calling jail, not bail. And maybe some people will find that reassuring. But if you can visualize being arrested by a police officer, you or somebody that you know, if you're accused of a crime that you deny that you've committed, but whatever happens, we take you to prison, and you have to spend months and months in detention, waiting for a trial, where in the end you prove your innocence. If you can imagine that happening to you, do you still feel reassured? If we're putting more people in prison before it's been determined if they're guilty, do you really think that that's going to improve security? Or does that open the door to a new insecurity, the risk of being put into prison under false accusations for a crime that you have not committed?
Projet conservateur.
That's what the Conservatives are suggesting here. Attacking our rights to freedom. I'd like to come back to what I was saying. Mr. Speaker, this motion is asking us to speed through our study of this matter. We are against that. We don't want to rush something that has to do with our basic rights. We understand that this is an important matter, but if we rush this through and this ends up creating more injustice than justice, will we really have done anything for the common good? Then the next thing I'd say is that there are some things in the Conservative bill that are really nothing more than cosmetic. Without getting into too much detail, they want to change the clause that would instruct the judge on matters about offering bail. And here, they're saying that we need to consider protecting the public, but that's already the case. And what I've learned is that we don't need to legislate. When we're legislating, we shouldn't simply create empty words. That's a basic principle. We need to be saying something substantive at all time. Article 106(15)(10) of the Criminal Code says that an accused individual, someone who has not been found guilty, and we need to be careful here because there are false accusations. Because sometimes people do accuse someone and it turns out that it's not right. And we do need to focus on the fact that, once again, we don't want to end up causing innocent people to be found guilty. Even if that means that sometimes we miss some people who are guilty, but that's our system of justice. We need to ensure that it's more important to ensure that the presumption of innocence is protected. So usually, unless people are suspected of serious crimes, we usually don't hold people in detention. But people still are sometimes held. We need to stop pretending that our current system just lets people out with no attempt to look at the situation and just gives them a slap on the wrist. That's not how things work. So in certain cases, if we think people constitute a flight risk, we can hold them. That's already in the criminal code. It talks about holding people in detention if that is necessary for the security of the public. That's already there. So we're being asked to add something that's actually already there. It also says that if the detention of the person is necessary in order not to undermine public trust in the justice system. So depending on a variety of factors. Now, the Conservative motion once again says that for certain serious crimes, it should be automatic, that the Crown would, well, but they already have everything they need in the criminal code, that the judge in that case decides not to release that person, even if they have not yet been found guilty, because they are accused of a very serious crime. For example, the use of a firearm. And if the person is found guilty, if there were a very long possible sentence, that's already in the criminal code. So the Conservatives here are possibly creating a situation of injustice, and in addition to that, they might be adding things that are already in the Criminal Code. In addition to that, this may go against the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, where it says everyone has a right to life and liberty, and where it also says that accused should be held innocent until they are proved guilty, and that we should avoid having people deprived of their liberty without appropriate grounds. These are all rights that are held by the Charter, and so we do not want to rush through this. It's very important.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Lac-Saint-Jean. I'd like to thank my colleague for his punctuality and his speech. My colleague mentioned this a few times, and I'd like to ask him for more detail. He talked about the fact that this bill might be pushed through under a gag order. What would be the consequences of such an approach? If this is adopted in haste and without being studied appropriately, as we normally do. The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine-Listigouche. I'd like to thank my colleague for his relevant question. There is a risk here. I am someone with an experience in criminal law, and if I were in that position, I would immediately attack the constitutionality of this bill because it contravenes rights that are enshrined in the Charter. If we rush through this and we don't discuss it in detail, because yes, there are changes that might need to be made. If we rush this through, the legislation will be fragile and it will be torn up almost immediately by a judge who will see that it contravenes important rights. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much. I have a question for my colleague. Now, does he think that we need to reform the bail system? I'd like to now give the floor to the honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. What we think in the Bloc Québécois is that we need to do something about criminal organizations. That's our priority. We need to make life harder for these people because they are shattering lives and making people less safe. I spoke about Clause 515.10. There are already a number of tools there that enable judges to make an appropriate decision, and that enables judges to consider all the various factors.
Un commentaire, l'honorable député de Mission Matsqui, Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the member from the Bloc Québécois agree that there is a direct correlation between the changes the Liberals made to bail provisions, bail and sentencing reforms, and an increase in crime in Canada? Therefore, the reasons why the Conservative Party is putting forward motions like we have since the return of the House to address these very real concerns for small businesses and especially for victims of crime, especially women who have seen an increased amount of sexual assault and intimate partner violence directly caused to the changes in the laws put forward by this Liberal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de Gaspésie-La-Madeleine, Listigouche.
Je remercie mon confrère pour sa question.
The honourable member, I'd like to thank my colleague. The root causes of crime are a very, very complex question. Whether legislative attempts can make a difference in individual cases, well, that may be, but the clients that I've represented had never read the criminal code. They certainly didn't read the criminal code before committing their crime. They were often people with addictions. We know that environmental factors that I think we also need to do something about. For example, the housing crisis, addiction, overpopulation, overcrowding, mental health. I think we can do more. We do have a good system in Quebec, but things can be improved, and this is a good way to address the root factors of crime. The honourable member for Drummond, 30 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives here are bringing forward a motion about a bill, C-282, that has not even been evaluated by the law clerks, that may not even be in order. And the Conservatives are trying to push through a gag order, essentially, with this motion. They are trying to stifle debate. I'd like to hear from my colleague if our other colleague would not mind being silent. The honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine-Listigouche. Well, Mr. Speaker, criminal law is a very important matter, a very interesting matter, because there are always two conflicting important principles. The fact that we need to do something about crime in a society, but on the other hand, to not end up falling into a police state situation where there are no more individual freedoms. So we need to be prudent, and the law clerks will probably ask parliamentarians if they wish to use the notwithstanding clause. That's the kind of thing that can be discussed at committee. Resuming debate. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the matter raised in this motion from our Conservative colleagues concerns me very much. This week, in my riding, we discovered the body of a young woman, Gabi Renault. I'd like to offer my deepest condolences to her family. And I am shocked, Mr. Speaker, shocked and troubled by a development like this one. It is allegedly her partner who killed her, and he had broken bail conditions 16 times. Mr. Speaker, I struggled to wrap my mind around this, and I think there ought to be ways to reform how we go about things, because I think this is unacceptable. And this is not the only case. Recently in Saint-Charles-sur-Richelieu, another woman was killed. So we cannot simply ignore this kind of thing. We need to take action. We need to find solutions. I completely agree with that. But what kind of solutions? These solutions offered by our colleagues in the Conservative Party, I'd like to thank my colleague in the Bloc Québécois who just spoke. He said some important things. For example, that the bill has not yet been tabled. So how can we say that we agree with a bill that we haven't even read because it hasn't been tabled yet? It hasn't been tabled yet. We don't know what it says. And so we need to move forward in due order. And so, yes, of course, we cannot support this bill today. But I would say that I agree that the concerns here are serious and concern all of us. And yes, we are troubled by situations like this one. The presumption of innocence, though, is very important. I'm not ready to just give up on that. It's very important in a democratic society. I wouldn't like to live in a society where you're guilty until proved innocent. That does exist elsewhere in the world. I don't want that here. So despite the terrible situations that can be led to by the presumption of innocence, well, in my humble opinion, we still have fewer of those kinds of situations than we would have if there weren't the presumption of innocence. We cannot throw the baby out with the bathwater, but in my opinion, we could stand to replace the bathwater. My colleague for Gaspésie-des-Îles was talking about criminal organizations. I've been in this house for 10 years, and in that time, I've tabled 3 bills to fight organized crime by creating a registry of criminal organizations and by adding a series of consequences to being on that registry. For example, reverse onus on seizing goods, among other things, in terms of consequences, a little bit like we do for terrorist organizations. It works well for terrorist organizations. Let's use that kind of tool to fight organized crime. But this type of femicide is not organized crime, I agree. But these are all different ways of fighting crime. There are also religious organizations. Recently, a preacher was laughing and saying, "Death to the Jews," and other horrible things like that. We can't accept that kind of thing in a society like ours. When we look at that kind of thing, we can't say, "Oh, we're just going to sit there and twiddle our thumbs." This is our work. The Jordan decision, the idea that one has a right to a trial within a reasonable amount of time, of course we need something like that in our society. We need to have reasonable amounts of time for trial. The Supreme Court looked at that. We need to respect those time frames. But unfortunately, not enough money is being sent to the provinces. So when you're looking to actually apply these principles. We don't have enough judges and other staff. We just don't have enough money invested in our justice system, because justice is a key pillar of our societies. Once people can't get justice from the courts, they end up trying to carry out justice themselves, and that leads directly to anarchy. We need to respect Jordan. But in order to accomplish that, the federal government needs to appoint judges so that these can be done within reasonable timeframes. We also need to send money to the provinces in order to better administer justice. That way, we can make sure that trials are held within reasonable timeframes. Just like the federal government doesn't send enough money to the provinces in the area of health, there isn't enough for education or for the justice system. We need to do more. Here at the federal level, we need to do more. We need to send more money in order to help provincial institutions, in order to help with health, education, the justice system, and others. So, Mr. Speaker, this is all important. Now, coming back to bail, I'm not familiar with the exact numbers, but when we think about the men who kill women, we know that this is shocking and troubling. It's extremely upsetting. Words do not suffice to express that. But like my colleague said earlier, my colleague was talking about how he represented his clients as a defense lawyer, and none of those clients had read the criminal code before committing the crime. And that makes sense. We wouldn't expect them to have. So sure, we can add things to the criminal code, but ultimately we need to take concrete action. We need to be more vigilant. We need to better understand why we are releasing repeat offenders. Even though the criminal code already stipulates that we need to consider public safety when we are making these kinds of decisions. Now, I'm not familiar with these exact cases. I assume that these judges are no fools and that they made these decisions for a reason. But we need to try to understand this more. Perhaps we need to tighten bail conditions, or tighten the principles for granting bail. But ultimately, when it comes to reversing the burden of proof, we need to think about this. We need to find a reasonable, balanced solution, because we do not want to necessarily reverse the burden of guilt. There's also the matter of mandatory minimums. We've heard that frequently from our conservative colleagues. They want to add mandatory minimums to about everything. But the Supreme Court has spoken. They've said this is not constitutional. And in fact, the previous government had to get rid of the provisions they brought in because of mandatory minimums. We can't constantly be changing this depending on the party in power. We need to find a reasonable middle path. Now, if we have mandatory minimum for a specific offense because we want to send a clear message to the public, why not, for example, also add a possible exemption for the courts under exceptional circumstances? So if, for example, the judge hears the evidence and decides that it makes no sense to use the mandatory minimum, the judge would be able to use that exemption and would not hand down that particular sentence in that kind of case. This is a possible compromise. And I'm sure I'm not the only person who's come up with a decent compromise like that. I'm sure that if we show some imagination, we can create forward-thinking solutions that will actually work instead of constantly engaging in this back and forth that gets us nowhere. It sends a message to the public that we don't know what we want to do, what we actually want to do, and that is not actually an effective way to prevent criminals from committing offenses. I've crowded a great many ideas into this speech, but I would just like to repeat that I'm troubled, very troubled, when I read about crimes like the ones I read about this week. For example, the killing of Gabi Renault in my riding, in Rivière du Nord, in Saint-Jérôme. I was very upset about it. It makes me feel so powerless. I struggle to wrap my head around the fact that we have not been able to prevent situations like this. I hope we can do more. But all of our colleagues, for example, our Liberal colleagues, will have to be ready to rethink some of the principles, reconsider some of their principles, and the same thing from the Conservatives. We need to find a balanced path. We need to promote justice, common sense, and find an adequate path. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely to the member for Rivière-du-Nord's remarks. I offer condolences to Gaby Renault's families and to all people in Saint-Jérôme. A situation like that should never occur. I am the president of the largest ever women's caucus. We are very worried about feminicide and violence against women. Here's my question. What would you like us to focus on improving in order to ensure that crimes like that never again occur in Canada? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for her question. Here's what needs to be done, in my view. Of course, we can work on the criminal code, but a lot of the work is up to the provinces. Quebec, for instance, must invest in prevention, but there's not enough money. We have deficits year after year. Now, I'm not the finance minister, nor am I even the finance critic, but there needs to be more funding. As for the day-to-day, in our ridings is justice, roads, health, education, but we need money for that. So the Government of Canada and the provinces need to get together and find ways to combat these awful crimes occurring in our ridings. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I, like the member for Rivière-du-Nord, would also like to offer my deepest condolences to Gaby Renault's family. There is a very worrying increase in feminicide. In the previous Parliament, there was a report on gender-based crime, especially crime against women. As for mandatory minimums, what we've heard from victims and survivors is that we need to have fewer time lags, like the Jardin case. That should never be the case. In the report, we also covered the fact that the Bloc wants to withdraw the Jardin ruling. We previously tabled the Bill C-372 from the Bloc Québécois to guarantee that there could no longer be such delays and so that those victims could be heard. Can the member speak to the Jardin ruling? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for a great question. We do indeed share that concern. The Supreme Court's principles in the Jardin decision are important and we must preserve them, but we must be able to have cases with shorter delays, especially in exceptional circumstances or cases of femicide. We can't let criminals run free because that undermines the administration of justice. People will lose faith in our justice system, and that it may be, in fact, the greatest danger in all this. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Bellechasse et Saint-Germain-Lévis in 40 seconds. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, in La Presse, we see horrible cases of women being attacked, of femicide. I've said in this House that women never feel safe and we're always hyper-aware and hyper-vigilant. But in fact, the Government of Quebec has called for action. Does the member agree that C5 passed by this Liberal government has increased problems. The honourable member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her question. With all due respect to her, I don't agree. I don't feel that C5 or C75 are behind all crimes committed in Quebec and in Canada. I believe that there are a host of factors that we all need to work on together. We must work on prevention. We must maintain the presumption of innocence, and we must better support those who commit or may commit crimes. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wonder what we're doing here again and again and again, just talking and talking, even though the action we need to take is very obvious. We need to walk the talk. We should not be dilly-dallying. For 10 years, this government has passed legislation which has made us less safe. Let's talk about Gabby Renault and her family. Gabby Renault was brutally murdered in Saint-Jérôme a few weeks ago. And let's remember Marilyn Lévesque, who was killed 5 years ago by a criminal who was out on unsupervised parole. These are preventable deaths, preventable killings. But here is the awful truth. In Canada, our streets, which used to be safe, are now dangerous. Violent crime is up 55% under this Liberal government, and that's not just a statistic, that's a horrible truth. Those behind those numbers are forgotten victims and broken communities. And firearm crime has more than doubled in many areas. Extortion is up 357%. We see in Montreal and in Laval, people are setting fires. They're engaging in extortion. They force owners to pay. And there's no support for restaurant owners in these cases to get out of this situation. And all of this is the direct result of Liberal legislation. And I'll say once again that Liberal legislation such as C5 has been mentioned many times. C5 allows dangerous criminals to serve their sentences at home. C75, we're debating C75 again here today. It allows release. It allows bail. It allows people to get bail much too easily. And then they commit dangerous crimes again. Not to mention, Mr. Speaker, what's been done on bail and full parole. There was a commission in Quebec, after which I moved a motion here calling on the Public Safety Committee to look into what had happened at the Parole Commission. We did a full purge of commissioners in Quebec. They were too conservative for the government. They were replaced by commissioners who had little or no experience. These new commissioners had very leftist, woke ideology. So a lot more bail was granted. For instance, we see the case of Jonathan Blanchette, the man who killed Gabby Renault. He had been arrested 30 times. He had gotten bail many times, but his bail conditions, he did not uphold them. How can you get bail 16 times? You don't respect the bail conditions, but you're still free on the streets? That makes no sense, Mr. Speaker. Crime is up. For instance, in Montreal or in Quebec, sexual offenses have doubled, and there has been a doubling of cases of juvenile pornography. This gets people in a horrible cycle that no one in this Liberal government seems to want to break. Today, we're debating a Conservative motion which gives us an opportunity. Our motion calls for our legislation, C-242, to be fast-tracked. We want it fast-tracked. We want it immediately sent to committee for accelerated study so that we can expeditiously make the legislative changes that are necessary. The new Prime Minister, he's been Prime Minister for 6 months now. During his election campaign, he promised that he would quickly make changes to get crime under control in Canada. Well, what's been the case with crime and crime-related legislation these past 6 months? There's been nothing. Goose egg. I'll be sharing my time with the member for Cloverdale-Langley City. My colleague will have more to say, of course. We have so many striking examples of Liberal promises. This new Liberal government, they were supposed to change things. They haven't done a thing. And there's been a lot of harmful Liberal legislation. We're told to sit still and wait because the government has legislation. Well, C-242 is a great example of legislation that we could immediately send to committee and move forward on. The government's not moving forward. They're not taking action, but we're ready to take action, and quickly. Because if we don't, then we have criminals who are let out on bail or parole. They're laughing at our system. They're out on the streets, and who pays the price? Women who are victims of domestic violence. They're scared to leave the house. But these criminals out on bail or parole, well, they're not shy to return to these women's homes and commit crimes or be violent. We can't have that in Canada. A few years ago, we had C5 implemented by former Justice Minister David Lametti, who's going to become ambassador to somewhere or other. I forget. C5 is for serving sentences at home. There are many racialized Indigenous and Black people in prison. That was the rationale. So they wanted to amend the criminal codes so that fewer members of these marginalized groups or minorities would end up in prison. But then there was a white man from Montreal who had sexually assaulted his former partner very seriously. After C5, instead of going to prison, he ended up serving his sentence at home, watching Netflix. And cases like that just racked up. For instance, there are criminals in Montreal who are, thanks to C5, they're not really worried about the consequences. They say, well, if we commit a crime, we'll just have to hang out at home. We called that out even before C5 passed. We voted against it. We said that it wouldn't work, and look at the situation now. It didn't work. 2 years ago, I tabled Bill C-325 to reverse C5. There were elements in my bill asking for it to be an offense, a criminal offense, for not respecting the conditions of one's bail or parole, but it was rejected by the Liberals and the NDP. I would like to thank the Bloc. They supported C5 at the time, but they realized that they had made a mistake, and then they supported C-325. They voted with us. Unfortunately, C-325 was defeated by the Liberals and the NDP, and here we are. C-5 is still active. Today, our bill is about C-242. Sorry, I'm listing a lot of bills here. But what's essential, what we need to retain, is that people are just caught and released. You commit a crime, you're released, 3 hours later. No one understands this. No one can comprehend that we are doing things this way. So through C-242, we want to bring back justice. And this is what Canadians want. When we see women like Gabby Renault killed by criminals, this man broke his parole conditions 16 times, and we don't understand why he's free on the streets to kill Gabby. We're trying to help this government because they don't have any sense of urgency. It's been 6 months that they've formed government. I tabled a bill. My colleague tabled a bill. We want to fast-track this. We want to send this to committee so that Canadians can be safe, so that we can protect them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles, for his speech. We are all moved. We're all affected by Gabby Renault's murder. The member for Rivière-du-Nord mentioned it. It occurred in his riding. We are all affected by that. Now, we have a question about today's Conservative opposition motion. When we have problems of this scope, why would the Conservatives want to fast-track legislation without studying it exhaustively? This would affect majorly important things like the presumption of innocence and our freedoms. Now, of course, we want to prevent crimes like this, which are unacceptable in a society like ours, but why shouldn't we take our time and do things fulsomely and thoughtfully? The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Yes, we do need to take action. It's important, but the government has been on the wrong track for 10 years. This Prime Minister was elected promising to take swift action, but he's done nothing. There's a sense of urgency. Crime has been on the rise for years. Crimes like the murder of Gabby and Marie-Line Lévesque, and of course there are so many more that I could tell you about. There are way too many in Canada, and all of this calls for rapid action. That's why we want to fast-track the process. We want to send this to committee, and there will be study and discussion in committee. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Etchemins, Lévis. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I often say in this place that women are often in a state of hyper-vigilance and hyper-awareness when we are in public. Now, the Conservative Party, we've always been consistent. We've always been for victims. We've always been on their side. Currently, we're witnessing a really unfortunate situation because this is the 14th presumed femicide in Quebec, and we Conservatives don't want to sentence people to prison sentences if they're innocent. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. I thank my colleague for an excellent question. In committee, at the Status of Women Committee, they deal with issues that affect women because, indeed, women are the top victims of serious domestic violence and femicide. That's why we need to fix this situation as quickly as possible. Everyone wants to live in safety and in security. That's what we're calling for. That's what we want. The Liberals, the NDP, and the Bloc at the time, they banded together to pass C5 and C75. The Bloc Québécois understood that C5 wasn't working. We thank the Bloc. We hope that the Bloc will continue to support us in legislating in the best interests of women. Of course, we need to pass the right legislation, but we need to think about victims and their futures. We need to prevent crimes.
Mr. Speaker, in my years as a parliamentarian, what I've witnessed is that the Conservatives tend to want to use the issue of crime and safety more as a fundraising tool or as a bumper sticker issue, Mr. Speaker, to try to create fear in the minds of Canadians. And yes, we are genuinely concerned about the issue. But what surprised me with this particular motion in C-242 is there is no reference to their American-style three-strike law. And I'm wondering why it is. Have they abandoned that particular policy? We just debated it on a motion that they brought forward that was defeated by a majority of the members of the House. Have they abandoned that particular policy?
L'honorable député de Charlebourg. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's unbelievable, but the parliamentary secretary to the Prime Minister is blaming us he's faulting us for wanting to make our streets safer, for wanting to make women safer, to protect victims. How can they fault us for wanting a safer society? There's no slogan behind this. These are facts. Women are being killed. This is not a theoretical debate. This is reality. And there's one place we can change things, that's here in Parliament, with the support of a government which is supposed to improve things, but which is currently not taking any action. And that's all we're asking for, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Friends, colleagues, the #1 responsibility of government is to keep its citizens safe. Safe in their homes, safe in their businesses, safe in their communities. It's not partisan, and it's not optional. It's fundamental. But right now, that promise has been broken. Under the Liberals' Bill C-75, our bail system was rewritten. Judges were ordered to apply a so-called principle of restraint. And do you know what that means? It means repeat violent offenders, people who are known to police, who have a record of crime after crime, are put right back on our streets. And it's left my community of Cloverdale-Langley City living in fear. Today, I want to share with you 3 stories, not from some faraway place, not from a textbook or a report. These are stories from my own backyard, stories of businesses, families, and seniors who have paid the price for Ottawa's dangerous experiment with catch and release justice. First, picture this, a wedding banquet. Families are gathered, music is playing, parents are dancing with their children. That's what a banquet hall is supposed to be, a place of joy, a place of community. But in Surrey, at the Reflections Banquet Hall, that joy was shattered. Instead of wedding bells, there were gunshots. Instead of safety, there was fear. The hall became a target of an extortion network that has been terrorizing South Asian businesses across the Fraser Valley. In early June, the owner, Satish Kumar, received a voicemail demanding $2 million and threatening his family. Within days, shots were fired at 3 businesses connected to him. This is what organized extortion looks like. Anonymous calls, threats against your children, and warning shots at your door if you don't pay. And it's not just one victim. It chills a whole corridor of small businesses. Weddings get canceled, bookings dry up, and an entire community starts looking over its shoulder. Here's the core failure: a legal environment that emboldens criminals. When the consequence for violent intimidation is a quick release, the message it sends is, keep going. Liberal Bill C-75, the principle of restraint, and Bill C-5's repeal of mandatory jail time for serious gun crimes, including extortion with a firearm, have combined to lower the cost of terror for gangs and raise the cost of living for everybody else. The banquet hall wasn't just a building. It was supposed to be a safe place for families. Well, the law didn't protect it. Then there's the tragic story of Tori Dunn. Tori's not just a name in the newspaper. She's a daughter. She's a friend. She's one of us. And she was attacked brutally by a man who never should have been free. A man with a record. A man known to police. A man who, under any system that valued the safety of women, the safety of families, would have been behind bars. But because of Liberal Bill C-75, he wasn't. He was out on bail, and Tori paid the price. Now, when I talk to people in my riding about Tori's story, they don't just shake their heads. They clench their fists and they ask, how? How could this happen? How could our justice system look at his record and set him free? She was 30, an entrepreneur, a daughter, a friend, and she was brutally killed in her own home in Port Kells in 2024. Her murderer, Adam Mann, was already facing 8 other charges, including aggravated assault, from just a week earlier. You don't need a law degree to see the pattern. Liberals told the courts to restrain. The courts complied. A dangerous man was back in the community. A young woman is dead, and her family is left asking how a system could see the risk and choose release. This isn't complicated. When Parliament says err on the side of release, people like Tory carry the risk. This is not just about Tory, though. It's about every woman who wonders if she's safe walking home at night. It's about every parent who wonders if their daughter will make it home. It's about whether the justice system values the safety of our families or the comfort of repeat offenders. Now let me tell you about something else that happened just down the road from my place in the heart of Langley. It was early morning, June 1st, on Fraser Highway. The sun had barely risen, and a woman was standing by the curb when out of nowhere, she was shoved into the street, and she fell really hard, and before she could even get her bearings, she was kicked and punched again and again. All of it captured on video. Now, this wasn't a scuffle. It wasn't a misunderstanding. It was a brutal, unprovoked attack. And the man responsible, Hugh Mason, is no stranger to police. He's already known for violence, already known for breaching the law. And yet, he was there on our streets, free to lash out at an innocent woman. And here's what makes this hit home even worse for me. This wasn't just any street corner. This was steps away from the seniors' home built by my own church community, the home where my grandparents lived. It's filled with seniors who worked a lifetime, who built this country, who should be able to walk outside without fear. And imagine the conversations after that crime. Seniors telling their grandchildren, "Can you walk me to the pharmacy? I don't feel safe alone." That's not the Canada that they helped build. That's not the promise that they earned. And yet here we are, because a bail system tilted in favor of the offender gave another chance to a man who had already burned through all his chances. Because Bill C-75 by the Liberals told judges to restrain themselves, even when restraint meant danger for everybody else. This is what catch and release looks like in real life. It's not just a line in a bill, but it's fear in the eyes of our grandmothers and grandfathers, our opas and omas. And that fear, my friends, is something we have the power and the responsibility to end. At the end of the day, this isn't about politics. It's not about left and right. It's about whether a mom can walk her child to school without fear, whether a small business owner can open his doors without an extortionist calling at midnight, whether a senior, our omas and opas, can sit on the porch without looking over their shoulder. Now, Conservatives have put forward the Jail Not Bail Act, not because it sounds good on paper, but because it puts people first. It says public safety is the priority. It says if you commit a major crime, if you pull a gun, if you break into homes, if you assault your neighbors, you don't just stroll back out on the streets the next day. This bill tips the scales back where they belong. It restores balance. It protects victims. It puts common sense back at the heart of justice. And so I say to this Prime Minister, if he's serious about restoring peace in our communities, he will back this bill. He will correct his Justice Minister, and he will reverse his party's failed bail laws, because Canadians deserve better than ideology. They deserve safety. So let's do the right thing. Let's stand together. Let's pass the Jail Not Bail Act, and let's give our communities back their peace. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So many of the things that the member has referenced are going to be in the comprehensive bail reform legislation that the government will be putting out. It will be much more comprehensive and in-depth than the private member's bill that the motion mentions today. But beyond that, in order to have someone reach a bail hearing or a sentencing hearing, one has to be caught and charged. Bill C-2 provides provisions which allows police to be able to apprehend and charge those that are extortionists by allowing them to be able to receive subscriber information to telephone numbers and to IP addresses. It's essential in order to protect our children from cyber crime and threats, our seniors that are facing this issue, and from extortionists. I hope this member will be supporting that bill. Will she or will she not?
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
The real issue here is the Liberal catch and release laws that they put in place and they keep putting dangerous people back on the street. The tragedy of our current system is that only takes one case to devastate a family or a community. When extortionists target businesses, or when someone like Adam Mann, already facing multiple charges, is still free to kill a young woman like Tori Dunn, no empty thoughts and prayers will bring comfort. We need to scrap the Liberal bail. This is a direct result of the Liberals' catch and release approach. Bill C-75 instructed judges to prioritize restraint, which has meant giving repeat violent offenders more chances than victims ever receive. The Jail Not Bail Act corrects that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. The issue of crime is complex, and you have to look at any intervention in criminal law from the widest perspective possible. That's why the Bloc Québécois has proposed, for example, measures to fight organized crime. That's something that's very important, to create a register of criminal organizations to make it easier to seize goods from organized crime and to prevent organized crime from parading with their patches, and to create a specific new offense for encouraging young people to commit crimes in the context of organized crime. So how is it that in the criminal code, hate speech in the context of religion is possible? I'd like to hear my colleagues' thoughts on these Bloc Québécois provisions. The Honourable Member.
Honestly, I want to come back to the real issue, and that is the Liberal catch and release system. That's the problem. Right now, judges are told to start from the principle of restraint, which tilts the balance away from the public safety. That's not the fault of the judiciary. It's the framework this House handed them with Bill C-75, and we need to scrap the Liberal bail. The Jail Not Bail Act doesn't undermine judges. It empowers them to protect the public. It directs them to weigh community safety first. It ensures they see the accused's full record, and it gives them tools to deny bail when serious risk is reasonably foreseeable. Judges need a law that lets them keep dangerous people behind bars. That's what our bill delivers, a framework built on common sense, not catch and release.
And comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Yorkton Millville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. And the whole premise of this does not relate to other bills that may come forward. It is the need to scrap this bail non-reform bill. And it's not just us speaking about it. The premiers and attorney generals from Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, Alberta, and the member's province of BC have called for the removal of this particular bill from across the country. So what does the member think about that perspective in light of the support to scrap C-75?
The Honourable Member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
I want to thank my colleague for the good question. What is the most important right now is understanding that across Canada, when extortionists target banquet halls, when young women like Tori Dunn are murdered by someone already facing multiple charges, when seniors in Langley are afraid to walk outside after a brutal attack, those are all costs. They show up in policing, in healthcare, in lost economic activity, in the trauma families carry. We need to scrap the Liberal bail.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I will be sharing my time with the member from Trois-Rivières. Monsieur le Président, je suis...
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to rise today to speak to these issues which continue to have an impact on safety in our communities and the fairness of our justice system. The reform of the bail system in Canada.
Communities across the country have voiced deep concerns about the ability of the criminal justice system to respond effectively to repeat and violent offenders. Let me be clear, these concerns are valid and they demand a serious, coordinated response. That is why I welcome the opportunity to speak today, not only about the federal government's past and ongoing efforts to strengthen bail laws, but also about the collaborative work underway with provinces and territories and the government's intention to label and table new legislation this fall. Je commencerai par aborder le...
I will start by speaking to Bill C-242. The act moved by the member for Oxford. An act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act, also known as the Jail Not Bail Act. In Bill C-242, there are provisions that would change the reverse onus for serious crimes, and I'm happy to see that there are common points between the Conservative opposition and our new Liberal government, which was elected on the promise of putting in place strict measures against violent reoffenders. Our election promise meets a concern shared by many Canadians. Those who represent a serious risk to public safety should not be released without rigorous judicial oversight. It also reflects the desire to ensure that the bail system takes into account the concerns raised by communities across the country about repeat offenders and violent offenses. However, while Bill C-242 aims to address concerns that individuals who pose a risk to public safety are being released without judicial oversight, well, its wording raises serious questions about whether or not these measures would actually be effective. It also raises questions about whether they comply with the fundamental principles of justice and proportionality.
Seems to be one crucial element that is clearly missing from this bill. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, I am at the very least relieved. It seems that the Conservatives have finally opened their eyes because they have flip-flopped on the controversial three strikes proposal. This kind of rhetoric may score political points, but in reality, it solves absolutely nothing. Everywhere it has been applied, particularly in the United States, it has failed and has been ineffective at protecting citizens or reducing crime. And it seems the Conservatives have finally realized this, as they chose not to include it in their own bill C-242. But this flip-flop raises fundamental questions. The Conservatives owe Canadians an explanation. They need to tell Canadians why they've changed their minds and publicly acknowledge that this proposal was not only misguided, but dangerous. Canadians deserve a clear answer. They deserve to know why an idea inspired by the far right in the United States, entirely incompatible with Canadian realities and our justice system, was ever even considered acceptable by the same people who claim to prioritize public safety and public interest. I therefore hope that following my remarks, a member of the opposition will rise and offer an explanation and perhaps even an apology to Canadians. Yes, an apology for even considering such legislation inspired by foreign far-right extreme models rather than laws designed for Canada and made in Canada, laws that reflect our communities, our values, and our justice system. Mr. Speaker, let us now take a somber look at the Conservative record when it comes to criminal justice. In 2008, the Harper government passed the Tackling Violent Crime Act, imposing mandatory minimum sentence for firearm offenses. The Supreme Court struck them down in R versus Noor, calling them cruel and unusual. In 2012, Mr. Speaker, they doubled down with the Safe Streets and Communities Act, extending mandatory minimums for drug offenses in R versus Lloyd. And again, the Supreme Court struck them down. In 2009, they pushed through the so-called Truth in Sentencing Act, limiting judicial discretion on credit for pretrial custody. In R versus Safrode, Mark Halley struck down again as overbroad. In 2011, they introduced the Ending Sentencing Discounts for Multiple Murders Act. The Supreme Court invalidated it in R versus Bissonnette, ruling that stacked parole ineligibility violated human dignity. In 2013, they passed legislation making the victim surcharge mandatory and non-waivable. In R versus Boudreau, the court ruled it unconstitutional, cruel, and unusual for the poorest and the most marginalized offenders. And most recently, their mandatory minimum reckless discharge of a firearm, another Harper-era invention, was struck down in R versus Hills in 2023. Mr. Speaker, the list goes on and on, but allow me to focus on the real action that this new Liberal government is taking. Mr. Speaker, most recently, Canadians have sent the federal government a clear message. They are concerned about the repeat and violent offenders, and they want to see urgent action. This is why this new Liberal government is firmly committed to introducing a bill this fall that will build on previous legislative reforms to strengthen Canada's bail and sentencing laws. This forthcoming legislation will once again be shaped by strong intergovernmental cooperation. This renewed collaboration between the federal, provincial, and territorial governments reflects a shared commitment to public safety and a recognition that meaningful change depends on the coordinated actions across jurisdictions. By working together, our governments can ensure that our bail laws are not only stronger on paper, but effective in practice. Les provinces et les territoires.
The provinces and territories also hold an essential role in collecting and sharing bail data. Their leadership is essential if we are to improve the system as a whole. Collecting bail data is not done at the national level. That responsibility is up to the provincial and territorial governments. Without clear and exhaustive data from all these jurisdictions, it is difficult to assess how bail legislation is working. Any gaps or necessary reforms.
That protects communities while respecting rights. They deserve a sentencing regime that holds offenders accountable while promoting rehabilitation. And they deserve to see all orders of government working together, not just to pass laws, but to implement them in ways that make a real difference in the lives of all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, this government intends to do just that.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Alors, je remercie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. I think it's clear that Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities, and that is why we are bringing forward a bill to strengthen bail, sentencing, and to improve the courts. I'd like my colleague to talk to us about the importance of consultation with those who are on the ground when it comes to the implementation of these types of legislation. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. I'd like to let her know that over the summer, the Minister and I visited various parts of Quebec, and in fact the Minister went to other parts of the country as well. We consulted various partners, prosecutors, police, victims, in order indeed to learn more about the various challenges that should be considered in this new legislation to ensure that Canadians will be safe with the adoption of this legislation.
Member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you so much, Speaker. I heard the member claim that her government is committed to strict measures against violent offenders, yet they continue to fuel violent crime in Canada by forcing judges to release offenders at the earliest possible opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Canadians are owed an apology from this government for its failure to keep Canadians safe by
releasing repeat violent offenders.
Parliamentary Secretary to Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to my colleague's question, I would remind her that Bill C-75, and I would invite her to read it, at length and realize that, the reality is that Canada's response by defining intimate partner violence in the criminal code and created a reverse onus for repeat intimate partner violence offenders. Judges must now consider prior intimate partner convictions, and penalties are higher for repeat offenders. Canadians deserve a debate on the facts, and if the Conservatives want to repeal a bill that made it harder for intimate partner violence offenders to get bail, then they should do so directly and then face the backlash of Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, le député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are not entirely wrong. We need to improve our justice system for a number of reasons. But there is a problem that has been very clear for some time, the problem of judicial appointments. There have been delays for some time, and Quebec has been asking to have a contribution to judicial appointments. After all, the federal government has to make appointments to, for example, the Superior Court of Quebec and so on. Recently, a judge was appointed by the Liberals, even though he was actually a liberal anti-secularism activist and had not even been a member of the Bar of Quebec for 10 years, which is a minimum requirement. So are the Liberals finally going to realize that they should let Quebec contribute to the process for recommending judges, and that would improve the situation? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. It is up to the federal government to make judicial appointments to the superior courts, and Quebec participates in this process. We discussed the matter in good faith. The ministers are in contact with each other. I need to interrupt the parliamentary secretary. We cannot use the name of a minister. I'm so sorry. The Minister of Justice is in touch with his Quebec counterpart, and justice is a pillar of our democracy. But we cannot speak to the specific case of Judge Licky.
Mountain, a short one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite referenced that the Liberals want to protect the rights of criminals and they want to protect the rights of citizens. But the predictable result from their Bill C-75 is that crime is out of control. Repeat offenders are on the street in minutes. How can she defend this policy when it's completely hypocritical?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Justice, in under 25 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the colleague for his question. As mentioned earlier, Canadians deserve a debate on the facts. If the Conservatives want to repeal a bill that made it harder for IPV offenders to get bail, then they should do so directly and face the backlash from Canadians with regards to this issue. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, la secrétaire parlementaire au ministre du Logement.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In their communities. And let me be clear at the outset, those concerns are valid. When Canadians see stories of violent incidents in their neighborhoods, when they hear about repeat offenders cycling in and out of the system, it shakes their confidence. It makes families wonder whether their kids are safe walking home from school, whether seniors are safe going to the grocery store, whether their communities is as secure as it once was.
On doit jamais balayer ces préoccupations du. We should never dismiss these concerns. We should never imply that these matters are just in people's head or that they shouldn't be worried about it because, of course, violent crime is a problem, repeat offenses are a problem, and Canadians expect that we as legislators respond to this problem with a serious attitude and with solutions, not merely slogans.
Maintenant, the motion today tries to frame the issue in very simple terms. It says crime is up 55%. It says repeat offenders are on the street. Solution is to pass one bill, Bill C-242, the so-called Jail Not Bail Act. And while it may be politically convenient for the Conservative to package such a complex issue into a single slogan, Canadians know that public safety is much more complicated than that. Permettez-moi de rappeler à cette Chambre ce qui a déjà été accompli.
I'd like to remind this House about what has already been accomplished. In 2023, under a Liberal government, Parliament adopted key reforms on the bail system, specifically about violent repeat offenders, including those who were accused of serious firearms-related offenses. We heard from provincial premiers. We heard from police associations. And we took action. We tightened the rules to ensure that people accused of violent crimes, to make it more difficult for them to receive bail. That was not a slogan. It was clear action.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here to suggest that the work is not finished. Far from it. In fact, during the most recent election, Canadians gave this new Liberal government a fresh mandate to go further. Our platform was clear. We committed to strengthening bail again where it's failing. We committed to ensuring prosecutors and judges have the resources they need. And we committed to making new investments in victim services and community safety programs. That is the plan that Canadians voted for. That is the plan we're implementing in this session of Parliament. The Conservatives would like Canadians to believe that bail is the entire story. But public safety is not just about what happens at a bail hearing. Public safety is about prevention, prosecution, and protection. And our government is acting on all these fronts. Let me take a moment to talk about prosecution. One of the real challenges we face is that Crown prosecutors in courts are overburdened. Cases take too long. Dangerous offenders sometimes slip through the cracks, not because of soft laws, but because of an under-resourced system. That is why our platform committed to increasing resources for Crown attorneys so they can prepare cases more effectively, so they can oppose bail where necessary, and so they can ensure trials move forward without unnecessary delay. That's also why we're expanding resources for judges. Judges need the ability to impose strict release conditions when they believe someone poses a risk to public safety. They need the time and the capacity to make those decisions thoughtfully. And Mr. Speaker, we're giving them those tools. Parlons maintenant de la prévention.
Let's now talk about prevention. Mr. Speaker, if we want to sustainably reduce crime, we cannot only focus on punishment. We also need to focus on prevention. We have been clear on this from the beginning. We are committed to broadening programs for youth to help them to build a better life, to help them move away from gangs and crime. We are committed to strengthening mental health services and addiction services, because we know that when mental health and addictions are not treated, that can lead to a number of repeat offenses. We have contributed to the Safer Communities Fund and to Indigenous justice initiatives because we know that safety also means reconciliation and equity.
The motion before us ignores prevention completely. It ignores prosecution completely. It says the solution is one bill and longer sitting hours. But Canadians know that one bill will not make their neighborhood safer overnight. They know it takes a comprehensive plan, one that is developed hand in hand with those at the front line of implementing the laws that we vote in and here. Conservatives call it catch and release. We call it listening to Canadians and delivering real solutions. Again, not slogans. Let me be clear. This government agrees that repeat violent offender must be dealt firmly. We agree that Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities, and we're acting on that commitment. In fact, legislation to strengthen bail further will be coming forward in this session, and we've been very clear on this. That is the responsible path forward, and we've committed to protecting Canadians. But we will not reduce this issue to a bumper sticker. We will not pretend that public safety can be restored by slogans, because Canadians have heard slogans before, and they voted to not be governed by slogans. They heard them during the decade the Conservatives were in power. 10 years you had to act. 10 years when they could have strengthened bail. 10 years when they could have resourced prosecutors. 10 years when they could have invested in prevention. They did not. They failed. Now suddenly they have discovered slogans about jail, not bail. But Canadians are not looking for slogans. They're looking for solutions. And Mr. Speaker, let me remind you that this House, what those solutions look like with the Liberal government. They look like targeted bail reform passed in 2023, with more reforms coming this session. They look like investment in prosecutors and judges so the justice system works the way it should. They look like prevention programs for youth, addiction treatment program, and mental health support that reduce crime before it happens. They look like stronger victim services, because safety also means standing with those who have already been armed. That is the Liberal plan. That is what we campaigned on. That is what Canadians voted for. And that is what we're delivering. Monsieur le Président, la motion qui nous est présentée...
Mr. Speaker, this motion is not a real plan for safety. It is a political tactic. It's just a matter of slogans. It's an attempt to make Canadians believe that if this bill were adopted, everything would be fixed. But Canadians know better. They know that public safety is a complex matter. They know that it requires a comprehensive approach. And they know that only the Liberal government is actually trying to bring in that approach. So let's recognize Canadians' concerns. Let's face reality. Crime is a problem, but let's also reject the politics of fear and slogans. Let's instead undertake the difficult work of building a fair, firm, and effective justice system. That is our government's commitment. That is what we will be doing this session, and that's why I cannot support this motion.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I listened to the member's speech, and I think she has selective amnesia because she said it was easier to get bail in 2024 than 2025. They brought in bail reform, so I think it's time to scrap the Liberal bail reform and make it so that we put prisoners in jail, not bail. So the question I do have is, do you know, was it harder for criminals to get out on bail in 2024 or 2014?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie le collègue pour sa question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. What I would say is that in 2023, we restricted bail conditions, and currently we are involved in comprehensive consultations, and the Conservatives have been invited to share their opinions. We are involved in extensive consultations with those who are on the front lines of all this. We are not involved with slogans, but rather concrete action.
Comments, le député de Lac.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has said that she's open to ideas about crime, and I'd like to know if she agrees with the Bloc Québécois suggestion to create a list of organizations, criminal organizations, and to ensure that it's made to be a crime to wear the colors of such an organization, or the insignia of these organizations, like the Hells Angels. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, I'd like to thank the member for his question. In the context of Bill C2, we are prepared to have these discussions. Today, we're talking about today's Conservative motion. Crime is a problem. We know that. We recognize that. And that is why we are consulting police services, municipalities, premiers. We are working with everyone to ensure that we bring in a comprehensive plan.
Commentaire, the Honourable Member for Sackville, Preston, Bedford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague mentioned in her speech the issue of prevention. We know that deterrence and punishment are obviously parts of the criminal justice system, but prevention is really important. That word doesn't appear in the motion at all, not once. So I wonder if my colleague could touch a bit on the importance of prevention as part of the criminal justice system as well. Merci.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je remercie mon collègue pour sa...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, prevention is so important to fight crime. We know that a lot of crime and repeat offending occurs because there are other problems And that is why we are bringing in a comprehensive plan, because we know that crime isn't just a matter of fixing bail. We also need to make sure that we are addressing all of the factors that can create situations where people find themselves in situations where they may eventually commit a serious offense.
Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Airdrie Cochrane.
Well, at the outset of her speech, she mentioned that she felt the pain of those who are victimized by crime. But what she failed to address is the fact that the vast majority of the crime and the victims that are victims to that crime are caused by those who are out on bail. These are repeat offenders that continue to offend over and over and over again. And at the end of her speech, she talked about how crime must be dealt with firmly. Well, if she really believes that, then she will support us to scrap Liberal bail. So I ask the member, will you be supporting our efforts to scrap Liberal bail so that we can actually get tough on crime in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Encore une...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to repeat once again to my colleague that the motion brought by the opposition member is very limited, very specific. And the motion does not take into account that the problems are much more significant and broad and multifactored. That's why we're moving legislation aimed at prevention. We need to prevent, and that's why our plan is more comprehensive. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
$1,600, Mr. Speaker. That is the number of crimes that happen in this country every single day. That's almost one crime per minute. And these aren't statistics. These are innocent people hit over the head with baseball bats. Their jewelry store smashed in by an incoming automobile that then is used to open up and steal the proceeds that families have spent their entire lives earning. It's the people who wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of stomping feet in their living room floor as home invaders break in to steal, rob, pillage, and much worse. It's the Faruqi family, whose courageous father came running out to protect his defenseless children against home invaders and was shot in the throat. It is a 3-year-old girl, mercilessly raped by a chronic, repeat offender, a scumbag who had already been convicted of raping a 12-year-old boy, but yet, under Liberal laws, was out on the street. C'est le cas qu'on entend à Saint-Jean.
Or in Saint Jérôme, a woman was killed by her former partner, a partner who had already been arrested 30 times and who had gotten bail 16 times before killing his partner.
Beautiful young mother, Bailey McCourt, murdered by her ex, who was out on bail, and he had only been released 3 hours earlier. He was only 4 kilometers away from the courthouse that granted him that Liberal bail. Now, these are not just sensationalist stories as Liberals like to dismiss them. These are facts. While the Justice Minister condescendingly dismissed these crimes as we are not the Wild West, well, the facts would beg to differ, Mr. Speaker. Under this Liberal government, since they have taken office, violent crime is up 55%. Extortions up 330%. Homicides up 29%. Sexual assaults up 76%. There is a cause and there is effect. We know the source of this crime. It is Liberal bail. Liberal bail as passed into law by Liberal Law C-75. It requires judges to release the accused at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous restrictions. Those are the words embedded in the law. And as a result, the same offenders can commit literally hundreds of offenses and be released often within hours of their latest arrest. Police say that often they're not even finished the paperwork on the arrest and the offender is back out on the street. I've had police officers tell me they've arrested the same offender 3 times in the same day. One police officer in the Toronto area told me that most of the arrests this time, the criminals happily confessed to the crime in the back seat of the car because they actually don't care about getting convicted anymore. They know that Liberal laws will turn them loose regardless of the outcome of the trial. Now, Liberals pulled a bait and switch in order to get elected. In the last election, they knew that Canadians were fed up with Liberal bail. So they said, give us a 4th chance and we'll reverse course. What happened? Well, it's now been 6 months since the Prime Minister was elected on the promise that he would reverse Liberal bail. And where are we? There's not been a single Liberal bill to reverse the bail system that they set up. Not one. We're 6 months in, Mr. Speaker. We all know what needs to happen. The police have basically written the legislative repeal that is necessary for us to fix the Liberal mess. And yet, no bill, nothing, zero, zip, zilch. Maybe it's because the Prime Minister took the unprecedentedly reckless act of appointing Justin Trudeau's most incompetent minister to the job. The now Justice Minister was the immigration minister who literally destroyed the best system in the world, increasing the numbers by 300% over the previous norm, allowing criminals to come into our country unvetted, swamping our housing, job, and health care with too many people too fast. And then he went on to the housing portfolio, where he created the worst housing crisis in the OECD, and now he's in charge of the criminal code. Not compound that problem with the Minister of Public Safety, someone who should resign for having gone ahead with a bill with a plan to confiscate property from law-abiding firearms owners that he was caught on tape saying would not work. This is who we have as the Keystone Cops in charge of reversing the Liberal crime wave of the last decade. Now, some people say we need bail reform. We have bail reform. It's called C-75. What we need is to undo the Liberal bail reform. Hence, today, we are calling for the government to scrap Liberal bail and replace it with jail, not bail. And so today we put forward a motion that would allow Parliament to adopt Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act, put forward by the brilliant Member of Parliament for Oxford, Ontario. This proposal is backed by police, by crime victims, and by everybody who wants to stop crime. And you will hear more from the member for Niagara South, with whom I'm splitting my time on this matter, Mr. Speaker. And I will note that this government doesn't need to do anything. They don't need to do a thing. They just need to get out of the way. If they get out of the way, they've already broken the bail system. They brought in the chaos that we are now experiencing. We're not asking them to put on a cape and come to the rescue. We're asking them to simply get out of the way. If they do one thing, it is this: sit on their hands and let the House of Commons pass this motion to quickly push through the Jail Not Bail Act. We can lock up the criminals that have been terrorizing our streets. That's all we need them to do. In fact, some people say they're doing nothing. It would be great if they did nothing, actually, because nothing would be a massive improvement over what they have been doing, which is they have been doing violence to our criminal code, and our criminal code has allowed criminals to do violence to our people. We need the answer is actually very simple. Liberals, pseudo-intellectuals in Liberal circles love to say the problem is much more complicated. It's not a complicated problem, Mr. Speaker. The statistics tell us the extent. We have a very small number of criminals doing a phenomenal amount of crime. The same 40 offenders in Vancouver got arrested 6,000 times. That's 150 arrests per offender per year, and those were just the occasions on which they were caught. Almost all the crime is done by a tiny group of rampant reoffenders. If you keep them in jail, they cannot reoffend. It is very simple. We did this under the previous Conservative government. And one thing happened that was unsurprising and one that was maybe counterintuitive. The first thing is, unsurprising, crime went down by 25%, plummeted. Biggest drop in crime in modern Canadian history. It worked. The second part was a little bit counterintuitive. You know what else went down? Incarcerations. After Liberals warned that we'd have to build new jails to accommodate all of the prisoners, in fact, fewer people ended up in jail. Why? Because the same offenders who were coming in and going out just stayed behind bars. We already had to reserve them a room, Mr. Speaker. It's like the Hotel California. They check out, but they never really leave. You just keep them in the cell and never let them out, lock them up, throw away the key. But then something else happened. The small-time offenders, or those looking at getting involved in a life of crime, said, hell no. The penalty is too serious. I'm going to go get a job and follow the law. Deterrence works. The facts are in. Liberal bail has brought hell to our streets. And the only one keeping that hell in place is this Prime Minister. He and his government need to get out of the way so Conservatives can scrap Liberal bail, lock up the criminals and throw away the key. And do this not out of vengeance or spite, but out of love for the law-abiding people, so that our children can once again play safely in our streets, so that people can go to bed at night in peace and tranquility, so that when they wake up in the morning, their car is still there, so that we have a safe country where law-abiding people can live good, secure, happy, worry-free lives. That's what we're working for. Will the government get out of the way and let us get it done?
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It sounds like the Leader of the Opposition is against a comprehensive plan coming forward. It takes time to put a plan together, and we've done exactly that. We've done exactly that in the new reform legislation that will deal with not only bail, but also sentencing. I know the Leader he likes to mock and call people incompetent when they don't exactly agree with him. But, Mr. Speaker, does he agree that we need comprehensive reform and we should also be dealing with sentencing? We should also be working with provinces to make sure that their courts are implementing bail appropriately, judges are trained. Would he not admit that comprehensive reform is what we really need?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, they brought in comprehensive reform over the last 10 years. Let's talk about their reforms. Their reforms require judges to release offenders at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. That was the reform. That's why we have chaos in our streets. They brought in another reform, house arrest for sex offenders, extortionists, gun criminals, and other serious offenders. That's why so many recent convicts are able to reoffend with ease. They brought in another reform, which is to waste billions of dollars chasing down law-abiding people while turning gun criminals and gangsters on our streets for free. We know what their Liberal reform is. It is to unleash crime and chaos in our communities. We need to reverse Liberal criminal justice reforms, scrap Liberal bail, lock up the criminals, throw away the key, and restore safety for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in January 2023, working as a police officer, I attended the funeral of Constable Greg Priscilla of the OPP, who was killed by someone who had already been denied bail, but was released anyway. The OPP commissioner at the time said this death would not have happened if the suspect had been kept in custody. To the Leader of the Opposition, what is the price Canadians are paying at this point of these failed Liberal policies?
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I want to thank the member for Windsor West, not only for his service here in this House, but for his courageous service as a police officer protecting Windsorites and our Canadians. He put his life on the line every single day, like so many police officers, leaving in the morning, kissing their kids goodbye, knowing it might be the last time they see them. And for Greg Priscilla, it was the last time he saw his family after he was gunned down by someone that the Liberals had released on bail. Liberal bail took his life. What is the price that people are paying? They're paying with their blood and with their lives. And every day, another tragedy unfolds on our streets. Every day after all these years, the Liberals have known that their laws are causing this chaos. Not only were they warned beforehand by police, but they have seen it through the bloodshed on our streets. How many more people will have to die before this government will get out of the way, scrap Liberal bail, and protect our people?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. No extreme words coming from the Leader of the official opposition there. Take a look in terms of what it is he's actually saying, and you wonder why it is that he's fallen so far to the right. Interesting enough, in this legislation, Mr. Speaker, that they're proposing, they've abandoned the policy of the American-style three-strike and you're out. I wonder why. Can the Leader of the Conservative Party indicate to his caucus colleagues, to Canadians, and make a policy statement? Has he abandoned his three strikes and you're out? If not, why didn't he include it in the legislation he's proposing? Good question.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
No, Mr. Speaker, we support 3 strikes, you're out. Criminals who commit 3 violence offenses should go to jail. We should lock them up and throw away the key. But that member just revealed how radical and extreme he and his party has become. Here he says that it is extreme to lock up criminals who have committed 7 or 8 offenses. You know what is extreme, Mr. Speaker? I'll tell you what's extreme. When someone gets released for the 16th time after 30 arrests and then goes and kills his ex-spouse. These are the stories that are happening on our streets every single day. The extreme bloodshed and violence that Liberals have unleashed, that is what is radical. That is what we need to put an end to. Will they get out of the way so we can scrap Liberal bail?
Resuming debate, please, the débat. The Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to contribute to this debate and follow my leader, who has never wavered on the need for reform of the criminal code. As a new MP, I'm proud to stand here after several troubling weeks in my riding of Niagara South. I'm proud to bring the voices of so many angry and frustrated people who have gathered to protest the vicious assault of a 3-year-old toddler, known to all of us now as Little E. There might be a few of us here who grew up in the 60s. When I was much younger, I remember Canada as a much different place. Our community was more respectful. We had few, if any, issues feeling safe on our streets, and certainly we felt safe in our homes. We had rules and we followed them. Some here remember being able to roam our neighborhoods with our friends, knowing that when the streetlights came on, we headed home and we all made it home safely. Before cell phones, social media, and algorithms, we rode our Mustang bikes with monkey bars and banana seats. In my community, we had a holdover from the Second World War. We called it the 9 o'clock whistle. It was a curfew whistle that we heard around town, and that was our signal to go home. I grew up in a family of law enforcement. My grandfather was chief of police in my small town of Port Colborne. My father was in the RCMP before joining the Navy in World War II and later had a long career as a lawyer, crown attorney, and police commissioner. We respected our police, our teachers, our principals, our neighbors, and our shopkeepers. And we always respected our elders. I know it sounds somewhat idyllic and even a bit like an episode of Leave It to Beaver, but this is the childhood I knew and remember with fond nostalgia. Yes, I watched Leave It to Beaver in black and white. Sadly, my nostalgic sentimentality of a safe community has evolved into fear and trepidation in navigating our streets. So what went wrong? Before I look at this, I'd like to update the House on the case that has captivated, mobilized, and crystallized opinion about crime in my community, the case of that 3-year-old little girl who was brutally and in the most reprehensible way sexually assaulted in her own home in the city of Welland. She was attacked by a convicted and recently released registered sex offender. For me and so many in my community, this can only be described as unbelievable. This took place in a neighborhood in which I actually grew up. My grandparents owned a home on this street in Welland. As a child, I never felt unsafe in this neighborhood. I would walk with my grandfather on Sunday mornings to pick up bread down the street at Barca's Bakery, and I would often dispatch to pick it up myself. Again, I never felt unsafe, but little Lee, this sweet little 3-year-old, will likely never feel safe again. After more than 3 weeks in the hospital recovering from this unspeakable assault, little E is now back home with her family. This House knows the story of Daniel Senecal. He was released early after being convicted of sexually assaulting a young boy. He's on the sexual offenders registry. He was released into my community early on parole, and within a few short weeks, he reoffended, breaking into the home of this little girl. Little E didn't deserve this. No little girl, no little boy, no human being should be subjected to this kind of vile act of sexual assault. And this particular little girl didn't deserve to spend 3 weeks in the hospital. Most critically, Daniel Senecal should have been in prison, not in the room of a 3-year-old toddler. Daniel Senecal has a bail hearing on the 15th. Yes, this repeat, convicted, vile excuse for a human being has a bail hearing on October 15th. Now, clearly, this is his charter right and right of due process. That is not in dispute. The problem is that he is appearing for bail in the first place when he should have been in jail serving his original sentence. If that were the case, little E would have been just another happy little girl growing up without fear of being attacked by a convicted sex offender within the confines of her own home. I started a petition in my riding hoping to bring the voice of my community to this chamber. Little did I know how far and wide the response would be. I will present this petition after the Easter break so the government hears the voices of tens of thousands of people in Niagara. Mr. Speaker, in the recent election, people told me their stories and their fears about rising crime rates, violent crimes, and the feeling that their community was no longer safe. They spoke to me about the absurd catch and release policy of this Liberal government. Violent crime is up 55%. Crime across the board, from extortion, car theft, home invasions, is way up. The stats are clear, but the fear is palpable and real. The current Liberal approach of forcing judges to release offenders at the earliest possible opportunity under the least onerous conditions is an abomination. And the phrase catch and release, for me, is a fishing term, but is oddly reflective of the main problem in the criminal code. Police have told me horror stories about the utterly useless policy of catch and release. One officer recently told me about how he had arrested the same individual 30 times over a several-month period in Niagara. In some situations, the same individual was released on the same day on a simple promise to appear. This is the new expedited process, promise to appear. An arrest can be made with the perpetrator sitting in the back seat of a cruiser and let go on a promise to appear. This is both laughable and sad, but it happens every single day. I've heard in some cases police simply just drive by rather than waste time on useless paperwork. They know the process is fatally flawed and people are never going to do time for their crimes. When I asked the Minister of Justice about the case of Little E, he told me legislation is on the way. It's on the way. That's not good enough. That's not good enough for Little E, and certainly doesn't deal with the issue of early release for abhorrent predators sent back into our communities and neighborhoods to offend over and over and over again. So here we are, Mr. Speaker. We have a promise of bail reform, but no action. I fully expect that the minister will make good on his promise to introduce legislation, but will he actually change and reverse a decade of Liberal soft-on-crime, catch and release, and fundamentally reform our bail system? That remains to be seen. For me, people like Daniel Senecal should never see the light of day again. This is not 3 strikes and you're out. Sexually assaulting a toddler should carry a sentence commensurate with the crime, which, in my opinion, means life.
Hear, hear.
When someone steals the innocence of a toddler, they forfeit their right to ever walk the streets of any neighborhood again, let alone ever have contact with children. The last time I spoke about this in the House, I have been visited by many survivors of sexual assault, often by repeat offenders. They live in fear every single day. The list of people being released only to be convicted again is staggering. Several women sat in my office in Welland and tearfully told me their stories, the scars they have, the fears they have, living every single day looking over their shoulder. Many know that their perpetrators are somewhere out there, and they are afraid. They hide. They do not engage in events where their faces can be seen. Few have garnered the courage to speak out this time, knowing that they are making themselves visible and vulnerable. Many continue to move from place to place out of sheer fear. They pleaded with me to bring their stories to the floor of the House of Commons, and I am so proud to do that today. Let me conclude by taking a moment to talk to my community and the fear and frustration that has gripped all of us in my beautiful Niagara region. This is not a partisan issue. We cannot ignore this Liberal government created this soft on crime, catch and release, mandatory parole, and applying an easy path for criminal activity. Conservatives are committed to strengthening the criminal code and ensuring that people like Daniel Senecal would never have another chance to offend. We're here to make sure that repeat offenders actually receive a sentence equal to their crime. Frankly, if it were up to me, he would rot in jail for the rest of his life. I want to thank the people of Niagara South who signed the petition, which I will present to the House shortly. And to the survivors, thank you for your courage to talk to me about the pain, the fear, and the difficult path of recovery. You give me strength here, and I'm grateful for your counsel in help bringing this message forward. I implore the government to introduce legislation. There's no time to waste. Bring in legislation now, not sometime in the fall, right now, so dangerous criminals like Daniel Senecal never hurt children again.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, let's be real here in the sense that in the last federal election, the Prime Minister made it very clear he is concerned about what's happening in terms of crime and safety in our communities. He made a solemn commitment to bring forward bail reform, significant bail reform, Mr. Speaker. The Conservatives know that. But here, Mr. Speaker, they say, let's not politicize it. Yet when the government and this particular Prime Minister brings forward that legislation, we hope that the Conservatives will recognize it for what it is, and as opposed to trying to debate it endlessly, that they will allow legislation dealing with crime and safety to get to committee stage. Will this member commit to do so?
The Honourable Member for Niagara South.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader, turns himself into an apoplectic pretzel from time to time, trying to validate the delay by saying it's on its way. He references the promised Liberal campaign. It's on its way. We're going to do it. But when? When? Give us a date. What's the fall mean? Does that mean next week? We're in the fall now. We need this legislation now so people like Little E are safe again in their homes. Change it. Bring in the legislation. You've got lots of opportunity to do this. Do this now. We don't need self-righteous caveats in this House, in this language. There's no excuse for delay, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just waiting for my light. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I think, he's certainly very affected by the situation. We're all affected by that situation, and his speech was very well done, and I appreciated listening to it. Now, in terms of the motion that is before us, I think that in Parliament it's important, for parliamentarians to do their work. And the question I'm asking is that, on such a sensitive, important issue, such a fundamental issue, should we not ensure that things don't move too quickly and instead look in detail at the proposal and come up with something that works well and not rush headlong into this and have something that would need to be changed afterwards?
Or Niagara South.
I very much appreciate the question from my Bloc colleague. Rushing into legislation is obviously never a good thing, but the epidemic of violent crime against people in this, it's not new. We've known this for many years. The government has had ample opportunity over the last 5 months to introduce legislation. My colleagues on this side of the House have been talking about it daily. We're not rushing into this. We know the problem, and we know how to fix it. We need perpetrators like Daniel Senecal to stay in jail, not get out early, serve their sentence, serve a longer sentence, and never have the opportunity again to assault a little girl like he did in my community.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
First of all, my heart goes out to little E and her family and friends. And I hope people are watching today, because you'll see the difference between Liberals and Conservatives. You saw the Parliamentary Secretary get up today and say they will do anything to defend the Liberal Party of Canada, anything, and we'll do anything to defend the rights of victims of crime in Canada. That's the difference between us and the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. So we had an example in my small town that a child pornographer got let out on bail that day, and he lives 2 blocks from our school in our small community. Would this piece of legislation ensure criminals and animals like that stay behind bars where they belong?
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for his comments and question. Look, we on this side of the House believe that the time is right for our bill to be passed in the House of Commons. We're doing this because the Liberals have had ample opportunity to put legislation forward and they've failed to do it. I don't know what they're waiting for. Do we need more people to be brutally beaten, raped by repeat offenders? At what point do we say enough is enough? The opportunity is now. Let's not wait any longer, and I implore the government, bring this legislation forward now. I'm sure it's already written. I don't know what you're waiting for. I don't know what the government's waiting for. But I know little children like little E would need to have hope in this government. Please bring that legislation forward or pass ours.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I am a proud representative of the Mississauga Lakeshore. Right on. And I'll be sharing my time with the member of Calgary Signal Hill. As I rise to debate the opposition motion before us, I want to talk particularly about its narrative and the appropriate steps moving forward. My community, like many, are concerned. We have a number of town halls. We have talk groups. We have ongoing discussions with our Peel Police. We understand the dilemmas that are before us, and we recognize the concerns that our neighbors face. They are concerned about guns, home invasions, and auto thefts. They have become an issue of concern across the country. But there's also this blame game that seems to be going on, and oftentimes to deflect responsibility. We all are responsible, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that our communities are safe at the federal level, at the provincial level, at the municipal level, and even with some of the organizations and associations that are engaged. It's appropriate for us to have this ongoing debate and discussion. And I welcome the fact that it is a nonpartisan issue. There is organized crime, Mr. Speaker. We have been meeting with RCMP, with border security, with international agencies and the police to ensure that the organized criminals that are perpetrating some of these criminal acts, engaging with our young people who are victimized themselves by being sourced in order to do these criminal acts, that needs to be addressed. And Mr. Speaker, that is why we just last month introduced Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, to address hate-motivated offenses. This legislation successfully passed second reading yesterday and is now moving to committee for detailed study and consideration. And over the summer, the Minister of Justice, he engaged in consultations with provincial and territorial counterparts and law enforcement agencies and police chiefs and associations, ensuring that any reforms are practical, evidence-based, and responsive to the needs of Canadians. This is how responsible reform happens, through careful study, collaboration, and expert guidance. Meanwhile, the Conservative leader, who's preoccupied with keeping his job, has torqued the rhetoric, and it's very partisan in its nature. You know, while seeking his parachute return to this House after being soundly rejected by his constituents, he has now been concerned more for himself than that of the public safety measures that we are talking about. Instead of focusing on measures that truly improve public safety, he continues to advance reckless, politically motivated proposals, prioritizing appearances over solutions that actually protect Canadians. And Canadians deserve more than slogans and political theater. They deserve government that listens, engages with experts, and acts decisively to make communities safer. And that's exactly what this government is doing through legislation that addresses urgent issues while respecting the principles of justice and fairness. That is why the federal government has taken important steps to reform the bail system in recent years. In 2023, former Bill C-48 made meaningful changes to strengthen the bail system in response to concerns about efficiencies and repeat offenders. For example, Bill C-48 created a reverse onus to target serious repeat offending involving weapons and expanded the list of firearms that trigger a reverse onus at bail. It also broadened the reverse onus targeting repeat offenders in cases of intimate partner violence. These changes made it more difficult for accused persons to obtain bail when they are charged with serious repeat offenses. Listen, all of us want to keep criminals in jails. All of us, absolutely I do. And I take offense to the very nature of that notion. The fact that individuals are suggesting that any member of this parliament would prefer not to put a criminal in jail is offensive in its right. There are laws that are in place. There are laws that have been in place all along. We have to enforce the law, Mr. Speaker. And these changes were not the result of partisan initiatives. They are reflected by broad collaboration with provinces, territories, law enforcement, and legal experts. Every step was guided by data, by evidence, by consultation with those working on the front lines of the criminal justice. And despite these reforms, we understand that Canadians remain concerned about repeat offenses and violent offenses. That's why the government will introduce legislation this fall to further strengthen bail and sentencing provisions in the criminal code. The federal government has committed to establishing reverse onuses for a range of serious crimes, including violent and organized crime-related auto theft and home invasions, and human trafficking and human smuggling, to make bail more onerous to obtain these circumstances. There is also a commitment to amend the criminal code to direct courts to give primary considerations to the principles of denunciation and deterrence when determining a fit sentence for anyone who has numerous convictions for auto theft or home invasions. Further commitments include expanding the possibility of consecutive sentences in violent or organized crime-related auto theft cases. These are concrete measures aimed at addressing repeat and violent offending throughout the criminal justice process. They represent an approach that is strategic, evidence-based, and evidence-driven, and focused on protecting public safety without sacrificing the rights and fairness that are the foundational aspect of our judicial system. We know and also know that reform cannot happen in isolation. The operation of the bail system is a shared responsibility between the federal, the provincial, and territorial governments, as I've already stated. And while the federal government sets the legal framework, the provinces and territories, they manage the day-to-day operations, including the court and jail administrations. And strengthening the law at the federal level must therefore be complemented by effective enforcement resources and oversight at the provincial level. And without this coordination, even the best legislation will not achieve meaningful change. Data and evidence also plays a crucial role. Provinces and territories collect that data necessary to evaluate how bail laws are functioning, identify gaps, implement improvements. And better data always allows government to track outcomes, access risks, and ensure that measures designed to protect public safety are actually working. That's why our government continues to work closely with partners across the country to improve data collection and transparency and reporting in the criminal justice system. Mr. Speaker, public safety is built through careful policy, strong partnerships, and sustained action. It is not achieved through slogans and partisan posturing. It is built when governments work together to address the root causes of crime, including poverty, trauma, mental health issues, and housing insecurity, and when individuals are given the support they need to rebuild their lives. Canadians deserve a bail system that protects communities while respecting the rights and sentencing systems that holds offenders accountable while promoting rehabilitation. This government is delivering on that promise. We're not acting in haste or based on politics. We are consulting with experts, collaborating with provincial counterparts, and building laws that work in practice. We're introducing legislation that ensures repeat offenders face appropriate consequences, that courts have the tools to protect public safety, and that the justice system functions efficiently and fairly for all Canadians. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect a government that acts responsibly, listens to experts, and delivers results. That is what we are doing with Justice Reform Agenda. We have introduced Bill C-9 to fight hate crime. We strengthened the bail system through Bill C-48, and we're now preparing additional measures this fall to further address repeat and violent offenses. That is not about politic games or empty slogans. It's about real action, public safety, and justice. And that is exactly the approach Canadians elected this government to take. Laws exist, and we need to enforce the law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me, but Conservatives on this side will not be taking lessons from this failed Ontario Liberal finance minister. It seems to me that he is suggesting criminals' rights should continue to be greater than victims' rights, and that repeat violent offenders have the right to be back on our streets terrorizing Canadians. Is that right, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, it's interesting. The Charter of Rights protects the very individual asking that question. The judicial system is there to protect individuals. Now, if you're a criminal and you have a violent crime, you have to face the consequences by law. But the right's there to protect individuals and protect the victims too. Mr. Speaker, we will always fight for a fair judicial system and to ensure that criminals go to jail and stay in jail.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable parliamentary secretary to the government house leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the words that my colleague has put on the records. I wanted him to be able to expand on the issue during the last federal election. Our Prime Minister understood what it is that Canadians were saying at the doors, as Liberal candidates throughout the country raised concerns and issues related to, in fact, the need for bail reform. And now we have a Prime Minister that has made the commitment to bring forward that bail reform, and that is something that will be reflective of what Canadians were asking for in the form of an election platform. If he can provide his thoughts on that issue.
Honourable member from Mississauga Lakeshore.
Yeah, thank you for the question. And it's important that the leader of the Liberal Party and all of us during the election recognize some of the consequences and concerns that our constituents have with crime. But make no mistake, they had concerns with crime for many years prior, even during the Conservatives when they were in power. Our leader took the time and the consideration to listen, to make commitments, to put forward in the platform what it is that we were to do as we go forward, unlike the opposition that are only using slogans and fear-mongering when we actually have an opportunity here to work collaboratively with all levels of government and authorities to ensure safety, real safety for our public.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de Shefford.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur.
Well, following up the question that was just asked, some colleagues at the Status of Women Committee and others have talked about bail reform that has been promised by the Minister of Justice. We were told that it would happen this fall, and we were told that we shouldn't do too much at the committee because we should wait for the reform. But how does that fit in with what we believe in the Bloc Québécois, which is that we need to show some consistency with our efforts to create mechanisms that will create a justice system that will both reflect our concern for public safety, but that at the same time, people who commit repeat serious offenses using, for example, a firearm or crimes against women, how are we going to bring all that together into one coherent whole?
That's a great question, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from our colleague. We do need a coordinated effort. We need to ensure that the federal government, as well as the provincial jurisdictions who act on the law and are supposed to enforce those laws, deal with those matters, like court delays, like the collection of bail data, like the funding and resources that are necessary, and the justice platform, even by the BQ. We will continue to work in collaboration with the judicial, provincial level of authority to ensure that we enable those courts to act and put those criminals in jail. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The member for Kitchener Centre, a short question.
This is a failed Ontario Liberal finance minister. He failed so miserably that his own PM won't even put him in cabinet. He failed Ontario financially, and now he wants to keep criminals on the streets. Will he actually support this bail, not jail? Jail, not bail? Will he actually support this jail, not bail, and not fail on this one?
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, there you go. So the member opposite is now being personal in an attack over the fact that I balanced the books in Ontario, which has never happened by the Conservatives in the last go-around. We will continue to fight for Canadians, we'll continue to fight for public safety, and I won't be addressing rhetoric like that that only causes concern and enables people to be heightened by hate, the very law that we're trying to put forward, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. The member for Calgary Signal Hill has caught my eye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise, as it always is in this House, and speak on behalf of the citizens of Calgary Signal Hill. Mr. Speaker, striking a balance between competing interests is the work of this House of Commons. It is a job that is frequently challenging, but it is the responsibility that we have undertaken, and it's what we owe Canadians. Today, in our criminal justice system, the consideration of the protection of the public has taken a back seat to the interest of offenders. We're talking about striking a balance in our justice system, and right now the scales of justice are out of balance and must be corrected. Mr. Speaker, the reason that the Conservative Party has brought forward Bill C-242 is to help the government. Clearly, they're busy thinking about things, but they're not doing things. And Canadians require action. At this point in time, crime statistics are up throughout our country in province by province, and we have got to do something. Mr. Speaker, last August, just 2 months ago, I attended a meeting in Calgary with senior members of the Calgary Police Service. And at that time, a superintendent described a circumstance that had occurred in Calgary in the month of July that I think well illustrates the problem that we have and the problem that we must fix. Mr. Speaker, the superintendent described a crime wave that took place in Calgary through the month of July that was identified by the police service. They responded, they put a task force together, and they commenced making arrests. This was a group of youth and young adults who were committing home break-ins, but very frighteningly to the police, who traditionally have seen criminals break into homes for the purpose of theft, focusing on times when the homes are not occupied. But this brazen group had begun to break in at night in no consideration of whether or not the homes were occupied, and indeed they seemed to prefer to break into homes that were indeed occupied. There was an individual who was arrested, red-handed as the expression goes, in a home at night with the residents of home there. He was arrested, taken before a justice of the peace, and released. Now, this might not be much of a surprise or a shock. The individual's criminal history and record may have been considered at that time. But this same individual was arrested by the Calgary Police Service within a matter of days of his first arrest and released, again in a home, unlawfully at night with the residents of that home present. Again, a second time, this individual was taken before a justice of the peace and released. Now, that might begin to shock the senses, Mr. Speaker, but the fact is this same individual was arrested for a third time within 1 week, again at night, in a residence with the residents of that home present. Arrested a third time, taken before a justice of the peace for a third time, and yes, Mr. Speaker, released a third time. This is a system that is broken. We must make change, and there is no point in waiting, Mr. Speaker. The work has been done. The Conservative Party has done that work in cooperation with this House, and the members opposite should take note. I wish to note the comments, Mr. Speaker, of some individuals in respect of incidents like the one that I've described as related to me by the Calgary Police Service. This is from Scott Weller, a home invasion victim. Quote, as someone who knows firsthand the trauma of violent home invasion, I believe strongly in the need for jail, not bail. My family was attacked in what should have been the safety of our own home. The idea that violent offenders could be released back into the streets is terrifying, not just for us, but for every Canadian family. That night changed how we live and forced us to secure our home in ways I never imagined necessary. This will have a lasting impact on our family and our sense of safety. This legislation, the Conservative bill, recognizes that public safety must come first. It sends a clear message that violent crime has real consequences and that the rights of victims and families come before the rights of criminals. End quote. Mr. Speaker, a second comment on the Conservative Bill 242. Quote, the Jail Not Bail Act is therefore more than legislation. It is an essential corrective, a lifeline capable of disrupting the revolving door of abuse and saving innocent lives. End quote. That is from Kate Alexander, End Violence Everywhere. Lastly, this is the kind of common sense legislation Canadians have been demanding, a framework that rebalances our bail system to prioritize public safety while still upholding the charter right to bail. This from Michelle Molyneux, board member of MEND Canada, an Indigenous-led organization in our country. Mr. Speaker, these quotations highlight exactly what the circumstances are in our streets, exactly what this problem is, and exactly what this Conservative common sense legislation will do to sort this matter out. Mr. Speaker, in my own city of Calgary over the last 10 years, we've seen a 66% increase in violent crime. We've seen a 33% increase in sexual assaults, a 326% increase in firearms crime, and a 342% increase in extortion. With crime rates up, criminals being arrested but released, we have a problem in our justice system. There is a hole here that must be fixed, and Conservative Bill 242 will plug that hole, Mr. Speaker. Our constituents expect us to act responsibly. Waiting around until the Liberal Party addresses this issue and brings legislation before the House is not responsible, Mr. Speaker. I say again to my friends opposite, the work has been done. Take the rest of the day off. We're set to go. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to the other jurisdictional responsibilities that, let's say, the provinces and territories, even municipalities have with regards to bail and bail, the need for bail reform. It is a shared responsibility, and I'm interested if he feels that there's any obligation on other levels of government to take any actions, given the fact that this current Prime Minister has made a commitment to bring forward the bail reform legislation.
Honourable Member for Calgary Signal Hill.
I thank my friend opposite for the question. Mr. Speaker, we are talking about the Canadian Criminal Code. It is federal legislation. It is the responsibility of this House to fix the problems that have existed since Liberal bail reform caused these problems. It is time to scrap Liberal bail and bring in a responsible balancing of the rights of society. The protection of our communities needs to be given greater consideration by our courts.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're debating a serious and important matter today, and we need to have appropriate, serious debates about these topics. But today, what we're getting from this opposition motion from the Conservatives, and this is my question, is instead we're getting what is essentially a gag order regarding a bill that affects our rights. And I mean, on a bill like this, it ought to be properly debated and studied at committee with a serious attitude instead of trying to rush through a bill on such an important topic. It would be appropriate for us to study it together at committee.
For Calgary Signal Hill.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question of my friend here in the House. The fact is that we know what the statistics are. We know what the problem is. And we know what the solution is. The Conservative Party has proposed it. I want to note, Mr. Speaker, that this bill has been endorsed by the Canadian Police Association, countless victims advocacy groups, mayors and police departments that have been on the front lines of the battle against violent crime. I made reference to attending a meeting with senior officials, senior officers from the Calgary Police Service. It is disheartening to see the look in their eyes when they are defeated in the performance of their job to protect the public by weak legislation that makes their efforts irrelevant. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech here. Just recently, a 22-year-old and a 16-year-old in Cambridge violently attacked police and security officers, punching, kicking, and pushing them to the ground. One was later caught possessing crack cocaine, but the offenders are already back on the streets, released on bail. Crime is on the rise because there are no longer consequences to bad acts. My colleague is an accomplished lawyer, and he's been practicing for a long time. He remembers what it was like under Stephen Harper. Can he elaborate on what it means for criminals to face real consequences?
Honourable member for Calgary Signal Hill.
I thank my friend for that question. Undoubtedly, Mr. Speaker, the prior regime in place before the Liberals broke Canada's bail system was one where the rights of the public were considered in assessing the suitability for release of someone charged with a criminal offence. Of course, we're talking about a very particular stage in our criminal justice process, a point in time where a person is charged but has not been tried and has not been found guilty. But yet, when we consider the past criminal behaviour as an aspect of the probability of reoffence, that consideration and the protection of the public must be part of the overall consideration that our courts give to the option of bail or any other form of release. Under the Harper government, we had this balance better struck, Mr. Speaker. Those are the days we need to return to.
Resuming debate, reprise débat. The honourable member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the chamber to support the Conservative Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act, and I will share my time with my colleague, member Richmond Hill South. Canadians are tired of waking up to the headlines that read like criminal crime thrillers, except they are real and they are happening in our neighborhoods. In Brampton, families are not feeling safe anymore. And the crime is no longer the exception, it's becoming the norm. Residents and communities are getting impacted every day with violent home invasions, daylight shootings, carjackings, sexual assaults, and repeat offenders walking free. This is the result of liberal catch and release justice and broken bail system that puts criminals ahead of victims and communities. And it's why I rise today in support of Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act, a conservative solution to restore law and order and protect innocent Canadians. Mr. Speaker, let me share the statistics under liberal catch and release system. Homicides are up 29%, violent crimes up by 55%, sexual assaults have increased by 76%, extortion has surged by 330%, auto thefts up by 25%, hate crime up by 258%, firearms crime up by 130%. Mr. Speaker, these are not just the numbers. These are real people, victims whose lives have been shattered by repeat violent offenders who should never have been released. In Markham, a 54-year-old man was left seriously injured in a violent home invasion. One of the suspects was already out on bail despite facing charges for robbery with a firearm and attempted murder. In Toronto, a woman was stabbed in broad daylight by a man who had been released on bail just after days. In Vancouver, organized crime rings are recruiting youth to commit car thefts and armed robberies, knowing they will be released within hours. In my community of Brampton, a home invasion resulted in the death of a young Canadian. And in one of the most heartbreaking cases, Bailey McCurt was murdered by her ex-husband just hours after he was released on bail following an assault conviction. We are witnessing an exponential rise in crime across the country, but nowhere is it more evident than in my hometown, Brampton. In the Peel region, police recently made the largest drug bust in their history. Shockingly, 6 of the 9 accused were already out on bail. In another major operation targeting an extortion ring, half of those arrested were also on judicial release. Just weeks ago in Brampton, a violent home invasion ended with a father being shot for doing nothing more than defending his home and his family. This is the result of Liberal C5 and C75, which introduced the so-called principle of restraint, a policy that prioritizes release even when the accused has a violent history or is likely to reoffend. Police officers, victims, and legal experts have all said the same thing. The bail system is broken, and now is the time to fix it. The solution is jail, not bail, restoring safety and trust back on our streets, in our homes, and in our lives. Bill C-242, the Jail, Not Bail Act, is a common-sense conservative solution that puts public safety first and restores trust in our justice system. Judges and police must now prioritize protecting the public when deciding on bail, not just the rights of the accused. It takes away automatic bail for violent offenders. If someone is charged with a major violent offense, likely attempted murder, sexual assault, kidnapping, or armed robbery, they won't be released automatically. If they have already been convicted of a major offense in the last 10 years and are charged again while out on bail, they must be detained. It allows only judges to decide.
I have to interrupt the member for a moment. There seems to be a device on the table that is buzzing. If the member could remove that, terrific. That interferes with the job that interpreters have to do. The honourable member can continue.
So they won't be released automatically. If they have already been convicted of a major offense in the last 10 years and are charged again while out on bail, they must be detained. It allows only judges to decide bail for repeat offenders. Peace officers cannot release someone charged with a major offense. Only a superior court judge can make that decision. It removes criminals as sureties. People convicted of a serious crime in the last 10 years cannot act as a surety. No more criminals watching for criminals. It has stronger rules for non-citizens. Non-citizens and non-permanent residents must hand over their passports before being released, reducing flight risk. It offers better risk assessment. The law changes the standard from substantial likelihood to reasonably foreseeable, making it easier to detain someone who possesses a threat. Judges must also consider the accused criminal history, including past failures to comply with bail. It asks for an annual transparency report. The Minister of Justice must publish a yearly report on bail reforms, bail outcomes, reputation, and disparities so Canadians know what's working and what's not. Conservatives are taking the lead while the Liberals stall and spin. Conservatives are acting. We are calling on the House to immediately pass Bill C-242. We are ready to support extended sittings to get this done because Canadians deserve safe streets and justice system they can depend on to protect them. No more headlines about violent criminals walking free. Before I end, Mr. Speaker, I have a message for my Brampton residents. Stay strong. We all know this injustice has risen in our community so far too long. That's why, as your Member of Parliament, I, alongside the Conservative Party, will work tirelessly to make our streets safer. I will stop at nothing to ensure that my residents of Brampton will once again feel safe and protecting through the community and in their own homes. Mr. Speaker, the choice is clear. Canadians are tired of excuses. We can continue down the Liberal path of hug-a-tug justice where innocent, law-abiding Canadians live in fear, or we can stand up for the victims, restore law and order, and put violent criminals where they belong, that is, behind the bars. Let's pass the Jail Not Bail Act. Let's protect Canadians. Let's bring safety back on our street. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The Honourable Member for Burnaby Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I understand it is a criminal code that we are talking about today, but can the member opposite elaborate on whether or not the province of Ontario has enough resources to manage increased detention or stricter bail conditions? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you for the question, Member Opposite. I keep telling that we have to provide safety and we should not be using excuses whether it's a federal or provincial or municipal government. We need to work towards the safety and protect Canadians from this violent criminals. They are creating problems in their lives every single day. These are the merely excuses that our Liberal government is taking, that Ontario government or any other government or any other provincial government is not able to sustain the criminals. But we have to make sure that victims comes first, then criminals.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Cambridge.
Mr. Speaker, given the scale and severity of the criminal activity covered in Project Road King, spanning organized auto theft, international drug trafficking, and firearms, can the member explain why 27 of the 30 individuals charged were released rather than held in custody? And what does this say about our current approach to incarceration for serious and organized crime? And are there gaps in our system that need to be addressed to ensure public safety is our priority?
Good question.
The Honourable Member for Brampton West.
Thank you so much for my colleague to ask this question. We have to prioritize the safety, and we know that violent offenders keep repeating the crime in our communities and societies and our neighborhoods. And we have to ensure on every step of the way, every Canadian has a right to live fear-free and without any sort of facing the crime situation. And I will tell, auto thefts are increasing, violent thefts, violent crime is up, invasions are up, house invasions are up. We have to ensure that we have to protect Canadians. Jail Not Bail Act is going to protect the Canadians from these crimes every day. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Bill C-2 is legislation that we've had now before us for quite a while. In fact, we've had over 18 hours of debate on it. We have a Prime Minister that has made a commitment to substantial bail reform, and that bail reform is going to be coming soon to the House of Commons. Can we anticipate that the Conservatives will do what they're doing on C-2 by having a filibuster as opposed to allowing it to go to a standing committee where Canadians can have more input? My question specifically to the member is, does he support quick passage of legislation dealing with bail reform this fall?
The Honourable Member for Brampton West. Lord.
Thank you for the question from my colleague on the opposite side. We all know that they are not able to give us any concrete evidence or produce any bill that is going to help Canadians in protecting crime. And they keep asking for my support. They need to know that first they have to present something to us, then we can analyze. We know that we want to protect Canadians. We want to help them in their everyday life. But member opposite, they will keep asking the questions and do nothing kind of approach is not going to take anywhere. We have to work hard to provide safety. And whenever we have the bill in front of us, and we are presenting to you, C-242 is one of the best jail, not bail act. Please accept it and move forward and provide the safety to the Canadians.
We have time for a short questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend is one of a few Conservative MPs in the Brampton area. Majority of them dominated by Liberal MPs. So my question to the member, that's something to congratulate you for. My question to the member is simple. What is the community of Brampton saying about this weak, soft on crime agenda by this Liberal government?
Great question. Honourable Member for Brampton West in 15 seconds or less.
Thank you so much for asking the question. Brampton is completely in fear. They are living their life with fear and there is no hope for them. I keep telling them, being their member of parliament, I will leave no stone unturned to bring safety to the communities, and I am telling that I am tirelessly working towards it and bring the safety for the Brampton residents.
Debate, peace, and about the member for Richmond Hill South is next. I have to tell him that he will be interrupted for statements by members at 2. Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians feel betrayed, stabbed in the back, both literally and metaphorically. Every day, the people of Richmond Hill South and families across Canada watch as violent offenders are arrested in the morning and then let back on our streets before nightfall due to a decade of Liberal soft on crime laws. Seniors are afraid to walk to the grocery store. Parents are terrified to let their kids take the bus after dark. And who do we have to thank? The pro-crime Liberals who have intentionally put the rights of repeat violent offenders ahead of the rights of law-abiding Canadians. The Conservative Jail Not Bail Act is about one thing: standing with Canadians, not felons, standing with victims, not criminals, and standing with Canadians, not the pro-crime Liberals and the revolving door justice system that created the crime crisis. That's why Canadians from all walks of life all agree that it's time to scrap Liberal bail.
Hear, hear.
Mr. Speaker, Richmond Hill is under siege. Just weeks ago, gunfire ripped through a quiet Richmond Hill neighborhood. A man was killed by an illegal gun execution style in the middle of a street in broad daylight. Parents dragged their children inside, families huddled in fear, and the question echoed, why is this happening in our once safe neighborhoods? Gangs are shooting up peaceful neighborhoods and robbing homes, often by repeat offenders who are recommitting after being released by lax Liberal bail. In Highway 7 in Leslie, someone was carjacked at gunpoint, Grand Theft Auto style. People were robbed in broad daylight in Major Mackenzie and Bayview. Places of worship are attacked by acts of hate on 16th Avenue and Bathurst. In Hillcrest Mall, robberies by repeat offenders which have caused lockdowns have seniors and shoppers scared to go out anymore. People are losing family members because of intentional acts of arson by criminals who are lighting up innocent people in their own homes at night right in Richmond Hill. This isn't some statistic. It's real people, real fear, real victims. And every single one of these tragedies is enabled by pro-crime liberal laws that keep criminals on the streets instead of behind bars. That's why it's high time to scrap liberal bail. Mr. Speaker, the numbers don't lie and the human stories are heartbreaking, but the numbers confirm it. After 10 years of liberal pro-crime laws, violent crime is up 55%, gun crime has more than doubled, extortion is up 330%, homicides up 29%, sexual assaults are up 76%, and auto theft in the GTA is at levels never seen before. This didn't happen by accident. It happened by design because the pro-crime liberals passed Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. Mandatory prison time was abolished for dozens of charges, and house arrest became the new norm. The liberal catch and release came into effect, and the liberal pro-crime revolving door and justice system was set into motion. They handcuffed the police and set the criminals free. The result? The people of Richmond Hill South and Canadians across the country live in fear, while the Prime Minister shrugs and the Minister of Injustice makes jokes about the Wild West. That's not leadership. That's negligence, and it's disgraceful. The only way to put an end to this and bring home safe streets again is by scrapping liberal bail. Mr. Speaker, let's talk about the real cost of this liberal failure. The cost is paid by Canadians, by blood, by trauma, and by the loss of loved ones. In Richmond Hill, seniors tell me that they won't walk through the mall or go to the park anymore. It's no longer safe. Parents living near Yonge Street say their children can't take public transit after dark. Teens can't ride their bikes anymore because criminals are preying on their bikes and their lives. Shopkeepers on Highway 7 don't even bother reporting theft because the same thief is back the next day thanks to the pro-crime liberals and their lax bail laws. And what about the police officers? They risk their lives arresting violent offenders only to see them walk free before their shift is even over. And it's gone so bad that the York Regional Police Chief are asking victims of crime to simply comply with the demands of criminals that this liberal and justice system had let out. That isn't justice, that's betrayal. Straight up stabbed in the back. That's the legacy of 10 years of pro-crime liberals. The only way to bring justice to the victims and their families is by scrapping liberal bail. Mr. Speaker, what the Conservative Jail Not Bail Act does is that it brings back sanity, common sense, and a peace of mind. It locks up repeat violent offenders, it slams the door on gang members, it ensures gun criminals who are often using illegally obtained guns stay behind bars where they belong, and it forces judges to finally put public safety first, not liberal ideology. First, this legislation will repeal the liberal principle of restraint that will put public protection first instead of the criminal first. This will make sure communities will not be left at the mercy of the pro-crime liberals after all that they endured after a decade of liberal soft-on-crime approach. Second, it will introduce a new major offenses category which will reverse the onus on bail conditions for crimes like firearms, sexual assaults, kidnapping, human trafficking, home invasions, robberies, extortion, arson, and assault charges, which will require the accused to prove why they should be let out on bail. This will stop career criminals who are unleashed by this liberal crime wave from taking advantage of this broken liberal injustice system. Next, it will mandate judges to consider the accused's full criminal history and prevent anyone convicted of a major offense while on bail in the last 10 years from receiving bail, thus ending the liberal revolving door injustice system. Lastly, it will prohibit anyone with an indictable conviction from acting as a guarantor and require non-residents to surrender their passports upon request. Conservatives stand with victims, with families, with Canadians. That's the choice before this House. Will parliamentarians from all parties, liberals alike, come together and vote to scrap liberal bail? Mr. Speaker, let's call it what it is. A pro-crime liberal record. Liberal pro-crime Bill C-5 scrapped jail time for violent crimes involving weapons and allows for house arrest instead of mandatory prison time for serious offenses and a dozen of other charges. Then, Liberal pro-crime Bill C-75 lowered the bar so repeat offenders could walk free while tying the hands of provincial governments, judges, and police. What did Canadians and the people in Richmond Hill get in return? More Liberal-sponsored gang shootings, more Liberal-sponsored carjackings, more Liberal-sponsored home invasions, and more victims. The pro-crime Liberals talk about restorative justice. Well, tell that to the shopkeeper robbed for the third time because of lax Liberal bail laws. Tell that to the seniors in prison in their homes out of fear of the crime wave unleashed by this Liberal government. Tell that to the mother who buried her son after a Liberal-sponsored gang shooting. Is the Liberal government going to restore her son's life? There's nothing restorative about that. There's only Liberal failure and injustice. To bring justice to victims and Canadians across this country, we must scrap Liberal bail. Mr. Speaker, premiers, provincial attorneys general, and police chiefs across the country, including the York Regional Police here in Richmond Hill, have begged Parliament, fix Liberal soft on crime bail before more blood is spilled by the Liberal-sponsored crime wave. But the pro-crime Liberals refused. They ignored the warnings and the calls to action from victims, police, and communities alike. They left officers demoralized and communities exposed to the crime wave that the Liberals unleashed. It went so far that the Liberal Minister of Injustice mocked victims by referring to this Liberal-sponsored crime wave as not being the Wild West. Well, it's Canada, but it sure feels like it. Conservatives will stand with the police who risk their lives, not the...
I'm sorry to have to interrupt the member. I'm sorry to have to interrupt the member. The member will have about a minute and a half left after question period. And we'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Economic anxiety is rising across the country, and Canadians are deeply concerned. Unemployment is at the highest level in a decade. This summer alone, 100,000 workers lost their jobs, with thousands more announced this week. Folks across our country are facing excessive costs for groceries, housing, and utilities, and Trump's trade war threatens more damage. We must meet this moment with vision and resolve. Yesterday, I met with the Prime Minister and made it clear, now is not the time for an austerity budget. Instead, Canada needs investment, not cuts. That means building infrastructure to strengthen communities, affordable, non-market homes, clean energy, and a strong public health care system. These are the kind of nation-building projects New Democrats support, initiatives that create good, family-sustaining jobs and improve lives. Now is our opportunity to deliver real results and lay the foundation for a prosperous and independent Canada for generations to come.
The honourable member for Spadina Harbourfront.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In June 2026, the FIFA World Cup is coming to Canada. All 6 Ontario matches will be hosted on the vibrant waterfront in my riding of Spadina Harbourfront. Toronto has a proud record of hosting international sporting events from the 2007 FIFA U20 World Cup to the 2015 Pan Am Games. Time and again, we have delivered unforgettable moments on and off the field. Toronto's waterfront contributes over $13 billion annually to Canada's economy, and this next chapter will be unprecedented. Co-hosting the World Cup will support and create up to 24,000 jobs, welcome over 500,000 tourists, and generate over $2 billion of investment. It'll also leave a lasting legacy of stronger public spaces, cultural programming, and improved connections along our waterfront. Major games demand major collaboration across sectors and all 3 levels of government. With a world-class waterfront, a thriving arts and culture scene, and a proven record of hosting global events, FIFA 2026 is our moment to shine. Toronto is ready to welcome the world to our city.
The honourable member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On September 27th, well, it's a date that'll be remembered in Quebec and Canada. Kim Clavel wrote a new page of history, becoming the first Quebecois boxer to win in 2 weight categories in her category. And she also won the IBF title. She showed all the strength, determination, resilience that make her a world champion. And on that same day, thousands of kilometers away, another Quebecer made Quebec shine. Madeleine Valliere-Mille, who's only 24 years old, succeeded at winning the World Cycling Championship, a first time in 127 years for a woman from Canadian. 2 women, 2 historic exploits, and a message for our kids. Perseverance and hard work opens doors and will lead to success. Congratulations.
Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, this summer I had the pleasure of meeting Guelph's own Navika Ranganathan at the Royal City Masters Chess Tournament held at the University of Guelph. Navika has already accomplished what many dream of. She is the reigning Canadian youth chess champion and is already representing Canada on the international stage. Here's the remarkable part. Navika is 8 years old. Her achievements bring joy to her parents, Ranganathan and Niveta, and to her entire family who've watched with pride as she pursues her passion. It is this same pride that flows through our community of Guelph and indeed all of Canada, and especially her classmates at Sacred Heart Catholic School. We're all standing behind her this week as she competes at the International Chess Federation's World Cadet Championships in Kazakhstan. Navika, the Parliament of Canada is cheering for you. Go make your next move.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Faith, a word that has meant so much to so many. Yet in today's world, often those who have faith are mocked as being naive or even ignorant. But the truth is that faith is the very foundation of our civilization, bracing humanity against the unrelenting storms of life by providing us hope of something greater and better than ourselves, acting as a North Star leading us home, empowering great men like Lord Wilberforce and his unrelenting fight against slavery to call out injustice and speak truth in a dark and divided world. Canada is facing challenging times. Many struggle just to get through the day, but all is not lost. We press on to build a better nation, a better future. So as we move forward to build better days and have a better future, may we all take faith, have faith, and keep the faith.
The honourable member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an extraordinary achievement from my riding of Pickering, Brooklyn. Joel Toscano from the community of White Whale and his team have won the 2025 TIFF 48-Hour Film Challenge, a prestigious national competition where filmmakers are given only 2 days to write, film, and edit a short film. Out of many talented participants across the country, Joel's creativity and skills stood out, earning him this remarkable honor. His success is a testament not only to his dedication to the arts, but also to the vibrant creative spirit that thrives in our community. We are so proud of Joel and his team and look forward to seeing where this talent takes him next. I invite all members of the House to join me in congratulating Joel Toscano and his team on this outstanding accomplishment. Thank you.
The honourable member for Regina Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, it is my deep honor today to welcome the Balfour family to Ottawa. James, Heather, and Taylor are visiting us today all the way from Regina, Saskatchewan. Today is the birthday of their late daughter, Rachel, who was killed when she was poisoned by fentanyl in 2019. Every year, the Balfour family tries to do something meaningful to remember and honor Rachel on her birthday. This year, they have chosen to share their story with us here in our nation's capital. Tragically, the Balfours are not alone in their loss. Last year, approximately 20 Canadian families per day lost a loved one to an opioid overdose. For Rachel Balfour, her family, and the thousands of Canadian families just like them, it is time to get fentanyl off of our streets, so no family has to mourn another senseless loss to the scourge of fentanyl.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, Kitchener-Conestoga recently celebrated the Wellesley and New Hamburg Fall Fairs, two events that showcase the best of rural life and bring neighbours together. These fairs connect us to our agricultural roots and highlight values of hard work, community, and tradition. They also help bridge urban and rural communities, raising awareness about agriculture and inspiring future farmers. Thank you to the volunteers, organizers, sponsors, and agricultural societies whose dedication keep these traditions alive. And this past weekend, I flipped pancakes at the 50th Wellesley Apple Butter and Cheese Festival and was also honored to mentor young performers at the Wellesley Idol competition. This milestone 50th anniversary is a testament to the enduring spirit of community and volunteerism that's made the festival a beloved celebration for generations. Congratulations to everyone involved at the Wellesley Apple Butter and Cheese Festival.
The Honourable Member for Acadianapolis.
Speaker, it's with a heavy heart that I rise today to pay tribute to my dear friend, a proud Cape Bretoner and a true servant of the people, Alfie MacLeod. Alfie was more than a public colleague in public life. He was a man of deep conviction, boundless compassion, and unmistakable wit. A long-serving MLA and Speaker of the Nova Scotia House of Assembly, Alfie dedicated his life to the people of Cape Breton, always putting community first. He was first elected in '95, returned in '06, and served until 2019 as Speaker from 2007 to 2009. Alfie brought fairness, humor, and dignity to the role, but it was outside the chamber, at fire halls, church basements, and charity auctions, where Alfie's love for his community truly shone. Alfie faced his battle with cancer the same way he lived his life, with courage, resilience, and a twinkle in his eye. He was a family man, a friend to many, and a fierce advocate for Cape Breton. My wife and Anne offer our deepest condolences to his wife, Shirley, and their children, Daniel, Jessica, Sandra, and his grandchildren. Alfie's legacy will live on the lives he touched in the community that he so dearly loved. Rest well, my friend. You deserve it.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the first time in history, a woman from Quebec is the world cycling champion. Magdalene Vallière-Mille, a young woman from Sherbrooke with roots in the Gaspé Peninsula, has achieved the incredible. She just won the rainbow jersey at the Road World Championships in Kigali, Rwanda, becoming just the third non-European cyclist to win this award. She wowed the crowd with her racing strategy. While she was on a breakaway, her well-placed attacks and an amazing final sprint left all her competitors behind. Magdalene, all of Quebec is so proud of you. Your victory will undoubtedly inspire many young women, especially those participating in the new Women's Tour de l'Abitibi this year. I'm already looking forward to next year, especially when Magdalene Vallière-Mille will defend her crown at home in 2026 on the roads of Montreal and the famous Camillien Hood Hill, which will host the next UCI Road World Championships. Bravo, Magdalene.
The Honourable Member for London West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This week in London, we announced a $3.5 million investment through FedDev Ontario, delivered to Tech Alliance to fuel local innovation and create opportunities across Southern Ontario. This funding will support innovators like Deep Reef, developing health solutions, Vessels, transforming prosthetic and cutting-edge design, and Polyanalytic, advancing material science, and many more companies. And these companies prove that London has the talent, the creativity, and the drive to lead. For our government, this is about more than just dollars. It's about delivery. We are backing people who take risks, who solve problems, and create real results for families. So from London to every corner of our region, this investment ensures that the next breakthroughs will just be imagined here. They'll be built here, they'll create jobs here, and strengthen Canada's economy. I am proud to serve in a government that is building a strong Canada through the strength of its people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Regina Capel.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to bring attention to the tragedy Christians in Nigeria are experiencing. The deadly terrorist organization Boko Haram is trying to eliminate the Christian faith from Nigeria. This is the same terrorist group that kidnapped dozens of young schoolgirls and burned innocent civilians alive in cages. According to reports, over 3.5 million people have been forced to flee their homes. 3 churches are destroyed every single day. 7,000 Christians were massacred this year alone, and the faithful must now meet in secret or in burnt-out sanctuaries. Sadly, the world is turning a blind eye to the plight of Christians in Nigeria. There are no embedded journalists covering the violence. There are not daily updates. Politicians around the world are not asked questions about how they will respond. We cannot ignore this violence and tragic loss of life. We must speak out and shine a light on what's happening so that people can donate to relief efforts and provide support to those displaced by violence. To my brothers and sisters in Christ, we know you know the power of prayer. We will not forget you. Stay strong. Keep the faith.
The honourable member for Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to the late Dr. Jane Goodall. Dr. Goodall was a world-renowned primatologist, conservationist, and United Nations Messenger of Peace. She founded the Jane Goodall Institute, which continues her global mission to protect wildlife and inspire hope. Her groundbreaking discoveries about chimpanzees transformed humanity's understanding of our closest relatives and reminded us of a truth long held by Indigenous peoples, that we are not separate from nature, but deeply connected to it. Her life's work sparked a revolution of empathy for animals, for the environment, and for each other. In this time of climate crisis and biodiversity loss, her message has never been more urgent. Dr. Goodall gave hope to generations, especially young people, who carry forward a vision of a planet where all creatures are treated with compassion. May her legacy continue to guide us, and may we honor her memory through action to protect the natural world we all share. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What a loss. What a loss. The honourable member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, Edmonton Police have sadly announced that 14-year-old Samuel Bird from Paul First Nation is now presumed dead, months after he was declared missing. This child was murdered, and police believe that his killers have hidden his remains west of Edmonton. My thoughts and prayers are with his family at this time. Samuel's case is not an isolated one. In 2010, Lyle and Marie McCann were also murdered. Their killer has been brought to justice, but has refused to reveal the location of his victims' remains. I introduced Bill C-236 in honor of Lyle and Marie. It would empower judges and parole boards to hold killers and their accomplices to account when they are known to have withheld information on the location of their victims' remains. Families have a right to give their loved ones a proper funeral, and those who would deny them this fundamental right must be held to account. We owe it to Lyle, Marie, and Samuel and their families to pass Bill C-236.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, food self-sufficiency is becoming an important solution for our families and our communities. And that's exactly what Urbain Culteurs, a Quebec City organization, is doing to transform the way that we think about urban agriculture. With rooftop gardens and greening schools and neighborhoods, their innovative projects are giving people back the power to produce some of their own food while beautifying where we live. Their mission is clear and it's inspiring: to democratize agriculture, to encourage food self-sufficiency, and to build connections between people. By growing vegetables, they're also growing solidarity, resilience, and hope for a greener and more inclusive city. I'd like to warmly thank the entire Urbain Culteurs team for their exceptional work. They're showing us that together it's possible to build a future where access to healthy food is possible everywhere and for all generations.
The honourable member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, you know Liberal bail has unleashed crime and chaos on our streets. Violent crime is up 55% since the Liberals took office. Gun crime has soared 130%. Homicides are up 30%. Sexual assaults, 76%. Hate crimes, up 258%. And more Canadians have now died of overdoses than the Second World War itself. The Prime Minister promised criminal justice reform, but half a year later, that promise remains broken. Liberals are obstructing our jail not bail bill, keeping in place their soft on crime, catch and release laws. In 2022, Constable Greg Pershala was killed by a suspect who had already been denied bail, but was released anyway. His death was preventable. Today, Conservatives are proposing a fast-track solution to pass our jail not bail bill immediately to keep Canadians safe. Will the Liberal government scrap the bail laws or get out of the way so Conservatives can...
The honourable member for Davenport.
Speaker, ole, ole, ole! October's Latin American
American Heritage Month, and it's so exciting to know that we have a whole month to celebrate the amazing music, literature, food, art, and language of 21 diverse and beautiful Latin American and Hispanic nations represented in Canada. This is one of Canada's fastest growing communities, young, entrepreneurial, and innovative. From medicine to business, from arts to politics, they are leaders shaping our nation's future. But they're also vital bridge builders. This community strengthens our diplomatic and business ties with the Americas, opening doors to new partnerships and opportunities. They help Canada succeed in a region that is increasingly important to our prosperity. Gracias to the leaders of the Latin American and Hispanic Canadian community. You're an inspiration not only within your community, but to all Canadians. So this month, let's celebrate together, and let's recognize that Latin American and Hispanic Canadians aren't just part of our present, they're building our future. Viva los Latinos y los Hispanos en Canadá. Viva!
Viva! Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the body of a woman killed by her partner was found in Saint-Jérôme. She was killed by a man who had previously been arrested 30 times, but set free by liberal laws. And that's not all. A 6-year-old child was found with a crack pipe in their mouth near the Benoît Labre Center, where the federal government gives a permit for the use of illegal drugs. Will this government recognize that liberal legislation is threatening our children, women, and all citizens? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, all my sympathies for the families, friends, community members in the cases that my colleague has just mentioned. We recognize that we must strengthen legislation regarding bail. There will be comprehensive legislation that will be tabled in the weeks to come.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, crime victims don't want the Prime Minister's sympathy. They want to know why he's broken his promise. They want to know why liberal bail remains in place, allowing for the same repeat offenders to offend again and again. The body of a woman was found in the last few days in Saint-Jérôme, Quebec, killed by her partner, who had been arrested 30 times before but released on liberal bail. Will the Prime Minister finally scrap liberal bail, or better yet, get out of the way so that we can do the jobs ourselves?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is bringing forward comprehensive bail reform. This comprehensive bail reform is based on extensive consultations with the provinces and territories. It's based on extensive discussions with law enforcement. It is based on evidence. It is not based on cut and paste American bail laws. It's a bail law that works. We are tough on crime and firm on the rights of Canadians.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
To see the Prime Minister rant and rave and point his finger at police after they have been crying out for this government to scrap liberal bail for years. We have Constable Greg Pershella, who was killed by a man released yet again on bail. We have a woman killed by her husband after he was arrested and released 30 times because of liberal laws. We have 1,600 crimes every single day in this country because of the liberal laws. Will he stop screaming, hollering, and jabbing his finger and scrap liberal bail?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government, which has been in place for 6 months, has undertaken comprehensive consultations with law enforcement, with the provinces, based on evidence, is bringing forward the toughest bail legislation and sentencing legislation that will work, not one imported from the United States.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
If the government wants any proof that it's been in place for 10 years, the Justice Minister that Prime Minister named is the guy who ruined our immigration system, and then he went on to ruin our housing system. And now, 6 months after this Prime Minister looked Canadians in the eye and promised to scrap Liberal bail, that bail is still in place, and every day, violent repeat offenders are released onto our streets, massacring our people. Will the Prime Minister stop making excuses? They've had 10 years. He's had 6 months. Canadians cannot afford to wait anymore. When will he scrap Liberal bail?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I am heartened by the knowledge that the members opposite will be supporting comprehensive bail reform when it is brought forward in a few weeks before this House. Bail reform that works, bail reform that's tough on crime, bail reform that is consistent with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, this government's bail laws violate the charter rights of 1,600 people every single day. Their names are victims. They are the people who get hit over the head with baseball bats, who get robbed, who have their children violated in what should be the safety of their own houses. We have a 3-year-old who was raped by a repeat offender out on Liberal release. We have a constable shot to death by someone out on Liberal release. And now we have a woman murdered by her own partner who was out on Liberal release. How many have to die before he gets rid of Liberal bail?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is taking measures against crime. We are tightening our borders. We are reinforcing the number of RCMP. We are introducing in the next few weeks the most comprehensive bail reforms and toughening of sentencing laws. Bail reform that will work. Bail reform that will work, not bail reform that is copied from our neighbour to the south.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
They already brought in a bail reform. That is the bail reform that allows the same offenders to be released 150 times a year. His Justice Minister voted to allow repeat offenders, violent sex offenders, to do their sentences in their living room. That is their policy. We have a bill before the House today that we could pass through all stages right now if the Prime Minister didn't care about who got the credit. Will he put aside partisanship and grandstanding and join with us to scrap Liberal bail, save lives for Canadians, or will he just get out of the way?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms won't just get out of the way as the member opposite wishes. What this country needs, what those victims deserve, what all Canadians deserve is bail reform and sentencing laws that work. That is what this government is bringing forward. We invite the members opposite. We share the same objectives. We invite the members opposite to join us in swift passage of the government's bail reform when it's
L'honorable député de Saint-Jean.
The honourable member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, a week ago, the Minister for Government Transformation announced the end of postal service as we know it. For example, the end of home delivery and the closure of postal offices. So, of course, there's been a general strike from Canada Post because the announcement was literally the end of their work. And the result is that passports are stuck at postal offices, checks aren't being sent out, and some elections might have to be delayed. What did the Prime Minister expect from this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, this is the current situation. Canada Post is no longer viable. Every day it loses $10 million. We need reforms. We need to implement the policies detailed in the report, and we need an agreement between the corporation and the unions. The honourable member, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are so disconnected and so irresponsible that they didn't even realize that they were triggering a crisis. For 10 years, the government did nothing to modernize Canada Post. There were no real consultations or public debate about the future of this essential service. Just silence and inaction. But now, 10 years later, it's like the Liberals suddenly woke up and they turned things upside down at Canada Post. They're depriving people of an essential service. How are they going to fix this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Kaplan carried out a number of consultations with workers, with stakeholders, with Canada Post, with Canadians, with Quebecers. And detailed essential reforms for Canada Post. We need an agreement. We need to bring in appropriate reforms for all Canadians. The honourable member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, thousands of postal workers are wondering if their entire profession is about to disappear. They were not consulted. Thousands of women and men are waiting for a check, a passport, or another important document, and they have no idea how they're going to get it. They were not consulted either. Thousands of businesses, especially SMEs, small businesses that are wondering how their products can possibly be distributed now. They were not consulted either. Does the Prime Minister realize what a mess he's created? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, Canada Post provides an essential service to Canadians and Quebecers. But we need a sustainable system. It's not acceptable to see Canada Post losing $10 million day over day, taxpayer money that belongs to Canadians and Quebecers. That's unacceptable. We need a real solution.
The honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal bail laws have unleashed crime and chaos on our streets. Their law, C-75, releases repeat violent offenders at the earliest opportunity on the least restrictive conditions. The Prime Minister promised to repeal these dangerous Liberal bail laws, but 6 months in, it's the same bait and switch and the laws remain in place. And now, more than half of Canadians don't feel safe in their own homes. So the question is simple. Will the Prime Minister scrap Liberal bail or get out of the way so Conservatives can?
Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives shout empty slogans, we've done comprehensive consultations all summer so that we can get it right. The bail legislation that is going to be presented shortly in this House brings bail reform, harsher sentences, addresses victims of intimate partner violence. Mr. Speaker, the legislation that we're bringing forward is a complete, comprehensive package, and I hope the Conservatives will be able to support it.
That's right.
Honourable member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are telling Canadians to be patient, that someday they might act. Tell that to the families of Bailey McCourt and countless others who have lost their loved ones. Under their watch, violent crime is up, extortion is up, homicides are up, sexual assaults are up, and every single day that goes by with these Liberals delaying, 1,600 more violent crimes happen in our streets. That's 1 per minute. Lives are being lost. Families are being destroyed. So the question, again, simple question. Will the Liberals scrap Liberal bail, support the Jail Not Bail Act, or get out of the way so Conservatives can clean up their mess?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, community safety has been our top priority. That's why our first pieces of legislation have all addressed this area. Mr. Speaker, one of the most rising types of crime in our country is cyber attacks against our children. Sextortion is rising in this country more than almost anything else. C2 addresses that issue. It gives tools to the police to be able to catch these predators, these child predators that are walking, roaming free in our country. I hope the Conservatives will support C2.
Hear, hear.
Honourable member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Liberal laws have unleashed crime and chaos on our street, and it's no wonder their Bill C-75 requires courts to release violent repeat offenders at the earliest opportunity on the least restrictive conditions. The results are devastating, and Markham Malone, a criminal out on bail for attempt murder, shot a man in a home invasion. These Liberals promise bail reform, but just another bait and switch. If he's serious, will the Prime Minister scrap Liberal bail or get out of the way and let Conservatives finally do it?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, since taking office on April the 28th, this new government has been working on bail reform, Mr. Speaker. We've been consulting with law enforcement across the country, Mr. Speaker. We've been speaking to mayors, we've been speaking to provincial leaders, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to consult and we will continue to bring forward the most comprehensive bail reform this country has ever seen.
The Honourable Member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
It's been a long 6 months since this Prime Minister promised bail reform, and nothing has happened. Instead, these Liberals are obstructing the Conservative Jail Not Bail Act from passing, keeping soft on crime, catch and release laws on the books. Since the Liberals took office, violent crime up 55%, sex assaults up 76%, and gun crime soared a staggering 130%. Enough is enough. When will these Liberals finally protect Canadians, stop Liberal bail, and back the Conservative Jail Not Bail Act?
Here, here.
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we will be bringing forward bail reform in very short order, Mr. Speaker. But let me take this opportunity to talk about other legislation that's in the House that the party opposite could pass today. That is Bill C-2, Mr. Speaker, which gives law enforcement additional tools to do their job more effectively, to make sure that guns do not come in through our border, Mr. Speaker. That's the type of commitment that we have on this side of the House, and we invite the party opposite to support us.
Member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals unleash crime and chaos on our streets. Under Bill C-75, courts are compelled to release criminals early and under the least restrictive conditions. A woman on house arrest for breaking into a home with a weapon went to our local beach, kidnapped a 5-year-old girl, and was found in a canoe holding the girl under the water. She's been charged with manslaughter. This dangerous person should never have been allowed to walk freely on our street. The Prime Minister promised action, and for 6 months he's failed. When will these Liberals scrap their criminal experiments, or will they let Conservatives fix it for them?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if we wish to discuss criminal experiments, let's talk about the 10-year tattered legacy of the Harper government, which saw every single one, every single piece of its criminal injustice.
I've already turned up the volume on the speakers here. I have one notch left to go. The Honourable Government House Leader from the top, please.
If you want to talk about criminal experiments, let's talk about the 10-year tattered legacy of the Harper government, which finished every single time at the Supreme Court of Canada having bills struck down. That is not helping victims, Mr. Speaker. This session of Parliament, we are going to see the true agenda of the Conservative Party. They can vote for C-2. They can vote for bail reform. They can vote to restrict intimate partner violence. We will see where the Conservatives stand on criminal justice in this session of Parliament, Mr.
Speaker. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's important to point out that crime has increased by 55% over the last decade while this government was in place. While under the previous 10 years of the Conservative government, it went down by 25%. That's the truth, Mr. Speaker. But now today, with a liberal justice system, is that we see that a woman was killed by her former partner who had previously been let out on bail 16 times, even though he never respected the conditions. Why was he able to go see his girlfriend and kill her? How do the Liberals answer that question? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, there have been a number of tragedies in Quebec and elsewhere in the country, and we must absolutely take action. Conservatives for 10 years had a chance, And it always ended up being a total mess. It always ended up being dragged before the Supreme Court of Canada, where the court showed that the Conservatives had violated the Charter. Conservatives had their opportunity. And this session will give them a chance and see if they want action or if they just want to pretend that they have all the answers, when actually they just want to go against the Charter. The honourable member, I would invite my colleague to go see the family of the woman killed in Saint-Jérôme. Does that family think that this Liberal legislation helped? No, they definitely don't. What's the real truth is that Conservatives brought in a system that reduced crime by 25%. We need fair but harsh towards criminals. That's the type of law we need. We need criminals behind bars. The Honourable Government House Leader. Yes, it's very clear, Mr. Speaker, that criminals need to go to prison. And we need a justice system as a way of administering justice that works, that respects rights, that also respects victims and respects our democratic system. Now, this session, the Conservatives will be able to vote in favor of victims' rights and in favor of common sense measures to limit crime. Will they vote in favor of that, Mr. Speaker? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Mr. Speaker, once again, there are new tariffs that are being brought in for our forestry industry. Washington has announced further 10% tariffs on our softwood lumber, which is already facing 35% tariffs. And that's not all. Donald Trump has also announced 25% tariffs on wood products like wardrobes, for example. And during that time, we still aren't seeing the assistance that Ottawa announced at the beginning of August. This Prime Minister said he would save us from Donald Trump. Well, could he start by saving our softwood lumber industry? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the new tariffs that the American administration are bringing in, and we completely disagree with these tariffs, and that is why we are here to help the furnishings industry and the softwood lumber industry. We are ensuring that there is a program to support our small businesses. We have launched this program, and I hope that my colleague will support that. The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte-Acton. Mr. Speaker, it's just failure after failure for this Prime Minister as he tries to take on Donald Trump. Now we have these new softwood lumber tariffs. Yesterday we learned that there may be more American milk coming into the country. And this summer, the Prime Minister gave up on the digital services tax that was supposed to be levied on the web giants. These failures are affecting Quebec forests, Quebec dairy farmers, and Quebec culture. Will the Prime Minister finally stand up for the Quebec economy? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, every day our government stands up for the Quebec economy. And in fact, in Saint-Bruno-de-Montarville, there are dozens of new jobs that are being created. And in fact, tomorrow, there's another piece of good news where Boeing will be able to create new aerospace jobs. Now, that said, on the topic of tariffs, those tariffs are indeed unjustified. We will help industry, and I hope that my colleague and I will be able to work together to help his riding. But beyond that, supply management is not on the table, and Quebec culture will never be on the negotiating table.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Liberal bail has unleashed crime and chaos in our streets. Their weak law, Bill C-75, requires courts to release repeat violent offenders at the earliest opportunity. Recently, 3 suspects were arrested for a series of home invasions in Vaughan. And guess what? Surprise, surprise, 2 of them are out on bail. This Prime Minister promised Liberals would flip-flop on bail. But 6 months after he came to power, weak Liberal laws are still on the books. So will he do the right thing, scrap Liberal bail, or get out of the way and let us do it?
That's right. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, when the Honourable Member poses a question about repealing Bill C-75, I would suggest that it's a good idea that he read it in its entirety. He does not seem to understand that the bill actually makes it harder for people who are charged with intimate partner violence to receive bail. Now we are willing to work in good faith with members of any party to strengthen the bail system, have harsher penalties for serious crimes, and most importantly, to keep Canadians safe. The only question I have is whether the Conservatives will support the bill.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
The only thing the Liberals seem to do with any speed around here is manufacture excuses for their inaction. Meanwhile, in the last 8 weeks, York Region has seen 914 assaults, 296 vehicle thefts, and 174 break-and-enters. We know what to do. Mayors, police chiefs, and Canadians all across this country have been calling on this Liberal government to scrap their failed bail laws, C5 and C75. So, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are watching. Will this Prime Minister do the right thing, scrap Liberal bail laws, or get out of the way so Conservatives can do it for them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives stand here and lecture us about criminal justice, but Canadians remember their record time and time again. They imposed unconstitutional mandatory minimums, piled on cruel punishments, and tied the hands of judges, only to have the Supreme Court strike them down, each decision time and time again. And now they claim that we're not acting on bail reform. It's a bit rich. And the truth is, since making our commitment, the Minister has been working with provinces and territories, consulting police chiefs, police associations, and frontline stakeholders to get this right. We want
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Mr. Speaker, Daniel Senecal brutally sexually assaulted, choked, and nearly killed a 3-year-old little girl in Niagara. This crime has mobilized my community and galvanized an effort to have the criminal code changed so monsters like this never see the light of day again. The Conservative Jail Not Bail Act will restore safe streets and keep vile perpetrators like Daniel Senecal in jail. The government can act right now by supporting our legislation. Will the Prime Minister scrap Liberal bail or get out of the way and let Conservatives do it?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, it's exactly cases like that, which is the reason why we are taking the action that we are. With C9, we made it. With C9, we made murder-motivated hate crimes a constructive first-degree offence, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the Conservatives for allowing that bill to go to committee. C9 has created more hate-related crime offences in the code, which, with tougher penalties, Mr. Speaker, C2 also brings tough on crime legislation as well. And I'm afraid that the Conservatives think it's too tough and have not been supported.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals' bail has unleashed crime and chaos on our streets. One recent example was a home invasion where the perpetrator was out on bail. Their law, C-75, requires courts release violent career criminals at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. This Prime Minister promised the Liberals would flip-flop on bail, but it was a bait and switch. With the bail law still in place 6 months after he took power, will this Prime Minister scrap Liberal bail or get out of the way and let Conservatives do it?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, we have committed to bringing forward comprehensive bail reform legislation, Mr. Speaker, that we will do over the next several weeks. But I also want to be clear, this issues around bail is not just the responsibility of the federal government, Mr. Speaker. It also involves the provinces. It's up to the provinces to fund their courts adequately. It's up to them to ensure that their justice of the peace as well as the judges are trained, Mr. Speaker. It's also important that they have facilities to hold. So it's a comprehensive approach where the federal government's ready to do its part. We invite the province to do the same.
The honourable member for Abbotsford South Langley.
Mr. Speaker, Liberal bail policies have unleashed crime and chaos on our streets. Swift Radio 12 a.m. in Surrey was struck by gunfire on Monday night. Thankfully, no one was inside at the time, but our communities live in constant fear that next time they won't be so lucky. No one should have to fear for their safety while simply doing their job. But after 10 years of Liberal soft on crime policies, this has become far too common. Enough empty promises. The Liberals have failed to act. Will this Prime Minister get serious on extortion and adopt our Conservative bill, or will he get out of the way and let the Conservatives do it?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities. Our government is cracking down on repeat violent offenders with the new legislation that will be forthcoming to strengthen bail, strengthening sentencing and court efficiencies. We are working closely with provinces and territories to reform bail, sentencing and address delays, giving police and prosecutors stronger tools to keep violent offenders off our streets. This is what Canadians want. This is what they elected us to do, and that's exactly what we will do.
L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, the Canada Dental Care Plan is a great success. This morning, the Minister of Health announced that over 5 million Canadians are now covered under the plan. In my constituency of Terrebonne, people have told me that this program has allowed them to see a dentist for the first time in decades, which means that they don't have to go to the emergency room for dental problems. Can the Minister tell us more about why this program is important to Canadians?
L'Honorable Ministre de la Santé.
The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for her question. The Canada Dental Care Plan is one of the most important social programs in the history of our country. And I'd like to remind this House that the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois voted against it. Every day, more and more Canadians have access to dental care, and the average beneficiary of the program is saving about $800 a year. I'd like to thank all dentists, dental hygienists, and specialists who are participating in the program. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised to reform his terrible criminal justice system, but here we are 6 months later and nothing has been done. He continues to release dangerous repeat offenders. Under the Liberals, over the past 10 years, sexual assault incidents have increased by 76%. The Conservatives are proposing a law we can pass immediately, jail, not bail, to protect Canadians. Will they drop the Liberal bail system? If not, Mr. Speaker, will they get out of the way so that we can get the job done? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Well, Mr. Speaker, in Bill C-75, we strengthen Canada's response to domestic violence between intimate partners. We strengthen the definition of intimate partner, and we increase the burden of proof for repeat offenders of intimate partner violence. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserved fact-based debate. If the Conservatives want to repeal a bill that makes it harder for intimate partner violence offenders to get bail, then let them say so to Canadians. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Well, that's not the truth at all, Mr. Speaker. 14 alleged femicides have already been recorded in Quebec in 2025. Recently, one of the victims was murdered by her partner, who had a long criminal record of domestic violence. He had also violated his bail conditions over 16 times, yet he was at large, Mr. Speaker. Since the Liberals came to power, violent crime has increased by 55%, homicide has increased about 30%, and sexual assault incidents have increased by 76%. How many women have to be raped and murdered? How many young people have to be abused, Mr. Speaker, before they understand and change the law? Thank you.
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member asked her question about C-75, but I suggest strongly that she read C-75 before asking questions about it. Read it thoroughly, because in fact C-75 makes it harder to obtain bail for those who are accused of intimate partner violence. We are ready to work in good faith with members of all parties to strengthen our parole and bail systems. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Les Échemins, Lévis. Well, I suggest that she read Patrick Lagacé's Chronicle, his column published in this morning's La Presse. He reports on a justice system that protects dangerous repeat offenders with long criminal records who are let loose on our streets. And who's looking out for the victims? No one in this government. They promised to take action to scrap their nonsensical laws, but nothing has happened. Can they do something and pass our law to support victims? And if not, they should get out of the way and let us handle things, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice. Mr. Speaker, this summer, we took the time to crisscross the country. We met with Crown attorneys and police bodies to develop a new parole and bail system. We don't want to pass any bill quickly so that it can be taken before the Supreme Court and possibly withdrawn or repealed. We are taking the time to do things right on this side of the House.
In 2017, Gulfam Hussain, a Pakistani national, was convicted of, in the United Kingdom, for, quote, adult sexual activity with a female family member aged 13 to 17, offender over 18, penetration. Said differently, Hussain had incestuous sex with his underage niece, and he was placed on the UK's sex offender registry. Yet in 2023, the Liberals granted Hussain a visa to enter Canada. Can the Liberals explain why they allowed a publicly listed incestuous child sex abuser into Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Canadians' trust in their immigration system is paramount. That's why we're constantly working to improve immigration security screening processes, particularly in responses to new challenges and pressures. We have built Border Bill C2, and I invite my colleagues to help us pass that bill that will further strengthen our immigration system.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
It seemed the Liberals couldn't do a simple Google search on a incestuous child sex abuser. Nonetheless, the person who let this person into Canada is now, thanks to the Prime Minister, our Justice Minister. And instead of deporting Hussain, right now the Liberals are letting him gum up Canada's court system. This is truly disgusting, and it's antithetical to what it means to be Canadian. And the person who allowed this incestuous child sex abuser should be fired. So why did the Prime Minister promote the Immigration Minister who allowed an incestuous child sex abuser into Canada to Minister of Justice?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has a robust system of determining who's admissible and who's not admissible to Canada, Mr. Speaker. I would like to just confirm that the Canada Border Service Agency is working to remove the largest number of people in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. Over 20,000 people targeted to be removed who are inadmissible to Canada, and we're doing it as we speak, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to work with law enforcement, we'll continue to work with CBSA to ensure our borders are safe, and those who are undesirable in Canada will not be permitted to come here.
Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister promised Canadians he could handle Donald Trump. He promised he would quickly negotiate a win. For Canadian workers, it has been nothing but losses. We have the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. Invista is closing their plant in Maitland and moving to Texas. 100 jobs gone. Cap Paper and Kapuskasing is shutting down. 350 jobs gone. In Oshawa, GM is shifting truck production south. Hundreds of jobs gone already and thousands more at risk. When will this Prime Minister finally keep his promises, stop losing jobs, and start standing up for Canadian workers?
Hear, hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Family.
Mr. Speaker, just a few weeks ago, I stood with the building trades unions and the Prime Minister as we announced the first 5 projects that will be managed by the Major Projects Office Coalition. And Mr. Speaker, this is good news for Canadians because we're laser focused, Mr. Speaker, on creating jobs and supporting the training that Canadians need to seize those opportunities. What they get from the Conservatives, Mr. Speaker, they get fear-mongering, they get hate, Mr. Speaker. And you know what else they get, Mr. Speaker? They get them voting against their own interests over and over. We on this side will take care of Canadians' interests.
The Honourable Member for Chilliwack Hope.
The Prime Minister promised he would have a deal with Trump by July 21st. Well, it's October, he has no deal, and Canada is bleeding jobs. Imperial Oil is shutting down in Calgary. 900 jobs gone. Thousands of forestry jobs in BC are at risk because he hasn't got a softwood lumber deal done. He promised he would create middle-class jobs, but instead he's lost 86,000 jobs since he became Prime Minister. When will this Prime Minister abandon his job-killing policies here at home and finally keep his promise to get a deal and save Canadian jobs?
members of the opposition, Mr. Speaker, is that it is time for all hands on deck, and that's what this Prime Minister has been saying ever since the election and before. This is a time for Canadians to pull together. In fact, the provinces and territories recognize that. They're investing in Canadian workers. They're investing in training. They're investing in major projects. You know who's standing against Canadians, Mr. Speaker? Only one group, and that's the Conservative Party of Canada.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is saying a lot of things, but no action. He promised he would negotiate a win with the U.S. by July 21st. It's now October, and Canada has the second highest unemployment and the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. This week in Oshawa, auto workers were told more jobs are moving to the United States. It's clear the biggest threat to Canadian jobs is the Prime Minister's broken promises and failure to get a deal. Are Canadians losing their jobs because of his failed diplomacy abroad, his job-killing policies at home, or both?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Government never talks down our workers, never talks down our economy, never talks down our industries. And we are there to create jobs while we be protecting a lot of jobs. Of course, I hear everything that is happening in the auto sector. That's why we've been there for Oda, for Honda, for Toyota, for Stellantis, for Ford, and for GM. And we've put a remission system in place to make sure that they would protect jobs. Meanwhile, I must say to my honourable colleague that Canada will be the second best country in the G20 for doing business, according to the Economic Intelligence Unit. And among the G7, Canada is ranked third with respect to ease of starting a business.
The honourable member for Calgary, Signal Hill.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised Canadians that he would negotiate a win with Donald Trump by July 21st. That was months ago, and Canadians are worse off than we were before. The fastest shrinking economy, the second highest unemployment rate in the G7. All the while, the Prime Minister jetted around the globe. In Calgary, Imperial Oil is cutting 900 jobs. This is a direct result of 10 years of Liberal anti-energy law and policy. Canadians are losing jobs. Is it because of the Prime Minister's failed jet-set diplomacy or his job-killing?
Yeah, the Honourable Minister of Industry.
Mr. Speaker, this government has a true plan to build one Canadian economy. And when it comes to building one economy, we've made sure that we would have important national major projects. And we've announced them in the energy sector, including in LNG. And of course, he should ask the Premier of Alberta what she thinks about that.
Right.
The other thing also I would like to say is that the GDP is actually growing. And look at the last numbers in July. And when you look at also what is happening in the country, wages are increasing. And indeed, when you saw 3.3% of growing wages across the country.
The honourable member for Oakville West.
Mr. Speaker, when I talk to my community in Oakville West, I hear a great deal of concern for the world around us. For the last 80 years, the United Nations General Assembly has brought leaders from all backgrounds into one room to bridge political, social, and economic divides. Our Minister of Foreign Affairs was there this past week and reaffirmed Canada's commitment to a more peaceful and prosperous world. Can the Minister share with this House how Canada is confronting the challenges our world is facing?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for her question. Last week at the United Nations, I reiterated Canada's commitment to multilateralism. At a time when countries are retreating towards protectionism, Canada will not retreat. We will continue to be a leader on the world stage. We will strengthen our defence and security. We will strengthen our economic resilience, and we will enhance our commitment to core values. Mr. Speaker, with these three pillars of Canada's foreign policy, we will build Canada strong.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster, Meadow Lake.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar this Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians. Liberal inflationary spending, the carbon tax, fuel standards, and the plastics ban are all hidden taxes driving up the cost of groceries. Moms and dads are struggling to feed their kids, and food banks are seeing record usage. Still, these Liberals voted against our motion to axe all taxes on food. Nutritious food should not be a luxury, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals finally stop taxing food?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
Well, Mr. Speaker, that member opposite maybe hasn't done her own grocery shopping for a while because there is a GST tax on food. I will say this, Mr. Speaker.
Give me. Yeah. I mean, I know members want question period to finish as close to 3 o'clock as possible. But if we keep having interruptions, that won't be possible. The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families from the top, please.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll rephrase it in a way that doesn't insult my member in the way that she feels so insulted. But I will say this, people who are grocery shoppers know that there isn't GST on food in this country. And so it's misleading for the member opposite to pose a question like that in a way that could confuse Canadians. What I can say, Mr. Speaker, is that we have cut taxes for 22 million Canadians. I know that this bill is seeking the approval of this House, and I hope they're not going to vote against the support that Canadians need at this time. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, the Liberals voted against our motion to lower hidden food taxes on Canadians. They voted to keep taxing food with their industrial carbon tax on fertilizer and farm equipment and inflation tax from increasing money spending. These Liberal policies mean families are paying more at the grocery store. Pork is up 37.2% just in March alone. When will the Liberal government finally stop their hidden grocery taxes and provide real relief to Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Let's just debate on facts. And this is what the House of Commons is about. It is about the fact that, indeed, there is no GST on food at the grocery store. But that being said, we also cut taxes for the middle class on 22 million people across the country. We cut also tax for first-time home buyers across the country. And we cut the carbon tax. So we know that things are sometimes difficult across the country. We will be there for people. That's why we have a strong social safety net. That's why we've done a lot when it comes to dental care, pharmacare, and we'll continue to enhance that social safety net.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Every dollar this Liberal government wastes means higher taxes hidden in Canadian grocery bills, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister hasn't even spared our morning coffee. Since he took office, the price of coffee is up 23%, sugar up 20%. Liberals refuse to scrap the industrial carbon tax, the packaging tax, and the fuel standard tax. Shame. The sweet things in life shouldn't come at a bitter price, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals finally axe their hidden taxes on food?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
All the experts will tell you that the answer to food insecurity is income security. First and foremost, what does that mean? It means good jobs for Canadians. But it also means a stronger social safety net to help support people in their times of need. Both of them require a strong economy in Canada. That's why our government is focused on making generational investments in housing, defense, and infrastructure so we can build the strongest economy in the G7. That's how we'll ensure families can feed themselves for generations to come.
The Honourable Member for Prescott Russell Cumberland.
Mr. Speaker, small businesses in my riding of Prescott Russell Cumberland are the heart and soul of my community, and they're the key to building the strongest economy in the G7. But with the current trade situation with the United States, small businesses are facing unique challenges. Can the Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Secretary of State for Small Business share what our government is doing to support small businesses?
The Honourable Minister for Small Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for that question. Our government understands that small businesses are the backbone of their Canadian economy, and that's why we launched the Buy Canadian policy that will strengthen supply chains and create more opportunities for small businesses. We made it easier for them to access BDC loans so they can compete, grow, and reach new markets, and we're stepping up to support small businesses, especially those hit by the U.S. tariffs, through the $5 billion Strategic Response Fund. These measures will protect and strengthen Canadian businesses as we build the strongest economy in the G7, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Tobique-Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister has said Canadians should judge him by grocery prices. Across Canada, rural families are feeling the pain at the checkout, including in New Brunswick, where groceries are up 23%, far outpacing inflation. Yet yesterday, the Liberals voted against our motion to make food more affordable. Instead, they doubled down on their hidden taxes like the industrial carbon tax, their fuel standards, and their packaging tax, policies that hit rural Canadians hard. When will the Liberals finally stop their hidden tax on food and give Canadians a break at the grocery store?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Tobique-Mactaquac is home to McCain Foods, one of the great Canadian food companies, and whether you're from Johnville or Bristol or Heartland or Woodstock, you have a lot of sense and you know this. There is no tax on food at the grocery store. He knows it, they know it. Big common sense in the St. John River Valley, and we'll keep talking to them and doing stuff for them, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
The Parliamentary Secretary to Combating Crime posted on X, and I quote, "On behalf of the Government of Canada, I am announcing that on the advice of our officials, we have deemed the group NECAP ineligible to enter our country." Can the Minister advise if the Parliamentary Secretary was authorized to make this announcement? If yes, who authorized it? Was it the Minister, department officials, or the Prime Minister's office? If no one authorized it, can the Minister advise what follow-up action will be taken to address this serious misrepresentation of authority? Canadians deserve to know.
Hear, hear. Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Persons seeking to come to Canada must meet eligibility and admissibility requirements of the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act. Each case is assessed individually. Entry to Canada may be refused for a number of reasons. An individual whose electronic travel application has been declined can reapply by doing an ETA once they've addressed the reasons that it has been refused. IRCC cannot comment on individual cases. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And following up with the Honourable Minister, this story has made a lot of waves in media. It doesn't seem at all clear that there is evidence that the banned NECAP was deemed ineligible by the department. So since the minister can't discuss any individual case, can she please confirm whether or not any authorized entity within the Canadian government refused entry to the Irish banned NECAP, or whether it was just one rogue MP?
Okay, the Honourable Minister of Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said, we assess each case on a case-by-case basis. Anyone who wishes to enter Canada must meet the conditions of the Immigration Act. There's also an electronic travel authorization request. It was refused, and another request may be presented after explaining the reasons. We cannot comment on individual cases. Thank you. That concludes.
This brings question period to an end. It was a bit noisy today. I believe the opposition chief whip, has a question for the government House Leader, but I'd like to wait a few seconds to allow members to leave quietly.
Okay. We're almost there. We're almost there. So, the Honourable Chief Government Whip has a question for the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, it's a Thursday question where we ask the agenda for the government for the upcoming week. And, Mr. Speaker, you will note that during the election, the Prime Minister made a lot of promises. He said that he was going to fix Liberal bail. Specifically, he was going to fix the mess that Justin Trudeau, as well as the vast majority of the Liberals, created by passing Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. I'm wondering, first, Mr. Speaker, if the House Leader will inform the House if or not they will finally be bringing legislation to fix the disaster that they created in the bail system in this country in this upcoming week. Second of all, Mr. Speaker, I would ask, during the election, the Prime Minister promised that by July the 21st of this year, now that's months ago already, he would have a deal with Trump with regards to our trade deal with the United States. Now, over the last number of weeks, we have now learned reports that we have the fastest shrinking economy in the G7. We have the second highest unemployment rate in the G7 as well, Mr. Speaker. The jobs crisis is worsening in this country as we saw announcements from Imperial Oil with 900 job losses in Calgary. We had the announcement of Cap Paper here in Ontario, as well as, of course, GM's announcement that they're going to discontinue production of some of their models here in Canada and move those jobs to the United States. Will the House Leader finally update this House as to if the Prime Minister will fulfill his commitment to get a deal with the United States in this coming week?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
It's funny, those questions didn't make the top 40 of the ones that they wanted to ask today, Mr. Speaker, but of course the Prime Minister and ministers are in regular contact with our friends and neighbors in the United States, and we will be obviously advocating for Canadian workers and Canadian jobs. Right. And in terms of criminal justice legislation, well, the member well knows that right now he could stand up and ask for unanimous consent on a very tough border bill that helps this government get tough on crime. We had the chance to vote this week on C9 and move that through the legislative process. And the member need not fret. The legislation is going to be coming fast and furious, and the Conservatives will have a decision to make whether they want to support constitutional bail reform concocted with provinces and territories, victims associations, and all manner of other stakeholders, or will they wish to just keep grandstanding in the way that they do. But in the meantime, Mr. Speaker, we have a very interesting week coming up next week. Commençant avec aujourd'hui.
Starting today, we'll continue debate on the Conservative Party's opposition motion. Tomorrow, we will resume debate at second reading on Bill C-8, the Critical Cyber Systems Protection Act.
Today, we will consider second reading of Bill C-11, the Military Justice System Modernization Act. We will continue with this debate again on Wednesday. On Tuesday, we will commence second reading debate of Bill C-10, the Commissioner for Modern Treaty Implementation Act, and Thursday, October 9th, shall be an allotted day. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If there's a point of order, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member called on me to stand in this House and call for unanimous consent to pass all stages a bill that would fix the bail system in this country, the Liberal bail system that has been broken by this caucus across the way. So I ask for unanimous consent to pass at all stages Bill C.
Point of order. That's a question. That's a question. That's a question for maybe question period. Je désire informer la Chambre que
I wish to inform the House that the volume of earpieces will now be reset.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
And orders, business of supply, resuming debate on an opposition motion regarding the passage of Bill C-242, standing in the name of Mr. Canna.
The honourable member from Richmond Hill had about a minute and a half remaining in his allotted speech time, and he now has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Richmond Hill South and Canadians across the country are demanding safe streets. They want criminals behind bars, not behind the wheel of a stolen car. They want kids playing safely in parks, not dodging gunfire from illegally smuggled guns, which the Liberals let across the border at record levels. They want seniors to be free to walk their neighborhoods, not locked indoors by fear of a crime wave unleashed by the Liberals. The Conservative Jail Not Bail Act delivers what the pro-crime Liberals never will. Justice for victims, protection for families, and safety for communities. The Liberals gave us crime and chaos. Conservatives will bring home safe streets and secure borders. I know I, along with the rest of my Conservative colleagues, will be voting to scrap Liberal bail. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for York and Melville.
Strict measures against violent offenders, yet they continue to fuel violent crime by refusing to repeal C-75. This bill is forcing judges to release offenders at the earliest possible opportunity under the least onerous conditions. And violent criminals are emboldened, taking advantage of their new freedom to terrorize Canadians because of it. I'd like to ask my colleague this question. If the Liberal government supports our motion, jail not bail, today, will Richmond Hill once again be a far safer place to live and raise their families?
Honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. Yes, Richmond Hill will be one of the safest communities across the country to live, to raise a family, to play, to work. The Liberals can just admit that they've failed over the last 10 years with their Liberal soft on crime policies, their weak bail policies, and join us in supporting the Conservatives' Jail Not Bail Act, and finally, scrap Liberal bail.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. La députée de Shefford.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, a speech that came at the same time as we're studying a report on crimes against women at the FIWO committee. Those crimes leave traces, of course, and when victims testify before committee, one of the things they asked for in order to have some impact had to do with the Jordan decision. And we in the bloc tabled a bill to put limits around the use of the Jordan decision so that cases would be tried in the shortest possible amount of time. But for certain crimes like sex crimes, murders, and aggravated assault, crimes involving, offenses involving weapons, we wanted, the survivors and victims want Jordan not to be applied to those cases. What does the member have to say about that?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for her question. It's simple. After 10 years of Liberal pro-crime laws, violent crime is up 55%, gun crime has more than doubled, extortion is up 330%, homicides up 29%, sexual assaults are up 76%, and auto theft is at levels never seen before. There is one simple solution. It's to scrap Liberal bail.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's always concern when Conservatives tend to stand up and intentionally, or maybe sometimes unintentionally, mislead. So, for example, Matt.
I have a point of order for the member for Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, the member full well knows that he cannot accuse another member, or a party for that matter, of intentionally misleading the House. He knows he can't do that. He should be withdrawing.
Just on that point of order, I did not hear the member say the House, and so he was continuing his speaking. I will let the member continue and finish his question.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can reflect in terms of the automobile theft in the area of York. From what I understand, is actually down percentages. Yet the member has indicated that auto theft is up. If he could just provide some clarification on that issue.
The honourable member for Richmond Hill South.
You know, the Liberals like to import U.S.-style politics. They have a history of that, but now they're importing U.S.-style crime. You know, property crime rates, violent crime rates, those are now higher in Canada than they are in the United States. And that's because of 10 years of weak Liberal bail laws. If the Liberals could just admit that they failed after 10 years of their soft on crime approach, they can come and support us, support the Conservative Jail Not Bail Act, and scrap Liberal bail.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question. I would like to just compliment him on his speech and say to him that I was just wondering if he could perhaps enlighten us a little bit more about why jail reform or bail reform is needed in this country. The Liberals keep telling us that they're bringing in bail reform, but they don't tell us why it's needed. I was wondering if he could tell us why bail reform is needed. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Hill South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his great question. The answer is in the question. It's because the Liberals broke our justice system with Bill C-5 and C-75, making house arrest the new norm, bringing in the revolving door justice system that we have now. They broke our justice system. Their bail reform is what caused this catch and release system that has allowing crime to ravage our communities. So all we're asking is, why don't the Liberals scrap Liberal bail?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I won't provide any further comment on the member's lack of a response to my question, but I think it is a legitimate issue that when we take a look at the stats that the Conservatives continue to provide the House, I would suggest anyone that is listening to do a bit of a follow-through on the stats. Now, let me start off, Mr. Speaker, by reflecting in the last federal election. Every member of the House, I'm sure, is aware of what was taking place on the streets, in the homes, in the communities in which we all represent today. I can tell you with absolute confidence, Mr. Speaker, as I have today earlier, and even last week when the Conservatives brought in another motion dealing with the issue of crime, that it is an issue in which this government is, in fact, acting on. The Conservative opposition knows that, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that because we made a commitment in the election platform to have significant bail reform to come in for this fall, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has made that commitment. He has reinforced that commitment, and you will see bail reform coming to the floor of the House of Commons, Mr. Speaker. Why? Because it is not only a reflection of what Canadians were talking about in the last election, but it is also a commitment that every Liberal member of Parliament made to their constituents. So we are going to see bail reform legislation. Now, that is the motivation. I say to my Conservative friends across the way, not only were we given a solid mandate in the last election to bring forward our platform, but so was the opposition given a message. We all have a responsibility to our constituents to advance legislation, to advance ideas for the betterment of our communities. And that's why earlier today I've had the opportunity to ask a number of questions. One of those questions is dealing with Bill C-2. Bill C-2 is one of the measures to secure and make Canadians safer by doing more at our borders, Mr. Speaker. Do you know we have now had over 18 hours of debate on that legislation? Do you need a warrant to open mail? Over 18 hours, Mr. Speaker. And you see, there is no indication whatsoever from the Conservatives as to when it is that they're going to allow that bill not to pass the House of Commons, but at least allow it to get out of second reading so it can go to committee where Canadians and stakeholders will have the opportunity to provide direct input. We even had a minister who indicated that he's actually open to ideas and suggestions that might actually give additional strength to the legislation, Mr. Speaker. Now, I say all of that because I want the people that are following the debate on the issue of crime and safety in our neighborhoods to understand what is motivating, whether it's the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, or the entirety of the Liberal caucus. Let me contrast that to what I have witnessed from the Conservative Party. What is motivating the Conservative Party as they continue to ratchet up hard feelings and division? And I believe, Mr. Speaker, that it is very real and it is very tangible. Listen to some of the quotes that I have that I'd like to share with you. 3 in particular. Here's something that the MP from Caribou, Prince George, actually said earlier in the month of September. And I quote, "In my riding, 98% of the crime is created by 5 or 6 prolific offenders. When they're in jail, crime goes down." Well, I would question the numbers. But I question the numbers on a lot of things with the Conservatives. But here is something that I really, really find truly amazing. This is what a Conservative member said, Mr. Speaker, inside on the floor of the House. The MP for Oxford said, and I quote, "We're now living in a war zone in Canada," end of quote, referencing the issue of crime and safety. How ridiculous of a statement that is, Mr. Speaker. Think about that. You get a member of Parliament standing up saying that we are in a war zone. You know, I think the member needs to get a better understanding of what a war zone actually is, Mr. Speaker. But I can't blame him because it comes right from the leadership. You have a leadership within the Conservative Party that has gone so far to the right. Listen to the things that he says, Mr. Speaker. The extreme comments that we get from the leader of the Conservative Party. Today, when I was asking him a question, his response, in part, this is what his response is. This is just earlier today when a question was posed to the leader of the Conservative Party. And I quote, "The extreme bloodshed and violence that the Liberals have unleashed is what is radical." I suspect he might want to clip that and put it out on his social media because it's true to reflect the type of leadership that we're seeing from the Conservative Party. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed with this leader, Mr. Speaker. Remember a quote that I said last year that the leader of the Liberal Party, the leader of the Conservative Party said to his caucus? Imagine the entire Conservative caucus gets together. And what does the leader of the Conservative Party have to say? The headline was, "Nuclear Winter," leader of the Conservative Party tells his MPs. And I quote, "There would be mass hunger and malnutrition with tax this high. Our seniors will have to turn down the heat down to 14 or 13 C just to make it through the winter," the leader said. "Inflation would run rampant and people would not be able to leave their homes or drive anywhere." Mr. Speaker, this is the type of leadership that we actually see coming out of the Conservative leadership office, Mr. Speaker. Extreme positions. And then you wonder why you get members making the statement that we are in a war zone when it comes to crime, Mr. Speaker. It's ridiculous. What motivates the Conservatives on crime? I'll contrast what motivates this government is in regards to, as I pointed out, an electoral mandate, listening to our constituents, and you will see that the legislation that is ultimately brought forward on bail reform will be a true reflection in terms of the expectations and the needs and what Canadians want to see. Because it's something that is being well taken care of. You take a look at the Conservatives as well. He's been Prime Minister for 5 months. Where's the legislation? If you are going to have significant bail reform legislation, there is a responsibility to actually do some consultations. You have a responsibility as a government, as a minister, to work with the many different stakeholders, whether it's the police, nonprofits, the territories, provincial governments, and the list goes on, Mr. Speaker. It's not something you lock yourself into a room and then you come up with a substantial piece of legislation and say, here, and put it on the table of the House of Commons.
Pretty simple, actually.
There's actually a lot of work that goes in, that's involved in bringing forward the type of bail reform that we are going to be seeing this fall, Mr. Speaker. So that kind of gives you a sense in terms of what it is that motivates the Liberal caucus. I have argued, and I've seen this over the years, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives love to talk tough about crime. They really do. It's as if there was no horrific crimes when Harper was the Prime Minister of Canada. That's sarcasm. There was a lot of horrific crimes. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I can assure members there were. And at the end of the day, whether it's home invasions and murders or whatever type of crime you want to look at, I can assure you that it took place even under Stephen Harper, even when their leaders sat around the cabinet table. But the motivation for the Conservative Party is not Canadians. It's not to be able to, we want reform because of Canadians. They utilize the issue of crime and safety in order to generate, I would suggest to you, funds, money, and ultimately to promote hate. That's what I believe, Mr. Speaker. Now, they might not like it, but let me give you tangible examples of that. For some reason, I actually receive emails, and let me quote, these are email...
I have a point of order from the member from Kamloops, Thompson, Nicola.
The honourable member, well, I will say the member just accused the Conservative Party of promoting hate. That is reprehensible. We should be able to debate in here. We should be able to debate the issues, even if we disagree, without resorting to that. He should withdraw and apologize.
Mr. Speaker, I'll withdraw the word hate.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for withdrawing that word, and I'll allow him to continue.
That's right.
He has about 9.5 minutes left.
Okay, so let's withdraw the word hate, but let us realize that fundraising plays a critical role in terms of why it is the Conservative Party takes the position that it takes. It's all about raising money. And let me give you a good example of that. Here are 4 emails. And these are all emails that the Conservative Party has sent out to literally thousands and thousands of people. Every one of these emails, Mr. Speaker, actually have the donate to the Conservative Party. More criminals loose on the streets to terrorize people. Criminals are wreaking havoc across our country. The cause of violent uptick in crime, Liberals' radical catch and release policies. Crime is out of control and it's only going to get worse. These are all Conservative fundraising emails that are circulating, Mr. Speaker, for one purpose, to raise money. So is there any wonder why I make the statement at the end of the day the Conservative Party uses the issue of crime and safety as a mechanism in order to fill their political coffers, Mr. Speaker? That's the reality. At the end of the day, if you want to be able to look at how it is that you can actually serve Canadians on the issue of the crime file, Mr. Speaker, it's first and foremost reflect, as we have as a new government, as the Prime Minister has made that commitment in regards to bail reform, on what it is Canadians are telling us. And we're prepared to accept judgment when the time is right, when we have the bail reform legislation before us. But let me warn my Conservative friends across the way that there is other legislation before the House that makes our communities safer, that provides more support for our law enforcement officers, Mr. Speaker. for our border control officers. And the Conservatives have yet to pass that legislation. And I'm referring to Bill C-2. C-2 is substantial legislation, and with a very limited amount of time that the House has for debate, the Conservatives continue to talk that legislation out. In C-2 will make a difference. It will make our communities safer. So if the Conservatives really and truly are genuine and wanting to make our streets safer, the question is why are they holding up the bill in second reading? In fact, the motion that we're talking about today is about how we can speed up a private member's bill, Mr. Speaker. And that's not the first time. You know, the member that stood in his place to ask me on the point of order, this is what he said about his private member's bill, C-225, an act to amend the criminal code. And this is what he said. This bill is a monumental change. I go on. He says, I ask that the House streamline the passing of this bill as quickly as possible. Well, that's a programmed bill, Mr. Speaker. It gets 2 hours of debate in second reading. Bill C-2 has already had 18 hours of debate, Mr. Speaker. After 2 hours, his bill gets to go to committee. Yet he's asking us to even speed it up more, just like you had here today on another private member's bill. There is work that's engaged, that's involved in getting legislation before the House that needs to be respected. Oh, how they cry if the government applies a little bit of pressure or attempts to shame them into doing the right thing to be there for Canadians by passing legislation, Mr. Speaker. But when it comes to their legislation, democracy goes out the door. Mr. Speaker, that's what I witness. And if members challenge what it is that I'm saying, I invite you to have me go to a meeting or a public meeting at a university, Mr. Speaker. Let's see if we can bring in some independent individuals that will, in fact, take a look at the arguments that the Conservatives have. I'll take no issue at all. Ideally, it's in Winnipeg North, Mr. Speaker, but I'm flexible. I can be flexible. You know, so let's, ideally Ottawa, including the member opposite. I would welcome the opportunity to have a good, healthy debate in Ottawa. Now, we can't be sitting in session in terms of the hours, outside the hours. I'm sure we can arrange something. But the bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is they apply a double standard. Now, here's the reason why I raise this. We know that Canadians are genuinely concerned about crime and safety in the communities. We know that for a fact. We understand that there needs to be bail reform. There needs to be tougher penalties for violent repeat offenders. Canadians elected this Prime Minister and this Liberal government on the platform, Mr. Speaker, to reform the bail system. We are, in fact, committed to work together to ensure that we can build or make stronger laws, Mr. Speaker, and have safer communities. We have put into place in that 5 to 6 months legislative measures, budgetary measures, from a commitment to increase RCMP officers, hundreds, Mr. Speaker, to the same thing in terms of border control. There have been extensive consultations. And I think that there's a responsibility on all members of Parliament, no matter what side of the House they are, in terms of recognizing the agenda that is before us and that's coming down, talking about how we can achieve what it is that all of us say that we want to see. Safer communities. Individuals that are committing these crimes, especially those repeat offenders, are being held to account for those crimes that they are committing, Mr. Speaker. These are all important, but it's also important for us to recognize that the federal government plays a role, a significant role, a role that we are living up to. Because, Mr. Speaker, when you think of our judicial system It's just not Ottawa. You have provincial governments and arguably municipal governments that also have a significant role to play. We know that. Last time I was speaking on an issue, a very, very similar issue, I made reference to the need for more Crown prosecutors that are needed, and I cited a story in the Winnipeg Free Press that was on September 9, an editorial, which amplified and really tried to say that the province was at fault because of the issue of Crown attorneys. Members can go ahead and look up the story and read it for themselves. But the bottom line is that, and I'll do one quote from it, the cost of inaction is far greater than the cost of investment. Failing to fund Crown's offices means risking collapse, trials, emboldened criminals, and delusioned victims. It means communities losing confidence in the court's ability to protect them. Mr. Speaker, this is something that's reflecting on provincial governments. Municipal governments provide law enforcement officers. To not recognize that law enforcement officers play a role, or the provinces play a role, I think is irresponsible. At the end of the day, it is a shared responsibility. Ottawa needs to do its job, and I would argue that with this Prime Minister and this new government that was elected just last April is in fact doing the job that Canadians want us to do on this critically important issue. That is why you see bills like Bill C-2 for our borders, C-9 for hate, Mr. Speaker, or the probation bail reform legislation, which is going to be coming down very shortly.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just listened for 20 minutes to the member across with creating a bunch of slander against the Conservative Party and this wonderful smoke screen and not taking any accountability for what their bills have done for our repeat offenders in our communities. I asked the member how he's going to respond to the family in my community where a 6-year-old child was assaulted. The accused was released out on conditions, living in the same community as that child being assaulted. What does he say to them? How they're going to fix what they have created with their C-75.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I would say to them the same thing I would say to any victims during the Harper era. And our victims of crime need to be listened to, and where we can support them, we need to support them, Mr. Speaker. But to try to give a false impression that you have, these terrible crimes only occurring during a Liberal administration is misleading at best. I would suggest to you it's a lot worse in terms of what it is that the Conservatives. The member accused me of using slander, Mr. Speaker. Everything that I said, I supported with information that I'm prepared to share. If she wants to come and sit down, I'll be happy to be able to share it to her.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Répondre.
Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc has made several proposals to tighten the law against criminal organization. What does my colleague think about the idea of banning the patch for criminal organizations? We see that they are allowed to walk around with impunity, that these patches show these are criminal organizations, and should we not discourage this?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
During the 90s, and to a certain degree it's still there now, I can tell the member that the whole issue of gangs and patches was a hot topic in the province of Manitoba, my home province. I would be very careful in terms of what it is that we would say a person can actually put on a jacket and what they cannot put on a jacket. I would hope that the member will have the opportunity to raise the issue in the standing committee, but one has got to be very careful on that, because what might be perceived as a patch in the eyes of some could be towards a gang. In the eyes of others, it might not necessarily be that. A gang can easily adopt a patch that's universally fairly well utilized. So I would just caution note, but I would encourage him to raise the issue in committee.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the member highlighting the Conservative hyperbole in this House. Coming from the private sector and as a municipal councillor, the statements that are made here when they're protected by parliamentary privilege are absolutely astounding. I think the member is absolutely right that this issue, a serious issue of crime and safety, is being utilized to mobilize the Conservative Party's radical base and divide Canadians, which is exactly the reason why their party lost a 20-point lead going into the last election. So my question to the honourable member is, how is our government's approach different?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that my preference is to amplify, because of the Conservative question, and answer the member's question indirectly. And that is, I cited emails that were actually being sent out by the Conservative Party, where they put an emphasis on the issue of crime. And they ratchet up the issue in order to generate money in order to fill their coffers. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, take a look at some of the statements that have been said. The most outrageous one that I've heard was from the Member of Parliament for Oxford, when he said we're now living in a war zone in Canada. And I think that says a lot in itself.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Kamloops Thompson Nicola.
It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the people from Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, Mr. Speaker. And just yesterday, I got a phone call from a constituent who talked about crime. And this is somebody I've known for a long time. He said he literally cannot find workers after a worker was assaulted. Now, this member talks about speaking to students about, by bill, which he referenced, about intimate partner violence, which should be passed quickly. I agree, it should be passed quickly. So, I want a yes or no to this. I will pay for him to come to my riding. We will go to a law school and discuss it, and we will walk in the streets of Kamloops, Thompson Nicola, and look at crime, and he can tell us whether it's out of control. My time, my dime. Will he take me up on it? Yes or no?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes or no, well, Mr. Speaker, time is the greatest resource that one has. And I want to be very careful in terms of how I spend my time. I would welcome the opportunity to have a debate with the member opposite. Having said that, I would suggest that if we can use maybe the University of Winnipeg or the University of Manitoba, they have a law department, and I am more than happy to assist the member in trying to set something up. But I would welcome that debate, and I only hope that he actually follows through and actually connects with me, and I look forward to seeing him at the University of Manitoba or the University of Winnipeg.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. La députée de Shefford.
Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Something we didn't really discuss as much today in this debate is the issue of the fiscal imbalance. We know where today's debate is leading. Well, Mr. Speaker, yet today we're debating something in terms of the criminal code that is federal jurisdiction. But let's not forget that every decision that is made here in this House in terms of the criminal code will have an inevitable impact on Quebec and provincial finances, because the administration of justice is primarily Quebec's responsibility. Obviously, there is a fiscal imbalance that persists, whether it's in terms of healthcare transfers or also in terms of crucial issues like justice. We make decisions here, and that it goes back to Quebec and the provinces. Does the federal government recognize that at a certain point, when they make a decision here in terms of the justice and the criminal code, has an impact on Quebec's finances?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member highlights, from my perspective, the fact that judicial our judicial system requires multi-level of governments to be involved in one way or another. And ultimately, even if a province takes a decision, it has an impact in terms of the federal responsibilities and vice versa. I think we need to see more coordination. I think most Canadians would be very surprised that we do not even have the bail data that would actually be able to make the type of decisions that I think would be good to see. Provinces need to accumulate more data on the issue of bail and who's getting released. That would be very, very beneficial. More coordination is something in which we're interested. It's one of the reasons why the minister is meeting with all the different, or the minister, the parliamentary secretary, meeting with all the different stakeholders, in particular our provinces and territories.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Madawaska.
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Our new Liberal government was elected with the promise of reforming our bail system. We have ambitious measures to ensure public safety, but on this side of the House, we understand that when we propose measures, we're going to make sure they're constitutional. Can my colleagues share why, when we propose amendments to the criminal code, we have to make sure that they respect the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary to Government House Leader.
Speaker, I appreciate the question. The thing that comes to my mind with that particular question is if you take a look at 242, the bill that's being proposed within this particular motion, I suspect that there is no legal opinion at all that would give any sense of comfort that it's not compliant with our Constitution or the Charter of Rights. In fact, I would ultimately argue that it will not be if it was allowed to actually proceed. It also raises the question of, remember the Conservative policy that was saying that 3 strikes and you're out, that American-styled politics that we had just a little over a week ago in terms of debated. Why didn't they include that particular policy in this 242 bill, Mr. Speaker? I think it maybe is, have they changed their attitudes towards it? Do they see it as another form of legislation that they can generate more funds on? Who knows, Mr. Speaker? But we'll continue to remain focused on my colleagues' constituents and Canadians as a whole to ensure that we get the bail reform that Canadians want and deserve.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Richmond Centre Marpole.
Mr. Speaker, I will be sharing my time with the member of Vaughan Woodridge. I rise today not to debate ideology, but to defend a principle that every Canadian holds dear, the right to feel safe in their own community. From Richmond to Vancouver, from Kelowna to Surrey, Canadians are witnessing a justice system that no longer protects them. Violent offenders are arrested, brought before a judge, and then, despite long criminal histories and active bail conditions, they are released again, sometimes within hours, sometimes with fatal consequences. Let me tell you about Dory Dunn, a 30-year-old woman from Surrey. She was murdered in her own home by a man who had been released on bail, despite facing robbery charges and having a long history of violence. Her death is not inevitable, it is preventable. Or Jordan Paul Campbell Mutual, who had 10 outstanding warrants. While out on bail, he set 2 police officers on fire during an arrest attempt. And Mohammed Majidpur, with over 24 prior convictions, who assaulted a woman with a metal pole and committed arson. On the same day, he had been released on bail multiple times. These are not isolated incidents. They are the result of a justice system that prioritized procedure over protection and leaves communities to bear the consequences. And the numbers don't lie. Between November 2022 and December 2023, British Columbia held nearly 4,800 bail hearings. In those, crime prosecutors sought detention in only 23% of cases. Judges granted detention just 41% of the time. In violent crime cases, judges ordered detention in only 43%, even when the accused was already out on bail for yet another violence offense. In Kelowna, 15 repeat offenders were responsible for over 1,300 police files in one single year. That's one police interaction every 4 days per person. This is not a justice system that protects the public. It's one that enables repeat offenders. At the heart of this crisis is Bill C-75, passed in 2019, introduced the principle of restraint, requiring judges to release accused offenders at the earliest opportunity under the least restrictive conditions. While intended to ensure fairness, it has had the opposite effect on public safety. Judges now feel bound to release individuals who pose a clear risk. Repeat violent offenders exploit the system. Crown prosecutors, constrained by federal policy, seek detention in fewer than 1 in 4 cases. Even when they do, judges often decline. This disconnect between the Crown and the judiciary is not just procedural, it's dangerous. It creates a system where public safety is treated as secondary and where legal technicalities override lived realities. Meanwhile, our peace officers are sounding the alarms, and it's time to listen. Police officers are arresting the same individuals repeatedly, only to see them walk free. They face burnout, frustration, and rising violence. In Vancouver alone, last year saw 6,200 violent crimes, including nearly 5,000 assaults. Assaults on public officers rose by 28% in a single year. Vancouver Police Chief Adam Paymer has called for urgent bail reform. Deputy Chief Howard Chow said, reverse onerous bail provisions would, in his words, dramatically improve public safety. Even Vancouver Mayor Ken Sim, speaking bluntly, said, excuse my language, but that is BS, when he was talking about a man with 60 police interactions who was released yet again, only to commit another violent attack. This is not just a policing issue, it's a public safety crisis. And while the system fails to contain repeat offenders, victims are being re-traumatized. Imagine surviving a violent crime, reporting it, and seeing your attacker walking free days after, back into your neighborhood, back in your life. There's no justice in re-traumatization. Victims often face sleepless nights, anxiety, and fear, not just from the crime itself, but from the knowledge that the system may not protect them. Families like that of Tory Dunn feel betrayed. Survivors of assault and harassment are forced to relive their traumas every time they see their attacker walk free. There isn't just emotional, it's systematic. When victims see attackers released without consequence, it sends a dangerous message that their pain is secondary, that their safety is negotiable, and that justice for them optional. Across Canada, people are asking, why are violent offenders walking free? Why are police arresting the same person over and over again? Why does the system seem more concerned with the rights of repeated offenders than the safety of law-abiding citizens? The answers are buried in legislation that prioritize lenience over logic, and in judicial culture that has lost sight of its duty to protect. A recent survey shows that 68% of Canadians now believe the bail system is too lenient, a drastic increase from just 41% 3 years ago. That isn't a perception problem. It's reflection of lived experience. Now, Mr. Speaker, I know what the Liberals and their NDP allies will say. They will argue that tougher bail is too harsh. They will say criminals deserve a second chance. But how many second chances should a repeat violent offender get before an innocent person loses their life? How many times should a small business owner be robbed before we admit the system is failing? The truth is, our opponents are more concerned with ideology than with safety. They lecture Canadians about root causes while ignoring the root fact. That is, when a violent offender is behind bars, they cannot harm innocent person. That's why we are supporting the jail not bail motion. This is not radical, it's reasonable. It does not target first-time offenders. It does not strip anyone of their rights, but it does say if you have been convicted of 3 or more serious offenses, you should not be eligible for bail, probation, or parole. If you're charged with a major offense, like sexual assault, home invasion, or firearms offense, you should face reverse onus bail. Judges must consider your full criminal history, not just the current charge. And if you have recently been convicted of a major offense, you should not be released again while facing new charges. This is not about punishment. It's about prevention. It's about protection. It's about restoring trust. Let's stand with victims, restore safe streets, and act now. Because justice delayed is danger delivered, and Canadians cannot wait for more.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When you think of Bill C-75, something the Conservatives have brought up a lot today, think in terms of what it actually does, or did. It abolished preemptory challenges to jurors and modifies the process of challenging a juror for the cause and judicial standby. Enhanced measures to better respond to intimate partner violence, provided additional measures to reduce criminal justice system delays and to make the criminal law and the criminal justice system clearer and more efficient, facilitated human trafficking prosecutions, and allowed for the possibility of property forfeiture. I'm wondering if the member could indicate whether or not the Conservative Party would actually repeal Bill C-75.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm new to this House, but I have one observation so far. When my learned colleagues on the other side of the chamber make a statement of their achievement, it could mean a very small step, but they left out 99 steps that they have not addressed. So by saying that the Bill 75 have made some progress, it's left out many of the loopholes, or many of the gaps, and many of the challenges that our ordinary citizens are facing and suffering from.
Here.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Gaspésie, les îles.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. He related some events that passed in his part of Canada. I'd like to talk about a decision that came out yesterday in my part of the country. There was a man with no criminal record who was accused of armed sexual assault against 3 victims over a relatively short period of time. So he was detained once the charges were laid. He's been in detention since April. And yesterday he tried to get bail. And you know what happened? It was rejected, Mr. Speaker. And this gentleman is still behind bars. And why? Because in the criminal code, there are already a number of tools that allow the courts to keep a person in jail, even though they still haven't been convicted, but if they might be a danger to the public. So my question is for my colleague, what is lacking from the criminal code to make sure that dangerous people are not kept behind bars? The Honourable Member for Richmond Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I find that information very inspiring and interesting, in the sense that because we are talking about repeated offenders, violent offenders who have committed crimes on many occasions, and they're being allowed to be walking free on the streets. And as I mentioned in my speech, only about 1/4 of those people would be given a detention. So these people are walking on our streets, threatening the safety of the general public. So we are not talking about one individual case, but we're talking about a phenomena which has been going on time and again in our community.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the member observed on the other side of the floor was very astute, that they do come up with bills that always have something of value in there, but there are always poison pills that make it impossible to support, and that was the case for us with C-75. The Liberals always say that over and over today in the House, they said, we are committed to strict measures against violent offenders. So that means that every example that was given on this side of the floor of the horrific things that have been done by individuals who've been in and out of bail are not violent offenses to them, and that is very disturbing. So what I would like to know from him is if the Liberal government supported our motion, jail not bail, would your communities once again be a far safer place to live and raise a family?
The honourable member for Richmond.
Mr. Speaker, these Canadians have recently spoken. 68% of Canadians said that our current bail system is too lenient. We can talk to the law enforcement officers. We can talk to mayors and councillors all over the country, and they're going to tell you the same thing. There's a crisis in their communities, and they need a reform in the bail system.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So imagine for a moment you're a father sleeping peacefully at home. Peacefully at home with your wife and kids when violent thugs kick in your door and break into your home. You do what any husband would do. You try and protect your family, but you're fatally shot and murdered. This isn't a scene from a Hollywood production, Mr. Speaker. This is the reality for Aleem Faruqi and his family in Vaughan when Aleem was gunned down defending his family, a true hero. Imagine you wake up in the morning in your home to find out that your car in the driveway right below where your children sleep was almost stolen the night before. That's what happened to me back in August of this year. And I'm not special, Mr. Speaker. This has happened to numerous people in Vaughan Woodbridge and thousands of Canadians all across this country. In my community, everybody knows someone who has had a car stolen. In fact, in the last 8 weeks, York Region has seen 296 vehicle thefts. How about gun violence? In the last 8 weeks, we've had 10 shootings and a bank robbery. Last month, I attended a press conference in Vaughan Woodbridge, joined by the Leader of the Opposition and fellow Conservative members of Parliament, victims of crime, and we attempted to address this very issue. The message was clear. Something needs to be done. Something needs to change in this country. For far too long now, I've heard horror stories in my community, citizens being terrorized, their homes being broken into, their cars getting broken into, their loved ones being fatally shot. People are genuinely afraid. They're afraid in their own homes and afraid in their own communities. I was born and raised in Vaughan Woodbridge, Mr. Speaker, a place that has always been to me the perfect place to raise a family. In my youth and early adult life, it was a community where you felt safe, where people would walk around at night without fear. They wouldn't worry if they forgot to lock their doors, and when they would go to bed knowing that they were safe in their own beds. But over the last decade, that sense of security has been shattered. My friends in my community no longer feel safe walking at night. Our youth go to school. They face threats of gun violence, stabbings, and assaults. Our seniors are anxious, wondering if their car will be on the driveway when they wake up in the morning. Just last Wednesday, 2 homes fell prey to shootings. The shootings happened only minutes apart. And get this, both of these homes have been shot earlier the same month. That means the residents have now lived twice through violent attacks. And recently in Vaughan, 3 suspects were arrested for committing a series of home invasions. 2 of these suspects were already out on bail. So what happened? Well, the Liberals introduced bail reform with Bill C-5 and C-75. And these Liberals' bail laws have completely broken our bail system. And what needs to change, Mr. Speaker? Today, this is exactly what we're here to address. This is far from a partisan issue. Premiers, mayors, police associations, attorney general, and Canadians have been asking for the federal government to end catch and release bail laws like Bill C-75, a law that forces judges to apply the principle of restraint that puts repeat violent offenders back on the streets. And Bill C-5 that repealed mandatory jail time for serious gun crimes, including extortion with a firearm. Because we all know the consequences. Since these laws were introduced, all across Canada, violent crime is up 55%, firearm crime up 130%, extortion has skyrocketed 330%, sexual assaults are up 76%, and homicides are up 29%. And in 2019, David Lametti, now the Prime Minister's right-hand man, passed Bill C-75, forcing judges to release offenders, I quote, at the earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Today, Conservatives have introduced a motion in the House of Commons for people tuning in my community, the motion reads as follows, that given that violent crime is up 55% under the Liberal government and repeat offenders continue to be released because of Liberal catch and release laws, and B, the Liberal government promised to pass criminal justice reform 6 months ago but has failed to do so in order to keep repeat offenders in jail and keep Canadians safe, the House is of the opinion that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice, also known as the Jail Not Bail Act, must pass and is committed to sitting extended hours, holding expeditious committee study and undertaking such other procedural measures as may be necessary to pass it at its earliest opportunity. Conservatives are here to say, in order to stop this chaos on our streets, to keep repeat violent offenders in jail and keep Canadians safe, we must pass my honourable colleague from Oxford's bill, the Jail Not Bail Act, Bill C-242. So, what will this Jail Not Bail Act do? 1. It will repeal and replace the Liberal principle of restraint with a directive that the primary consideration to the protection of the safety of the public. Second, it introduces a new major offence category with reverse onus bail conditions for firearms, sexual assaults, kidnapping, human trafficking, home invasions, robbery, extortion, arson, and assault charges. 3, strengthen bail laws by mandating judges to consider and accuse full criminal history, prevent anyone convicted of a major offence in the last 10 years while also on bail charged with a major offence from getting bail. 4, prohibit anybody with an indictable conviction from acting as a guarantor, require judges to enforce bail conditions on guarantors, and require non-residents to surrender their passports upon request. But don't take our word for it, Mr. Speaker. Take it from Kate Alexander, a survivor of domestic violence who runs the organization End Violence Everywhere. And I quote, "The Jail Not Bail Act is more than legislation. It is an essential corrective, a lifeline capable of disrupting the revolving door of abuse and saving innocent lives." Or how about the Toronto Police Association, who stated, "The proposed ideas will put victims and communities first, restoring the balance that is desperately needed at a time when youth violence and gun crimes are out of control and innocent victims are paying the ultimate price. We would encourage all levels of government to set aside their political differences and do what is right." After the horrific murder of Aleem Faruqi in my community of Vaughan, the Vaughan's Mayor, Stephen Del Duca, called on the federal government for urgent bail system reform, stating, and I quote, "I am calling on the Prime Minister to show leadership and to urgently overhaul the system," end quote. I will repeat, Mr. Speaker, this is not a partisan issue. People's lives are at risk every single day this government delays. The Prime Minister and Minister of Justice have spent the last 6 months spiraling, dithering, and failing to act. In that time, violent crime has surged, and innocent Canadians have paid the ultimate price. You know, I've heard the Liberal members on that side of the House say they're going to introduce stronger bail laws, except they haven't, even though we know what is needed because we have heard it from every single corner of this country. Now, what we don't need is more liberal reforms. We need to scrap liberal bail and restore safety in our streets. If the Prime Minister and Liberal members of this House are serious about restoring peace to our communities, they will back this bill, reverse their disastrous bail laws, and tip the scales of justice back in favor of innocent Canadians. Look, if they don't want to support the bill for political purposes, abstain. Let it pass so people in this country can have a sense of security again. Every day Canadians wake up and they see another headline of a violent shooting. Tomorrow, many Canadians will wake up and their car will be stolen from their driveway. We have a job to do on behalf of the people who sent us here. The government's primary responsibility is to keep Canadians safe. It's time to put victims ahead of criminals and violent criminals behind bars where they belong. That is why I urge every member of this House to support my colleague's bill, Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act. It's very important we stand up for our communities, for the people of this country, and put repeat violent offenders behind bars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Thérèse.
The honourable member for Thérèse de Blainville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to insist on the fact that for my constituents and all across Canada, everyone's life is important and needs to be protected. And in that context, we're all working to create legislation that works for everyone. Our government is working on that. But my question is for the member opposite, of course. What did you do in the way of consultations to ensure that this legislation will not have a negative impact on our Charter of Rights and Freedoms and the delays? What consultations have you done around that?
Bridge. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years now, police associations, mayors, individuals across this very country have been demanding bail reform. Violent crime is surging. Over and over again, we see the same story. Repeat violent offenders out on bail, committing crimes, terrorizing our citizens. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberals wanted to act, if they had a sense of urgency, they would have introduced bail reform right away at the beginning of the session of Parliament. But clearly, they continue to delay, and if they want to do what's right, they can step aside and allow us to introduce this legislation and fix the problem for them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Le député de Montcalm.
The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc has also made proposals to get tougher with organized crime, but using an opposition day to focus on a private member's bill, C-482 as 242, I just wonder, why should that bill be fast-tracked when we don't even know the status of the bill? Has it been considered from a constitutional perspective? Is it charter-proof? And also, as the member for Gaspésie-Les-Îles was asking, what do they think is lacking from Section 515.10 of the Criminal Code? Why is it so urgent to move ahead with this bill?
Woodbridge.
Mr. Speaker, maybe I wasn't clear in my remarks during my speech, but people in this country are legitimately afraid. They're losing trust in the very notion of justice in this country. They've faced repeated hurdles, repeated delays from this government for the last 6 years, has failed to act to address the very serious concerns of citizens, of police associations, of police departments, of mayors all across this country. So again, I will say the reason why we're acting with urgency is because this is an urgent problem and someone needs to stand up for the rights of the people of this very country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nanaimo-Ladysmith.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his excellent remarks and ask him if he might elaborate a bit on the ways in which a Conservative government would address the issue.
The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. Mr. Speaker, for our party, as we put forward in our Jail Not Bail Act, we would like to remove the principle of restraint being introduced for repeat violent offenders. We would like to keep repeat violent offenders in prison. We would like to have mandatory minimums on serious offenses like human trafficking, sexual violence, extortion. We believe that violent criminals need to be kept in prison, not given the principle of restraint. We do not need a revolving door in our justice system. We need to keep these people off the streets so our citizens in our communities, our friends and neighbors can feel safe in their country again. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, a short question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts on Bill C-48, which was passed. It was bail reform legislation. It was supported in every corner, virtually, of Canada. The one that dragged their feet on it was actually the Conservative Party. If you can provide his thoughts on that bail reform legislation.
The Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bail reform is upon us right now. We've introduced the Jail Not Bail Act. We brought an opposition day motion forward to ask the House for us to expedite this bill so we can study it at committee. Like I said before, this should be a nonpartisan issue. We hear over and over again, everyone's in favor of bail reform. So will the Liberals get out of the way and pass our bill so we can keep communities safe? Thank you.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. Le député de Québec Centre.
The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to point out from the outset that I'll be sharing my time with my honourable colleague for Bourassa. And I'm very pleased to have this chance to explain what the government is doing to build safe communities and prevent crime and the plans we have going forward. Mr. Speaker, Canadians clearly expect their government to be smart when it comes to fighting crime. First, I want to thank and commend the many mayors, provincial partners, and police services, both municipal and provincial, for their ongoing efforts and cooperation to reduce gun and gang crime. We all share a responsibility and a desire to make a difference. But why in recent years, in recent years, the Government of Canada has made significant improvements to Canada's firearm laws. New firearms licensing requirements have come into effect. Maximum penalties for firearms trafficking and smuggling have been increased. And new harm reduction tools, multiple harm reduction tools, have been put in place. We are going to continue these efforts to ensure that Canada's firearms regime is responsible, effective, supports the safe use of firearms by law-abiding owners, and protects Canadian communities from the devastating effects of gun violence. Effective law enforcement and operational cooperation are also essential to combating gun violence, and significant investments have been made to improve law enforcement and border security services. This includes funding for the RCMP to increase their capacity to trace firearms used in the commission of offenses and to improve anti-smuggling activities, as well as funding for the CBSA to strengthen border controls to prevent the smuggling of firearms into Canada. We are also going to continue strengthening our cooperation with our American partners who are essential, including through the Working Group on Cross-Border Firearms. We know we can't simply stop on our path to safer streets. That's why this government is also committed to addressing the root causes of gun violence. And we know that gun violence is a tragic reality all across the country, and it's often linked to gangs. And for too long, the roots of this violence have been neglected. The Government of Canada has made major efforts to change this paradigm because everyone deserves to feel safe in their community, and that sense of security is shattered every time a violent crime occurs. Our efforts must start there at the community level. Local efforts, community initiatives, can address the social conditions that lead to criminal behavior. Being tough on crime isn't enough. We also have to be smart in our approach. We have to get to the root of the problem. And that happens, once again, at the community level. by addressing the social determinants of crime. These conditions can lead people to engage in violent and criminal behavior, and the government firmly believes that any solution to gun and gang violence must include prevention and intervention efforts. For example, in 2022, the Department of Public Safety launched the Safer Communities Fund to provide $250 million directly to municipalities and Indigenous communities to strengthen gang prevention programs and to address the social conditions that lead to crime. Mr. Speaker, this funding will support initiatives that address the root causes of gun crime by supporting community-based projects that combat violence among youth involved in gangs or at risk of joining gangs. This fund uses data and evidence, including demographic and crime statistics, to determine where investments should be directed. It's a targeted approach that ensures that the communities most at risk will get timely support to invest in the safety of their residents. To support communities, $390 million is also being provided directly to provinces and territories through the Gun and Gang Violence Action Fund. And $10 million is being allocated to the Youth Gang Prevention Fund. This is in addition to more than $40 million provided annually through the National Crime Prevention Strategy, which supports community efforts to prevent youth involvement in crime and address known risk factors. In June 2022, the government introduced the Federal Framework to Reduce Recidivism, which aims to break the cycle of reoffending and to support rehabilitation and make our communities safer for everyone. In recent years, the Government of Canada has introduced reforms that have simplified bail rules that were unnecessarily complex or redundant before, or caused delays in the criminal justice system without necessarily improving public safety.
Améliorer la sécurité publique.
Canadian bail laws are very clear. A person must be detained pending trial if their release poses a risk to public safety or undermines confidence in the administration of justice. Nevertheless, we are committed to working with the provinces and territories to make responsible and effective changes to the bail system where warranted. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, our partners know, as well as we do, that when it comes to preventing and combating gun and gang violence, there's still much work to be done together, and we hope to do it on both sides of this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Montcalm.
Honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech carefully. It was interesting. And he applied the principle to it is better, we have to do work upstream and prevent reprehensible acts. And we agree on that. But now I'm wondering if he would agree with the Bloc to provide more framework around delays in terms of the Jordan decision, where situations where there are sexual crimes or firearms crimes. Does he not agree that the Jordan decision should not apply in this situation? The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very relevant and interesting comments. These measures that we have to establish have to be well thought out. But unfortunately, some of the measures implemented by the Harper government were not thought through enough. And at the Supreme Court, these measures were struck down with a lot of consequences, and did have impact on delays, as my colleague has rightly pointed out. There might be other ways to reduce deadlines, delays and injustices as well, in terms of victims.
Any questions and comments? The member for Bow River.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. My honourable colleague, I appreciate the speech to the House, but I can't help but be frustrated. My constituents are frustrated by the release of criminals back into society. He stated that people that are arrested must be detained if there's a risk of reoffending, but yet we see evidence of time and time and time again that they're let go. I visited detachments and police in my riding, and they're afraid and they fear for their own safety on repeatedly arresting the same criminals again and again and again. I wondered if the member could square that circle and resolve that discrepancy.
The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. We all agree we want to reform the bail system. And that is why, in the very near future, like the Prime Minister repeated once again today, we're going to propose a reform of our bail system that will achieve three objectives. First, to fight against armed violence and organized crime, to ensure that the bail system is tougher for repeat offenders. The second objective is to increase sentences for these violent repeat offenders, especially for organized crime, for break-ins and auto theft and human trafficking, and also to reduce the legal time frames. And reducing them does deserve a considerable consideration when we reform our bail system.
The member for Windsor West. Sorry, the member for, my memory's not good this morning. Oakville West. It's not even morning anymore, I know. The member for Oakville West. Pardon me.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the last election, I was visiting door to door and speaking lots of constituents in my riding, Oakville West, and the major issue that comes at the doorsteps is the crime. We are all aware that the crime is in the degrees right now, but however, to me and to my constituents, even one is too many. So we are working on a bail reform, spent months on the bail reform to make sure that we are having a very well-studied reform. So could my colleague please tell us why it's important that the Prime Minister is bringing that tougher bail reform with this? Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Quebec Centre.
Thank our colleague for this point, which in fact calls for the support of all members of Parliament on both sides of this House. When it comes, and it will come quickly, we need to arrive to a consensus. I think we all share the same objective, a consensus based on reason, efficiency, and clear guidance on the part of experts. And I am confident and look forward to broad bipartisan support for that bail reform bill, which is going to come soon.
Order. À l'ordre. Conformément à la...
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, I need to tell the House the questions that we raised tonight at the time of adjournment. The Honourable Member for Saanich Called Islands, Persons with Disabilities, the Honourable Member for Regina Leuven, Natural Resources, and the Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni, Emergency Preparedness.
Debate, reprise de débat, le député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very honoured today to speak on such an important topic for Canadians. It is their concerns and security. And obviously, this speech I will make on talking about several points. First, working in a much more systematic fashion with stakeholders, and also, like my colleague said very well, in a much more thought-out manner, and with a legal system that takes into account our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Canadians, Mr. Speaker, expect to live in safe communities. safely. They want a government that is tough on crime, but also smart in its choices. And that's exactly the path that we are following. And at first, I'd like to thank our partners, really important stakeholders in these decisions, namely the mayors, the provinces, police services, and community organizations who are on the ground but doing essential work. And thanks to them, we are making progress in the fight against guns and gangs. Their daily commitment deserves to be recognized in this House. And in this House, and elsewhere as well, Mr. Speaker. Unfortunately, gun violence remains a tragic reality in all too many neighborhoods. Every shooting, every life lost is a stark reminder that we must act relentlessly, and that's precisely what we're doing. Stronger laws and rigorous enforcement. In recent years, we have modernized our laws to better regulate firearms, with stricter rules for obtaining licenses, tougher penalties for trafficking and smuggling, new tools to help law enforcement trace weapons used for criminal purposes. Mr. Speaker, we have also invested in the RCMP and in the Canada Border Services Agency to better intercept illegal weapons. And we are working hand in hand with our American partners because cross-border smuggling requires a coordinated response. Mr. Speaker, protecting Canadians requires both strong laws and effective police cooperation. Mr. Speaker, I will stress a very important word that has great weight that I don't hear often enough. It is prevention. I repeat, prevention. That means addressing the root causes. And to do so, we have to first recognize what the social determinants are that lead someone to commit crimes or very serious violence that can be criminal. We also know that it's filling prisons just not enough to solve the problem. To build truly safe communities, we have to take action upstream. And that is why we launched the $250 million Safer Communities Fund, which provides direct funding to municipalities and Indigenous communities. These funds finance local prevention programs that offer concrete alternatives to at-risk youth so they don't turn to crime. In addition, there is nearly $400 million from the Gun and Gang Violence Action Fund, as well as ongoing investments through the National Crime Prevention Strategy. These measures, Mr. Speaker, support grassroots initiatives, whether they involve mentoring, sports, training, or academic support. Mr. Speaker, every dollar invested in prevention is a dollar invested in the safety and future of our young people. Mr. Speaker, we also need to break the cycle of recidivism. And we can agree on the objective, but perhaps not on the way we do so. Public safety is not just about preventing people from entering a life of crime. It's also about preventing them from reoffending. In 2022, we adopted the federal framework to reduce recidivism, a first in Canada, and this framework identifies risk factors, supports rehabilitation, and promotes the safe reintegration of offenders into society. Because at the end of the day, breaking the cycle of repeat crime also means breaking the cycle of violence. Mr. Speaker, we also are looking at bail. We want to reform the bail system to make it clearer and more effective. The rule is simple. When a person poses a threat to public safety, they must remain behind bars. But when release is justified, It must be supervised so that it never compromises public confidence in the justice system. And with this in mind, Mr. Speaker, we're working closely with the provinces and territories to improve the system, always striking a balance between public safety and respect for the Charter. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there is no magic bullet to end gun violence and gangs. But one thing is clear. By combining strong laws, better equipped police services, and massive investments in prevention and rehabilitation, we can save lives and restore Canadians' fundamental right to feel safe in their communities. And that's our government's commitment. That is the vision we stand for, a safer, fairer, and more united Canada. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Le député de
Honourable Member for Gaspésie, Les Îles de Madeleine, Restigouche. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his speech, but I have a question for him because the Liberal government is promising legislation to reform the bail system, but the notwithstanding clause would allow the government to subtract this bill from any attacks to fundamental rights that are in the Canadian Charter, Section 11, and also the right to bail. Is my colleague ready to exclude the fact that eliminate use of the notwithstanding clause if this bill is contested?
de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. I'd like to thank the member for his question. What's important to say with this bill, and I'll repeat it, it will be well thought out, it will be intelligent, and it will respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. But I'd like to say one thing that is clear, it won't be an American-style bill like the one tabled by the Conservatives. I'd like to reassure my colleague in this respect, there will be no U.S.-style legislation. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Le secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leaders.
Mr. Speaker, I know the member from Bourassa has been a very strong advocate for his constituents, and looking at the need for bail reform, whether it's the Prime Minister or members such as himself, has actually done a great deal of work from within trying to reflect the interests of his constituents. And I'm wondering if he can just provide his thoughts from his constituents' perspective as to why it's important that members cooperate in getting this legislation passed.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Since my question was focused on my riding of Bourassa, I'd like to talk about prevention. And that's what our riding needs the most. It's really prevention. Programs for young people. Programs that really prevent them from slipping into a life of crime. Programs that help them to not drop out of school. We need sports centers that can welcome them so they can become champions and the lawyers and members of Parliament of tomorrow. That's what my riding needs. It's not really having to fill up our prisons. And that's not what we want. And they always talk about this every day. They want us to respect their rights under the Charter. Thank you very much for your question. Questions and comments?
Comments? Questions and comments? Le député de Québec.
Honourable Member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague what he thinks about the decision of our Conservative friend to remove from their new bill what they call the 3 strikes and you're out, which is inspired from some U.S. legislation. What does he think about that? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question because I think, Mr. Speaker, that we can cooperate with our U.S. counterparts to secure our borders. That's obvious. But to import, copy and paste from U.S. laws, I don't think that's smart, Mr. Speaker. The way that we want to work is smartly with all of the stakeholders while still respecting the Charter, because in Canada, we are not in the U.S. We are not seeking just to fill up our prisons. We're trying to respect our Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and we will absolutely not want to copy and paste from the American. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. Well, his government wants to create a specific infraction for the recruitment of young people to commit crime. What does he think of that? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I missed a piece of that question. I didn't understand. If he could repeat his question, that would be highly appreciated.
Reprise de débat. The member for Kitchener Centre. Oh, I have a point of order for Parliamentary Secretary Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in no way would I want to mislead the House in any fashion. I would not imply that we passed the motion. I was referring to any potential bail reform legislation to be brought in from the government.
I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for clarifying, and so noted. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always an honour to rise on behalf of my riding, Kitchener Centre. I rise not just as a Member of Parliament today, but as a representative of a community, my community, Kitchener, that's hurting. Hurting from rising crime, broken trust, and a justice system that no longer puts public safety first. After a summer of violent crime and eroded trust in our public safety, Canadians are demanding swift action, and they have every right to do so. Across this country, violent crime is up 55%. Firearms offences from non-law-abiding citizens have surged 130%. Extortion has skyrocketed by 330%. These are not just statistics. They represent the shattered lives, the grieving families, and the communities living in fear. This crisis didn't happen by accident. In 2019, the Liberal government passed Bill C-75, which forced judges to release offenders at the earliest possible opportunity under the least restrictive conditions. As a result, a revolving door of repeat violent offenders back on our streets. I'll be splitting my time today, Mr. Speaker. Let me be clear. This is a crisis of the Liberals' own making, and Canadians are left to live with the devastating consequences. We've all heard the heartbreaking stories. One that stays with me, though, is Daniel Senecal, convicted of sexual assault, released again under weakened bail laws, and then accused of sexually assaulting a 3-year-old child, who we've become to know as Little E. This 3-year-old child has had to spend 3 weeks in the hospital recovering from this unimaginable, irrevocable act, and she will be scarred for life. She is a child. It is the cost of this system that prioritizes offenders over victims. And then there's Scott Weller, a victim of violent home invasion. Scott said, "As someone who knows firsthand the trauma of a violent home invasion, I believe strongly in the need for jail, not bail. My family was attacked in what should have been the safety of our own home. The idea that violent offenders could be released back onto our streets is terrifying, not just for us, but for every Canadian family." Scott's words are powerful. It reminds us that public safety must come first, that the rights of victims and families must come before the rights of violent offenders. The Toronto Police Association put it plainly. The proposed ideas will put victims and communities first, restoring the balance that is desperately needed at a time when youth violence and gun crimes are out of control and innocent victims are paying the ultimate price. This is why Conservatives are introducing C-242 Jail Not Bail Act, a bill that restores accountability, protects communities, and puts victims first. Let me bring this closer to my riding in Kitchener. In the region of Waterloo, in 2024 alone, there were 3,896 undertakings and 2,334 releases. That's a 61% release rate. That means the majority of the accused individuals were sent back into our neighborhoods. But what's even more troubling, approximately 50% of those charges brought forward by the Waterloo Regional Police are not being pursued by Crown prosecution. That's half of these cases gone, not prosecuted, gone. And of those released on undertakings or release orders in 2023 and 2024, 20% of those were found to be in disregard of their terms of their release. Worse still, more than half of those offenders were caught multiple times. These are the repeat offenders we need off of our streets. I just received an email today from Anka, a 76-year-old woman in my community. She told me today that she's nervous to walk around her community in broad daylight, that she wants us to restore Canada back to what it was, where it's safe for her children and her grandchildren. And it isn't just families that are suffering. Businesses in my downtown core of Kitchener Centre are struggling. Their businesses are being broken into, their customers are afraid to come downtown. The rise in crime is hurting our business community. Hard-working entrepreneurs who are trying to keep their doors open and their staff safe. Public safety is economic safety, and right now, both are at risk. But perhaps the most disturbing example of what happened recently in my own community: a sexual assault and attempted kidnapping of a 6-year-old child. The accused was released on conditions and is still residing in the same community where those children live. This is not okay. Our children's safety is at risk. No parent should have to live with the fear that a violent offender is living down the street. No child should be put in harm's way because our justice system has failed to act. C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act, will, number one, repeal and replace the liberal principle of restraint with a directive that public protection and safety be the primary consideration. Will, number two, create a new major offenses category with reverse onus bail conditions for charges like firearm offenses, sexual assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, home invasion, robbery, extortion, arson, and assault. Number three, will strengthen bail laws by requiring judges to consider an accused full criminal history and preventing bail for anyone convicted of a major offense in the last 10 years who is now charged again. Number four, will toughen the risk assessment standard from substantial likelihood to reasonably foreseeable. And number five, will prohibit anyone with an indictable conviction from acting as a guarantor. We will enforce bail conditions on guarantors and require non-residents to surrender passports upon request. This is not about being punitive. It's about being responsible. It's about restoring order to our streets, trust in our justice system, and confidence in our communities. Conservatives are calling on all political parties to set aside political differences and do what's right. Canadians deserve a justice system that protects them, one that enables them, not repeat offenders. To every victim, every family, every child, every business owner, and every community that has lived through the trauma of violence, Conservatives hear you. We stand with you. We are taking action. You deserve to learn, live, and work in safe streets, go to bed without worry, know your children can play safe in their yards and their parks, and live in a Canada that we lived in before the Liberal C-75 Get Out of Jail Free Card Act. Let's restore justice. Let's restore confidence in public safety. Let's pass the C-42 Jail Not Bail Act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et comment, the member for Oakville West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did a quick research on the crime rate for the region, the members region, and I see that since 2023, the rates are coming down. But again, I want to emphasize that I strongly believe a tougher bail reform. That's why, to me, I always say one is even too much. So I want to ask the member if she truly believes in the motion stated urgency, why would they introduce a bill that undercuts their leader's main crime platform, demonstrating a clear lack of policy consensus in their own party? Thank you.
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
So a quick Google search might have indicated some crime potentially coming down, but these statistics are coming straight from the Waterloo Regional Police Service, and we're talking about repeat violent offenders here. So I'm going to ask the question, will the member across support C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. La députée.
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for their speech at the Standing Committee for the Status of Women, where I'm the Vice Chair. We're finishing our report on coercive control and gender violence and feminicide. And it's a topic that comes back. But our next study will be on a motion that was tabled in cooperation with the Conservatives about how we can improve the 810 article of the Criminal Code to ensure the safety of women and girls. And they added in the revision the bail system and sentencing. Do they not believe that this type of debate should be should not be partisan, and this should happen at the House and that committee, and just not this be adopted under a muzzle?
I want to thank the member for her question. The Conservatives have put forward a bill for intimate violent partners that I'm hoping all parties also support. Today we're debating C-242. I'll ask the member, will she support our Conservative 242 Jail Not Bail Act? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Speaker. I listened intently to the words of my colleague speak, and I know in the city of Barrie Springwater Oro-Medonte we've got a terrible crime issue that the mayor has even actually ordered a state of emergency be put in place to help deal with some of the lawlessness that's going on. I was surprised to hear from the Liberal member opposite the crime rates are going down. I have right in front of here in my hand the numbers from Stats Canada that says total violent crime is up 49.84%, homicides are up 27.75%, sexual assaults are up 74%, total violent firearms offenses up 116%, extortion 357%, auto theft 45%. I could keep going. They're all up. Definitely the residents of my riding are concerned and they're going up. Maybe the member on this side could make it clear as to what's going on in Canada and why this is important today to try and pass it to put people in jail and stop bail.
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you very much for the question to my esteemed colleague. C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act, is going to stop repeat offenders. I can't say that enough. It is the majority of the offences happening in Canada right now are from repeat offenders, violent repeat offenders. So this bill is going to help reduce crime by keeping them in jail and not letting them free on the least restrictive conditions. That's what this bill is going to do to help Canadian families.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Quebec Centre.
Honourable member for Quebec Centre.
Reform needs to be thoughtful, intelligent. Just a few months ago, the Conservative leader ran on a policy, a 3 strikes and you're out policy, which I think many people said was unreasonable. Why was it dropped from this bill C-242?
Honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
I'm just going to make this answer very quick. It's not dropped. We still support this 3 strikes you're out. In this bill that we're debating today is the real bail reform, Bill C-242, jail, not bail. Will my member opposite support it?
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, le député de Les Pays d'en Haut.
The honourable member for Les Pays d'en Haut.
Kitchener Centre for splitting her time with me. Mr. Speaker, it's always a pleasure to rise for the citizens of Les Pays d'en Haut, and it's a pleasure to rise today to debate on the opposition motion that is before us. I want to talk particularly about the narrative it tries to present. It suggests that the Liberal government proposed criminal justice reform in the last 6 months and has failed to act. The reality tells a very different story. Just last month, we introduced Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, which includes targeted amendments to the criminal code to address hate-motivated offenses. This legislation successfully passed second reading yesterday and is now moving to committee for detailed study and consideration.
Mr. Speaker, over the summer, the Minister of Justice worked tirelessly to examine ways to strengthen and modernize our criminal justice system. He consulted with his provincial and territorial counterparts, police forces, police chiefs, and their associations to ensure that any reforms are practical, evidence-based, and truly tailored to meet the needs of Canadians. That's how responsible reform is done, through rigorous study, collaboration, and expert advice. Meanwhile, the Conservative leader has been far more concerned with his political future than with real public policy work. He spent his summer seeking a second chance as a parachute candidate in an Alberta by-election after suffering a resounding rejection by voters across the country in the last election, including in his former riding of Carleton. And yet, he's shown no signs of having learned from this experience. Rather than focusing on measures that truly improve public safety, he continues to propose reckless and politically motivated initiatives, prioritizing appearances over real solutions to protect Canadians.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve more than slogans and political theater. They deserve a government that listens, engages experts, and acts decisively to make communities safer. And this is exactly what this government is doing, through legislation that addresses urgent issues while respecting the principles of justice and fairness. That is why the federal government has taken important steps to reform the bail system in recent years. In 2023, former Bill C-48 made meaningful changes to strengthen the bail system in response to concerns about efficiency and repeat offending. For example, former Bill C-48 created a reverse onus to target serious repeat violent offenses involving weapons. And it expanded the list of firearms that trigger a reverse onus at bail. It also broadened the reverse onus, targeting repeat offenders in cases of intimate partner violence. These changes made it more difficult for accused persons to obtain bail when they are charged with serious repeat violent offending. These changes were not the result of partisan initiatives. They reflected broad collaboration with provinces, territories, law enforcement, and legal experts. Every step was guided by data, evidence, and consultation with those working on the front lines of criminal justice. Despite these reforms, we understand that Canadians remain concerned about repeat and violent offending. That is why, as set out in the government's 2025 electoral platform, and reaffirmed at the First Minister's meeting in June, the government will introduce legislation this fall to further strengthen both bail and sentencing provisions to the criminal code.
Our federal government is committed to introducing reversals of the burden of proof for a range of serious crimes, including auto theft linked to violent or organized crime, break-ins, human trafficking, and smuggling, to make it much more difficult to obtain bail in these circumstances. Our government is also committed to amending the criminal code to require courts to give primary weight to the principles of denunciation and deterrence when determining an appropriate sentence for anyone with multiple convictions for auto theft or break and enter. Other commitments include expanding the ability to impose consecutive sentences in cases of violent auto theft or auto theft linked to organized crime.
Aimed at addressing repeat and violent offending throughout the criminal justice process. They represent an approach that is strategic, evidence-driven, and focused on protecting public safety without sacrificing the rights and fairness that are foundational to the justice system. We also know that reform cannot happen in isolation. The operation of the bail system is a shared responsibility between federal, provincial, and territorial governments. While the federal government sets the legal framework, the provinces and territories manage day-to-day operations, including court and jail administration. Strengthening the law at the federal level must therefore be complemented by effective enforcement, resources, and oversight at the provincial level. Without this coordination, even the best legislation will not achieve meaningful change. Data and evidence also plays a crucial role. Provinces and territories collect the data necessary to evaluate how bail laws are functioning, identify gaps, and implement improvements. Better data allows government to track outcomes, assesses risks, and ensures that measures designed to protect public safety are actually working. This is what our government continues to work closely with partners across the nation to improve data collection, transparency, and reporting in the criminal justice system. Monsieur le Président, la sécurité.
Mr. Speaker, public safety is built through thoughtful policies, strong partnerships, and sustained action. It isn't achieved through slogans or partisanship. It's built when governments work together to address the root causes of crime, including poverty, trauma, mental health issues, and housing insecurity. And when people receive the support they need to rebuild their lives. Canadians deserve a bail system that protects communities while respecting the Charter, and a sentencing system that holds offenders accountable while promoting reintegration. Mr. Speaker, this government is delivering on that promise. We're not acting hastily or out of political expediency. We're consulting with experts, working with our provincial counterparts, and developing laws that work in practice. We are introducing legislation that ensures violent repeat offenders face appropriate consequences, that courts have the tools they need to protect public safety, and that the justice system works effectively and fairly for all Canadians.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect a government that acts responsibly, listens to experts, and delivers results. That is what we are doing with our criminal justice reform agenda. We have introduced Bill C-9 to fight hate crime. We strengthened the bail system through former Bill C-48, and we are now preparing additional measures this fall to further address repeat and violent offending. This is not about political games or empty slogans, Mr. President. It is about real action, public safety, and justice. And that is exactly the approach Canadians elected this government to take. Thank you very much.
Any comments, questions et commentaires? The Honourable Member for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for his speech. Over the summer months, I had the opportunity to visit the downtown Vancouver core and some businesses there and organizations that are supporting businesses. And we heard about explosive growth of crime on the streets, shoplifting, smashed windows, open drug use. And merchants don't even bother calling the cops anymore because the police say that with the liberal bail laws of early release at the earliest opportunity and the least restrictive conditions, these criminals are out on the street again before the sun sets that evening, wreaking havoc on the streets. Will the member agree with me that this is untenable, that something needs to be done for our downtown cores? I'm sure it's in his writing as well. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Les Pays d'en-Haut.
I thank you to the member across for his question. We all agree that criminality is on the rise and needs to be addressed. We all agree that bail reform is a necessary process that has to be done properly. It has to respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it has to be done so that once the legislation is passed, that it is not overturned by the Supreme Court. That is what our government will do with the legislation that will be deposed in the fall.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. Le député de Montcalm.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my colleague from Les Pays d'en-Haut agree that we should get tougher on organized crime, including by creating a registry of organized crime gangs like we do for terrorist organizations? So to give the police more powers and more tools does he agree that we should make it easier for the police to seize assets and when a person's arrested, a member of an organized crime gang? And does he agree that there should be a specific crime against recruiting young people to commit offences? The honourable member for Les Pieds d'en Haut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from the East. He's my riding neighbour. So those are quite interesting proposals. I think they're good ideas, but I think they should be debated in committee. So I would propose that my colleague opposite bring those ideas up and for debate. He could raise those issues, those ideas at committee, and they could be, a serious look could be taken at them. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Quebec Centre. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague and congratulate him on his wisdom, because he mentions that when bills are, when enactments of this government are overturned by the courts, that can be very damaging to the justice system and to the victims. So could he say a bit more about the adverse consequences of having legislation struck down by the courts? The honourable member for Les Pieds d'en Haut. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Yes, indeed. When legislation is poorly drafted, then that increases delays in accessing justice, and victims have to sometimes go through trials more than once. They have to relive their victimhood before the courts, and that's unacceptable. So obviously, all legislation should be drafted in such a way that it's acceptable to the Supreme Court, and that will serve victims better.
Sur les commentaires, the honourable member for Nanaimo Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his remarks. He defended the Liberal record on bail reform, and yet he acknowledges that serious violent crime is on the rise, and we've certainly heard member after member after member stand up and tell just tragic stories of situations that have occurred in our ridings with people out on bail. The Conservative bill that we're debating today talks about protection to the public. I'm wondering how the honourable member believes that that could be unconstitutional.
Member for Les Pieds d'en Haut.
I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I'm not saying that that is constitutional. I'm saying that any law that is brought forth has to be 100% non-challengeable at the Supreme Court level to not waste the time. To not waste the time of the courts and make the victims more vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the member for Hamilton West Ancaster Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Madawaska Restigouche. Every Canadian deserves to be safe in their community and in their own neighborhood. Whether it's walking home from work at night, taking their children to school, playing at the park, or simply opening the doors of a small business, people should not have to worry about violence or repeat offenders undermining their security and safety. And the truth is, Canadians are worried. Violent crime is a real issue. Repeat violent offenders are a serious problem. Our government acknowledges this, and we are taking action to address it. However, the motion before us today suggests that the Conservative proposal is some sort of magical solution to these issues. A single piece of legislation that the Conservatives have branded the Jail Not Bail Act, another three-word clickbait slogan. They claim that passing this one bill will make Canadians safe. And I've heard today and in the past a really unfortunate trend of Conservatives repeatedly politicizing awful violent crimes to promote their political agenda and raise money. It's disgraceful. Speaker, Canadians know better, and Canadians deserve better. They deserve safety, and that requires more than just slogans. And they know it requires real reform. So let me remind this House of what has already been done. In 2023, our government passed bail reforms that made it harder for violent repeat offenders to be released. These reforms were targeted towards individuals and charged with serious violent crimes and firearm crimes. They were supported by premiers, They were supported by police, and they are already in force across Canada today, right now. But we also know that this work is not finished. That's why, during the most recent election, our new Liberal government campaigned and received a strong mandate for further reforms. In our platform, we committed to strengthening bail further. We committed to ensuring that prosecutors have the resources they need to oppose bail where appropriate. And we committed to ensuring that judges have the tools that they need to keep Canadians safe while respecting fundamental charter rights. And Mr. Speaker, we're delivering on those promises. In this very session, in a few weeks, new measures will be brought forward to strengthen bail laws and tighten federal sentencing guidelines. Now, Mr. Speaker, let us look at the broader picture. The Conservatives claim that bail reform alone will solve violent crime. But the reality is that keeping Canadians safe requires work on three fronts: prevention, prosecution, and protection. Our government has been clear. On prosecution, we're investing in federal Crown attorneys. Too often, federal Crowns are overloaded, their cases are delayed, and dangerous offenders can slip through the cracks. Our government is committed to new funding for federal Crowns so that they can prepare stronger cases, challenge inappropriate bail applications, and move trials forward without unnecessary delays. On protection, we're expanding victim services because Canadians who are harmed by violent crimes need support, and our government is increasing funding so that victims can access counseling, legal assistance, and safety planning. This is part of our commitment to a justice system that protects people and also brings criminals to justice. On prevention, Mr. Speaker, our government has made historic commitments. We're expanding youth programs so that young people have positive opportunities and do not end up in the justice system in the first place. We're investing in mental health and addictions treatment because untreated illness and addiction are drivers of repeat offenses. And we are supporting Indigenous justice initiatives because reconciliation and fairness are also part of public safety. Now, none of these measures are mentioned in the Conservative motion. None of these measures fit neatly into a silly three-word bumper sticker. But Canadians know they are essential to safe communities. The Conservatives are also like to talk about the need for urgency. They say, pass this bill today, rush it through. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker. Urgency is not the same as effectiveness. Canadians do not want legislation that is rushed, half-considered, and ultimately ineffective. They want reforms that work, that last, and that withstand the scrutiny of the courts and the test of time. Mr. Speaker, that is what our government is delivering. Our approach is comprehensive. We're reforming bail laws further this session. We're funding federal Crowns and judges to ensure that cases move more effectively. We're investing in victim services and community safety programs. And we're addressing the root causes of crime through youth initiatives, addiction treatment, and mental health supports. That is the difference between this government and the opposition. They want a headline. They want to divide Canadians for clicks. But we're delivering a real plan. They want to pretend that there is a silver bullet, but we know that Canadians deserve more than the silly three-word slogans. I want to pause here and remind our colleagues of the history. For 10 years, under a Stephen Harper majority, the Conservatives had the chance to fix this. For 10 years, they could have strengthened bail. For 10 years, they could have funded prosecutors. For 10 years, they could have invested in prevention, and they did not. Canadians remember the failures of the Harper years. Now they show up with silly slogans, hoping people forget their record. Canadians deserve better than that. Mr. Speaker, our new Liberal government was elected with a clear platform, a platform that promised to strengthen bail, support victims, resource prosecutors, and invest in prevention. Canadians chose that platform, and they gave us the mandate to deliver. And that is exactly what we're doing in this session. So yes, let us acknowledge that crime is a serious problem. Let us commit to keeping repeat violent offenders off the streets. Let's strengthen sentencing for violent crimes and drugs. But also, let's recognize that one bill is not the answer. A safer Canada requires a safer justice system at every level. It requires prevention, prosecution, and protection. And that is exactly what our government is delivering. Our forthcoming legislation on strengthening bail reform and sentencing is part of a broader suite of public safety measures. Bill C-2, the Border Security Act, adds 1,000 border security agents and 1,000 new federal RCMP officers. It has additional measures to give police the tools that they need to bring international criminals to justice. It strengthens our borders to keep U.S. firearms off the streets of our cities. Bill C-9, the Combating Hate Act, adds new provisions to protect vulnerable communities from targeted hate at places of worship and community centers. And it also classifies the use of terrorist symbols such as Hamas and Hezbollah that are sometimes used to promote hate, classifying those as a hate crime. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to reflect on my record as a municipal councillor in the City of Hamilton, Canada's 8th largest city, working closely with law enforcement partners at Hamilton Police. I want to thank the Chief of Police and the senior leadership team in Hamilton for their invaluable insight and leadership. I've been through the defund the police nonsense. I've been through the activist efforts to decriminalize drugs like fentanyl, cocaine, and methamphetamines. I've been through the activist efforts to allow homeless tent encampments in city parks. And it's clear that public opinion is clearly shifted on those failed ideas. In Hamilton right now, gun crime, youth and gang violence, and property crime associated with tent encampments, including public drug use, are all top of mind for residents in my riding. These are all issues that require solutions beyond the federal level. Of course, federal legislation is required that sets responsible federal law on bail and sentencing, and we need to ensure that police have the tools necessary to bring criminals to justice, but it also requires the provinces to do their part. The provinces responsible for Provincial Superior Court, responsible for appointing and training justices of the peace, and also responsible for funding and regulating municipalities. Municipalities have a duty to ensure that police have the tools and resources that they need to uphold public safety, and even local school boards have a responsibility to make sure that they work collaboratively with police to ensure that youth have an opportunity for positive interactions with police as part of the public education system. Mr. Speaker, in closing, it's clear that there is work to be done on bail reform at the federal level and also sentencing at the federal level. Our government is committed to making those changes along with wider initiatives in order to improve public safety across Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Mission Matsqui Frejuken. Mission Matsqui Abbotsford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the member acknowledge that when the Liberals changed Bill C-5 and Bill C-75, there was an increase in crime across our country? Secondly, will the member acknowledge that the actions taken by this government, specifically in my province of British Columbia, to decriminalize hard drugs was one of the worst policy failures in the history of Canada?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
We're just reflecting on the British Columbia example of decriminalizing illegal drugs. I completely agree. That was a terrible policy decision, and we've seen the fallout in municipalities across Canada, including Hamilton. Bill C-5 is obviously problematic. Some of the sentencing restrictions on police in policing illegal drugs are problematic, and our government is committed to fixing what needs to be done. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Oakville West.
That was the best.
Speaker. Since our government has already committed to introducing a comprehensive and targeted bail reform, does my colleague agree it would make more sense for us to work together on that legislation instead of a rushed private member's motion, which is a copy of a failed, costly, and American-style policy? Thank you.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you for the question. And I think it's encouraging to rise on issues where I think we largely agree. I think across the aisle, we agree that bail reform is an issue, that repeat offenders are an issue. talking to Hamilton Police, part of the problem is especially with youth repeat offenders. So I would hope that as the governing party, when we bring legislation forward, that the members opposite will support it, and it is an opportunity truly to work collaboratively. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Gaspé.
The honourable member for Gaspésie, les Îles de la Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd like to hear what he has to say about the Bloc's proposals. The Bloc thinks you should go after the organized crime and give the police the tools they need to do more harm to crime, to organized crime, and to do more damage to them quicker. We would have wearing the patch illegal. We would create a specific offense in the criminal code that would make it illegal to recruit young people to commit offenses on your behalf. And also we would also seize their assets, have them. Thank you for the question.
Some conversations again with Hamilton Police. I agree with the member opposite that we do need to take a stronger stance on organized crime, especially gangs and organizers using youth and recruiting youth to carry out crimes on their behalf. Using electronic tools, we are strengthening the provisions in legislation to give police the tools that they need to address those crimes, but I would say recruiting and the utilization of youth is a significant issue that needs to be addressed. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable for Yorkton Melville.
Thank you, Speaker. This member is saying that the government's committed to strict measures against violent offenders, and yet they continue to fuel violent crime by refusing to repeal C-75. The Liberals complain about Pierre Elliott Trudeau and the Conservatives bringing in minimum sentences that they claim hampered judges' independence, but they were proven to reduce the number of incarcerations. In comparison, their bail reform law, C-75, forces judges to release offenders at the earliest possible opportunity under the least onerous conditions. It's emboldened violent criminals to offend again and again. So my question to the member is, does he not see a resulting increase in violent crime today as a result of the impact of these repeat offenders taking advantage of their new freedom to terrorize Canadians?
For Hamilton West and Castor Douglas.
So, as I've said, I've acknowledged that repeat offenders is a problem across Canada, and it is in part some of the provisions of previous legislation, the least onerous measures. But I would say that the provinces and that train and regulate justice of the peace also have a big part to play in this, because it's often the justice of the peace who are actually setting the bail conditions and releasing repeat offenders. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Madawaska, Restigouche. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. During our last election campaign, Canadians from across the country asked us to take concrete action to build a safer Canada. They elected a new Liberal government with a clear and legitimate expectation, namely to reform our bail system, improve public safety, and ensure that our communities are safe. Today, I'm speaking to you, my colleagues, but above all to Canadians, especially those in my riding of Madawaska-Restigouche, to make one thing clear. Our government intends to fulfill this commitment. We're determined to act seriously, rigorously, and responsibly to ensure that every Canadian has the security they deserve. These commitments are deeply rooted in our public safety platform, a platform that is thoughtful, balanced, and fact-based. Our platform states that we plan to fight gun violence and organized crime by cracking down on smuggling at the border and equipping police with modern investigative tools, and strengthen bail to keep violent repeat offenders off the streets while respecting the Charter, and also support victims of crime by improving services and ensuring their voices are heard in the justice system. And we also plan to invest in prevention and community safety, including mental health care, addiction treatment, and youth programs that address the root causes of crime. And finally, we want to protect Canadians from emerging threats including human trafficking, cybercrime, and increasingly sophisticated organized crime networks. But these are not just promises. Concrete action is underway. Bill C-2, tabled in this House in June, is called the Strong Border Security Act, and it will enable us to advance our government's priorities, namely keeping Canadians safe, strengthening our borders, fighting transnational organized crime, and protecting the integrity of our immigration system. This bill builds on Canada's border plan, which includes $1.3 billion in funding, the largest investment in border security in the country's history. And I would invite my colleagues in the official opposition to work with us to ensure that this bill moves forward to committee stage. A party that claims to care about public safety should certainly want to strengthen security at our borders. We've also introduced Bill C-9 in this House, which will enable us to combat hate crime. This bill introduces a series of targeted reforms to the criminal code aimed at protecting safe access to community spaces, denouncing hate crimes, clarifying the legal definition of the term hate, and criminalizing the deliberate incitement of hatred against an identifiable group by displaying certain symbols of terrorism or hatred in public. It's designed to protect the safety and dignity of Canadians while preserving space for lawful protest and expression protected by the Charter. Our government will also soon introduce ambitious and responsible new legislation that will strengthen Canada's bail system to make it more difficult for repeat violent offenders to be released on bail. It also will increase penalties, sentences for the most serious repeat violent crimes, particularly those related to organized crime, break-ins, auto theft, and human trafficking. It will also address court delays so that serious cases are dealt with quickly and victims are not re-traumatized by backlogs. I would also like to highlight the collaborative approach that is at the heart of our government's work. Over the summer, the Minister of Justice and his parliamentary secretary conducted a series of consultations across the country. They met with the provinces and territories, police chiefs, peace officer associations, defense attorneys, and Crown prosecutors to hear their ideas, and experiences in the field. This collaborative approach reflects a fundamental Liberal value. We understand that the justice system can only be strengthened by working hand in hand with those on the front lines. These conversations will continue at the next FPT meeting of Ministers of Justice and Public Safety in October, where bail reform and community safety will be on the agenda. It is essential to recognize that public safety is not limited to enforcement measures, but it also includes prevention and support initiatives that address the root cause of crime. And this is why our government is investing in community programs, mental health services, and addiction prevention. These efforts complement legislative measures and strengthen the resilience of our communities. Moreover, by working closely with provinces, territories, and local stakeholders, we're ensuring that our actions are tailored to the specific realities of different regions in our country. Madam Speaker, I would also like to point out that in our desire to take action, we must ensure that the proposed measures are fully compliant with the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. However, the motion put forward today by our colleague from the official opposition does not appear to have benefited from this careful kind of consideration. The approach advocated by Bill C-242 raises serious constitutional concerns, and it would be irresponsible to rush through amendments to the criminal code without examining them properly. And I'm wondering whether the bill, sponsored by the leader of the official opposition, has really been subject to rigorous legal analysis. Have my colleagues in the Conservative opposition really taken the time to verify that this bill complies with the Charter? And these are essential questions. Effective public safety requires more than just slogans. If this bill were struck down by the courts, it would only increase public frustration, waste time and resources, and above all, disappoint Canadians. The Harper government's track record reminds us that poorly designed reform can backfire. Several amendments to the criminal code made by the former Conservative government were found to be unconstitutional, and as a result, they did not improve public safety. On the contrary, they increased court delays and sowed doubt in the justice system. And we will not repeat these mistakes. We must continue to focus on evidence-based reforms accompanied by sustained investment in policing and prevention. The Liberal approach is based on targeted and responsible reform that is charter compliant and will not immediately be struck down by the courts, unlike what we might fear with the Conservative Bill C-242. Our responsibility is to build a strong, balanced, and sustainable legislative framework that is fully charter compliant. And this is how we'll ensure the safety of Canadians both in the short and long term. Our Liberal approach will always put the safety of communities at the heart of our priorities without sacrificing fairness, fundamental rights, or the effective administration of justice. We believe that we can and must do both, protect the public while still respecting our constitutional obligations. And that is why Canadians elected us, to improve public safety, to maintain confidence in our justice system, and to ensure that violent offenders face real, proportionate, and fair consequences. So today, I invite all parties to put aside partisan differences, to work together to build a justice system that is strong, humane, and effective, a system based on facts and not fear, on cooperation and not confrontation. Canadians are watching us, they expect results, and they deserve that we rise to the occasion. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Central Newfoundland.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes, of course, I remember.
After 10 years of this Liberal government, crime and chaos is exploding in rural Newfoundland. Not long ago, a couple of highway gas stations and convenience stores located about 30 kilometres apart in Stoneville and in Birchie Bay were hit with a pickup truck as the repeat offenders sought to take out the ATMs there. No charges were laid. The police have their hands tied by this Liberal bail, not jail, justice system. So on behalf of Ruth Burns and Tina Hodder, will the member opposite commit right now to voting against criminals, against his Liberal crime wave, and support not only our Conservative motion to bring jail, not bail, to criminals, but support the members in Madawaska, is people in Madawaska Restigouche who are tortured by the crime rate in his own riding, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During our election campaign, we were clear. We are going to be serious on public safety, and our actions speak for themselves. We right away proposed C2 for rigorous border security. We tabled C9 for hate crimes, and soon we're going to be tabled a bill that is ambitious and to reform our bail system in Canada, a bill that we will be seriously examining to make sure it is charter compliant, because if we want to modify the criminal code, we also have to improve public safety long term, not just short term. We owe this to Canadians, and I hope that my opposition colleagues will agree with us, and when this bill will be tabled, so we can work together to find solutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. In the current situation, there's Article 510 that determines the bail conditions that judges can interpret, and my colleague announced a bill that would provide guidelines for bail. And does this mean that judges are not doing their work properly? The honourable member for Madawaska Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say that I did announce the bill. I just said that a bill would be reflecting our commitments during our election would be tabled in the autumn, and then we will have reform for bail, because Canadians told us that we have improvements to make to our criminal justice system, and also to our bail system. That doesn't mean that the judges are not doing their work properly. On the contrary, that's not at all what we heard. What we're going to do is make it harder for violent repeat offenders to get bail and have stronger offenses for organized crime, for auto theft, human trafficking, etc., because these are issues that Canadians want us to take action on. They asked us to amend our legal system so we can truly tackle these types of crimes and have safer communities. And our Liberal government has heard Canadians. We're taking action on what they asked us to do. Thank you.
And comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I truly appreciate my colleague and friend's approach at dealing with the legislation in general and his positioning on the motion. The question I have for him is in relation to the issue of crime and safety in our communities. And if we want a good example of the Conservatives' behaviour on this issue, all we need to do is to take a look at Bill C-2, which will provide a stronger sense of security and have tangible actions to have Canadians safer in their homes. On that legislation, the Conservatives have debated 18 hours plus and are not allowing it to go to committee. And then on the other hand, they say crime and safety is important. What if you can provide his thoughts on that contradiction?
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I firmly believe that words that we need to walk the talk. If we're serious about this, then how can we hold back a bill that will strengthen our border security? So I think that the opposition will join us to allow us to study this bill in committee. Thank you. In committee.
Debate. The Honourable Member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very much looking forward to the next speech that'll be offered by my friend from Caribou, Prince George, who I'll be splitting my time with. I know he'll have some insights that are always unique, and I'm very much looking forward to it. But one thing I can tell you is that across this country, Canadians are experiencing something they've never thought possible in Canada. A loss in the trust in their own safety. For decades, one of the things that set Canada apart was the fact that families could feel safe and secure in their own homes. Business owners could work late without fear. Children could walk to school without a second thought. The sense of security is now being replaced by fear. Just yesterday, I spoke with a small business owner in my riding of Souris Moose Mountain. She told me that for the very first time in her life, she is afraid to go out at night. She described knowing one individual in her community who had been arrested more than 180 times. 180 arrests, and every time, that person was back on the streets almost immediately. She said to me, "Our streets aren't safe anymore." That sentence should stop us in our tracks. Because when Canadians begin to feel unsafe in their own communities, when fear starts to dictate the way we live our daily lives, then government has failed at one of its most fundamental duties, to protect its citizens. And that failure is a direct result of Liberal bail policies. This is why we must scrap Liberal bail. Madam Speaker, we need to be honest about how we got here. The erosion of public safety is not a coincidence. It's the result of deliberate choices made by this Liberal government. When they passed Bill C-75, they weakened bail conditions and lowered thresholds for release. They did this in the name of so-called fairness, but in reality, what they created was a revolving door of justice. Now, across the country, we see the same scenario playing out over and over again. A repeat violent offender is arrested, police officers do their job, charges are laid, and then sometimes within hours, the same offender is back on the streets, free to reoffend. It's hard to describe the frustration that police officers feel when they risk their lives to apprehend violent criminals, only to see them walk free before the ink is even dry on the paper. That is the reality of Liberal bail. It's broken, it's dangerous, and it must end. It's time to scrap Liberal bail. Yesterday, I spoke with Estevan's Chief of Police, Jamie Blunden. Chief Blunden is not only responsible for law enforcement in the city, but he also sits on the National Police Service of Canada and the National Advisory Committee, where he works directly with police leaders from across the country. Chief Blunden told me something very important. Police chiefs from coast to coast to coast are united in supporting this bill. They know better than anyone what it looks like on the ground when repeat offenders are automatically released. They see the victims. They see the businesses broken into time and time again. They see the toll it takes on officers who arrest the same individuals over and over with no real consequence. Madam Speaker, when the people we trust to keep us safe are speaking with one voice, we must listen. Police chiefs are saying loud and clear, scrap Liberal bail and restore public safety. We can talk about statistics. Violent crime is up 39% since the Liberals took office. Gang-related homicides have doubled. Car thefts are at record highs, and behind every number is a victim. This is not compassion. This is not fairness. This is failure. It's the failure of Liberal bail. If we are to restore safety and dignity to victims, then we must scrap Liberal bail once and for all. Madam Speaker, Conservatives believe in a simple principle. If you repeatedly break the law and endanger the public, you should not be granted the privilege of bail. Public safety must come first. Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act, is rooted in that principle. This legislation will ensure that repeat offenders are kept behind bars until trial, and the automatic release of criminals who have proven time and time again that they have no respect for the law. Put the rights of victims and communities ahead of the rights of repeat offenders. This bill isn't about vengeance. It's about safety. It's about deterrence. And it's about restoring faith in our justice system. It's about replacing a failed policy with a common sense one. It's about making a clear choice. Scrap Liberal bail and replace it with conservative common sense. Sometimes people think that crime is a big city problem, something happening only in Toronto, Vancouver, or Montreal. But that's not true anymore. It's in communities like Estevan, Weyburn, and Moosomin. Residents are telling me the same thing. Crime is growing, repeat offenders are emboldened, and people feel unsafe in their own neighborhoods. When rural Canadians who have taken pride in their safety in their close-knit towns start telling their MPs that they're afraid to leave their own houses after dark, that should be a warning sign for the rest of the country. This is not just about big cities. It's about every community, every neighborhood, every Canadian. That's why it's time to scrap Liberal bail. Victims' rights must come first. Madam Speaker, it's worth reminding ourselves that our justice system is not only meant to protect the rights of the accused, it must also protect the rights of victims. Victims deserve to feel that justice is being done. Communities deserve to feel that the system is working to keep them safe. Right now, under Liberal catch and release systems, victims are left feeling abandoned, and communities are left feeling vulnerable. Conservatives believe that this is the time to put the rights of victims and the safety of communities back at the center of our justice system. To do that, we need to end the failed experiment of catch and release. We need to scrap Liberal bail. Public safety is the first duty of government. Madam Speaker, this is the very, very first duty of any government to keep its citizens safe. Everything else, our prosperity, our freedoms, our sense of community, depends on that foundation. The Liberals have neglected that duty. They have chosen ideology over common sense. They have chosen to prioritize repeat offenders over the safety of ordinary Canadians. And Canadians are paying the price. But Conservatives, we're offering a different path. A path where dangerous repeat offenders are held accountable. A path where police officers are supported, not undermined. A path where business owners, parents, and seniors can feel safe again in their communities. That path starts when we scrap Liberal bail. It's important to remember, Madam Speaker, that bail was never meant to be automatic. The original intent of bail was to balance two things: the presumption of innocence and the protection of society. When someone posed a clear risk to the community, bail was never supposed to be granted. What the Liberals have done is strip away that balance. They've tilted the system so heavily in the favor of offenders that the protection of society has been forgotten. That's why Canadians are seeing violent repeat offenders back on the streets time and time again. That's why victims are losing faith. That's why police are calling for change. To restore this balance, we must again return to common sense, and that means it's time to scrap Liberal bail. Madam Speaker, I return to the words of my constituent, the small business owner who told me that she's afraid to walk outside at night. That fear should never be normal in Canada. I also return to the words of Justice Jamie Blunden, who told me that police chiefs across the country support this bill. When citizens and law enforcement are both calling for the same thing, this House has a duty to act. The Liberals have chosen leniency and ideology, and has left Canadians vulnerable. Conservatives choose accountability, common sense, and public safety. The choice before us is clear. Protect Canadians or protect criminals. Conservatives are choosing Canadians. Conservatives are choosing public safety. Conservatives are choosing scrap Liberal bail. I urge all members of this House to support Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act. Canadians deserve to feel safe again in their homes, their streets, and their communities.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Winnipeg West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. And I would be the first to agree that many of the examples are of some very horrendous things. I practice medicine, and one of the things we've learned in medicine, but this goes through all fields, is that when you describe individual occurrences, anecdotes, we know that the plural of anecdote does not equal data. From Statistics Canada, the crime rate, the crime severity index, the police reported crime per 100,000, the youth crime rate, and the homicide rate in Canada are all decreasing. How is our system not working when indicators across Canada are showing that things are improving?
The honourable member for Surrey Moose Mount.
For example, I can relate the story I said in my speech, where one person had was arrested 180 times in one community and yet is continually released on bail. That means that we have a very small number of criminals in Canada, but they're very productive. And our system of if you repeat serious crimes over and over again, you should not be allowed out on bail.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I said earlier, this is not a war where the Conservatives can't shine the spotlight on C-242 because it's in the 10th order of precedence. But since the beginning of this debate today, they've been calling for people to go beyond partisanship, but at the same time, the Conservatives are presenting us with a motion that means we will have to vote against it because it requires debate on a fast track that is going to limit debate. So I think so a bill could be improved if we went through the usual process. It's not in the 260th order of precedence. So today they're focusing on Bill C-242, but they should just go through the normal routine, the normal order of business, and then we can end this partisanship. The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
I'm really surprised that keeping Canadians safe, keeping repeat offenders away from our communities, where people can feel safe in their own homes, where businesses can feel safe operating without the fear of criminal activity. I'm surprised that that's such a partisan issue in this House. I thought everyone here would want to help and try to help Canadians. I really don't understand why it's such an issue for everyone else not to support this bill.
Honorable député de Louis Saint Laurent.
The honourable member You're going to get there. You're going to get there. Madam Speaker, I'd like to commend my colleague for his speech, and I'd like to commend him as well for his election, and I'd like to commend his predecessor as well, Robert Kitchen.
Very simple, but very accurate when we see what's going on in this country. How the member explained to the people that during the Harper years, criminality got down, and after 10 years of the Liberal government administration, we have seen a rise in each and every department of criminality in this country.
Honourable Member for Surrey Smith Mountain.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for the question and his kind words. And it was interesting how there was a bit of a paradox. Under the Harper government, crime went down by 25%, and everyone thought that we would have to build more jails to house all the criminals. Yet the amount of criminality went down. There's something to be said for deterrence and stronger measures. And we have to make sure that we have the victims at the center of our justice system, not the criminals.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to our honourable colleague from Surrey Moose Mountain for his kind words. I don't know, I immediately felt the weight of the world on my shoulders when he said that he was looking forward to this speech. Madam Speaker, you know, we are here to, I'm just going to be very plain and blunt, pardon for a change, Madam Speaker. You're going to ruin my video now.
No, I think the Honourable Member has some sort of, the phone made a noise and it's just too close to the mics. Just, okay, thank you.
I guess I ruined my own video, Madam Speaker. Well, we'll just edit that out, right? Madam Speaker, we're here today to talk about something that's near and dear to my heart in our communities. The honourable member from Winnipeg North actually mentioned me in his speech a little bit earlier, and couldn't believe that the member from Caribou Prince George actually said these words and exaggerated the state of. Madam Speaker, I promise you I did not exaggerate the state of what's going on, the crime rate in my riding of Caribou Prince George. As a matter of fact, we've had a community declare a state of emergency because of 5 or 6 prolific offenders that commit over 90% of the crime, Madam Speaker. I did say that. And I also did say that our communities are like war zones because, Madam Speaker, of their failed drug policies. I asked the 12 people that are watching online or through CPAC today, this debate, do our communities look the same as they did 10 years ago? They don't. We can just walk 500 yards from this building and we have people passed out or sleeping on the streets and you don't know whether they're alive or not. We become completely desensitized to the fact that we have an opioid crisis and we are having tens of thousands of Canadians that have lost their lives since 2016, Madam Speaker. And it's because of their failed policies. It's unbelievable, Madam Speaker. And we get the Liberals that stand up from urban centres that say, Canadians have never had it so good. We get the member from Winnipeg North saying, how dare he use these stats from his community. As a matter of fact, Madam Speaker, we had another fire in Prince George just on the weekend. I received a text message from a constituent saying, we're fed up. And if politicians are not going to do something, it's time for citizens to take the matters into their own hands. Madam Speaker, premiers, mayors, attorney generals, and police associations from across our country are calling for bail reform. Yet the Liberals on the other side stand up and say, oh, it's just the Conservatives wanting to fundraise off of this, Madam Speaker. And when my colleagues stand and cite horrific events that took place because of the Liberals' failed crime policies, where violent offenders have been released only to reoffend, likely the very same day, the horrific crimes. They say that we're sensationalizing it. It's unbelievable, Madam Speaker. It really is. You know, Madam Speaker, I like to bring everything back to home, and so I'm going to talk about my riding of Cariboo Prince George a little bit more, Madam Speaker. And I'm going to bring Mr. Hubbard's name into this House once again. Bob Hubbard, a senior in my riding, returned home last fall to his house, only to find it being ransacked and robbed, Madam Speaker. Now, Mr. Hubbard tried to stop the perpetrators of this crime, and what they did was they stole his car and ran him over. They drug him down the driveway and left him for dead. Now, Speaker, those criminals were picked up within hours, and they were released within hours. Madam Speaker, they left a man for dead, and they were released within hours. You know, Madam Speaker, we've had a number of fires in our town of Prince George, all done by criminals. And I'm going to read a headline. Under siege, owners of Prince George Brewery lost to arson urge government to act on street disorder. Now, the perpetrator of this fire, I happen to know. I grew up with him. He is a repeat offender with a long rap sheet, 19 court appearances since 2021, 27 criminal charges since 2006, including assaults, death threats, breach of probation, and even a sexual assault. But, Madam Speaker, he is committing these heinous crimes in our community. Now, he destroyed a long-standing brewery in our community. And the owners said this. Daryl Liskey and Cindy Zerkowski said this one act destroyed our business, displaced 50 employees, and disrupted the lives of hundreds more families, partners, community members, and neighbors. We are under siege. We built it downtown because we believed in this city. It was lost in a reckless, deliberate act of arson. Give us back our streets. Give us back our sense of safety. Without it, businesses like ours cannot survive, let alone rebuild. Madam Speaker, so the member from Winnipeg North is likely going to stand up and again in his loud voice and complain about me stating these events into the record or reading these events into the records. And he's going to say that I'm sensationalizing it. So and he's heckling me right now, and he's laughing, and he's laughing at the suffering of those in my riding. It is gross. Yet he continues to do this time and time again. And I just say, Madam Speaker, shame.
That's right.
Shame on him. Yep. You know, Madam Speaker, 53,000 Canadians have lost their lives to the overdose crisis since 2016. And I'll mention Brianna McDonald, the 13-year-old who last year lost her life in a homeless encampment. Yeah. She turned 13 on July 15th, my son's birthday, Madam Speaker, and she was found deceased on my daughter's birthday, August 23rd. I'll mention Tyler Dunlap, 17 years of age. He was in the hospital the night before getting his stomach pumped up out from an overdose, Madam Speaker. His parents, like Brianna's, pleaded with the doctors and the system to get their children help, to keep them in the hospitals. Madam Speaker, I'm not sensationalizing this. These are real families that have lost loved ones because of their failed drug policies.
That's right. It's proven.
That's shameful, Madam Speaker. It's maddening. What about the first responders that every day have to respond to another overdose, bring somebody back from death, only to have that person back on the street and overdosing later the same day? What about my brother, Madam Speaker, who's been on the street gripped in overdose or addiction forever? A criminal, an addict. You know, he's not a toss away, nor are any of the Canadians and those that are living on the streets that are trying to make, just trying to exist, trying to get their next fix. Madam Speaker, the reality is C-75 codified the principles of release to the point where 3 grounds to deny bail. Primary grounds are ensuring the accused appears in court. The reality is that people with extensive previous accounts failed to appear convictions are not being detained, Madam Speaker. I'll wrap up. There are good points in C-75, Madam Speaker, but time and time again, we're seeing that the most violent offenders are released only to reoffend, cause death, assault. Madam Speaker, no one stands for the victims, yet the criminals have more rights than these victims. Where's the voices of the victims, Madam Speaker? And that's what our Conservative team is doing today, is standing up for the rights of the criminals or the victims of crime, Madam Speaker, and we will continue to do that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, first of all, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, no one laughs or mocks in any way, I believe, inside this chamber, individual victims or individuals that the member was expressing. I do call into question members' statements that this particular member has made. So, for example, when he says that our communities are like war zones, I believe most Canadians would disagree. That is extreme. When you get the MP from Oxford saying, we're now living in a war zone in Canada, I disagree, Madam Speaker. The member himself said, 5, and I quote, communities that state of emergency declared because 5 or 6 prolific people. I would challenge the member on that particular issue. I believe that the Conservatives ratchet up this issue in order to justify a motivation that puts their party ahead of Canadians. When are they going to start putting Canadians and Canadian interests ahead of their own political interests, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Caribou Prince George.
Well, Madam Speaker, actually, as a matter of fact, when the town of Williams Lake declared or wanted to declare a state of emergency, Madam Speaker, when the town of Williams Lake, the mayor and council wanted to declare a state of emergency, it was actually over one prolific offender. One prolific offender, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, 4 to 5 or 5 to 6 prolific offenders, when they're in jail, crime rate goes down. When they're out of jail, crime rate goes up, Madam Speaker. That's the reality. He doesn't want to believe it. He doesn't want to agree to it, Madam Speaker, but that's his job, to be a good soldier, a lapdog, to stand there and say all the talking points to the government, Madam Speaker. I just say shame on him, Madam Speaker. He's made a good career of it, but shame on him. I quoted the owners of the Crossroads Brewery where they said, we are under siege, Madam Speaker. It's not my words. It's the words of my constituents. If he doesn't believe it, Madam Speaker, he can be woefully blind and go merrily along his way, but it's just wrong, Madam Speaker. It's ignorance.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Gaspésie. Gaspésie, La Madeleine, Oustigouche. I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. The issues that he raises and the motion his party has presented today have to do with very fundamental elements that are part of the Charter. The right to be presumed innocent until proven guilty by the courts. The right to freedom. And so in that context, since we're talking about these fundamental issues where we live in a country that observes the rule of law, but we don't want to become a police state either, where we imprison people without sufficient evidence. So why is my colleague in so much hurry to move forward with the study of this bill?
Madam Speaker, total violent crime in our country is up 55%. Homicides are up 30%. Sexual assaults up 76%. Total firearms crime 130%. Extortion overall for our country is 330%. In my province of British Columbia, it's up 481%. Overdose in my province is the leading cause of death for youth and young adults aged 10 to 18. Madam Speaker, I'll say that again because it bears repeating. Overdose is the leading cause of death for youth in the province of British Columbia. That's under this Liberal government. That's their record. That's their legacy.
Disgusting.
And it is disgusting, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena Buckley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I've been listening to this debate for the last few days now. And I do hear the other side of the House talking about this when Conservatives talk about the rapes of children and toddlers and murders and assault and women not wanting to walk the streets tonight, including members of the Liberal government. And the response is always the same. It's always sensationalizing or dramatizing the incidents. Well, I guarantee you, if the parent of that toddler came in right now, they would not think that was sensationalizing. They're left with trauma. So to my colleague, when did all this start? Because I was an MLA for 7 years, and we were complaining back in the BC legislature.
The Honourable Member, very, very brief answer. The Honourable Member for Cariboo Prince.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a tremendous amount of respect for my honourable colleague. Madam Speaker, I ask, and I'll finish the way I started, Madam Speaker. A simple question. Do our communities and does our country look the same as it did in 2015 when this government took power? And the answer is no.
Resuming debate for 2 minutes, more or less, a minute and a half. The Honourable Member for Airdrie Corcoran.
Well, thanks, Madam Speaker, and it is an honour to be able to just wrap up this debate today. And I think that what I would like to do with the little bit of time I do have is point out, there's been a number of examples given today of victims of crime in this country. And I really hope that members of the Liberal government were listening to all of those examples. Because those people, whether they were murdered, children that were sexually assaulted, people whose homes have been invaded, their lives will be changed forever. In some cases, people have lost family members. And that has all happened because of the policy, the bail policy of that Liberal government. And what we're talking about is scrapping that Liberal bail policy, putting in place jail and not bail for people who commit crimes over and over and over again in our communities and make our communities unsafe for people and create more victims. And the reality at the end of the day, what we're talking about here is keeping people safe from crime, making sure that there isn't more victims. And I cannot imagine how anyone could possibly have sat here today and listened to this debate and heard all of the examples that were given of people who have lost their lives, children who've been sexually assaulted, home invasions, etc., etc. All of these things happened because of their policy of allowing bail for serious criminals repeatedly, over and over again. Like if you look at the crime, and the stats have been cited many times today, and when you look at the numbers behind those stats, it's people that have been victimized. And they've been victimized by the same offenders who continue to reoffend over and over and over again only because of the policies of that government that allow them back out on the street with what's called the revolving door justice system. There isn't even much justice in that system at all, and that is shameful, and it's something they could do something about today. They could support us on this particular piece of legislation that we're talking about, but they've chosen not to.
It being 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. Monsieur Kana?
Mr. Coonan, seconded by Mr. Melilo, moves that given that A, violent crime is up 55% under the Liberal government and repeat offenders continue to be released because of Liberal catch and release laws, and B, the Liberal government promised to pass criminal justice reform 6 months ago but has failed to do so.
Offenders in jail and keep Canadians safe. The House is of the opinion that Bill C-242, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Department of Justice Act, also known as the Jail Not Bail Act, must pass and is committed to sitting extended hours, holding an expeditious committee study, and undertaking such other procedural measures as may be necessary to pass it at the earliest opportunity.
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair.
The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you very much. We would seek a recorded division for this vote, please.
Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, October 6th, 2025, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
I have the honour to announce to the House that the Senate has transmitted a message to the House saying it has adopted Bill C-S-228, an act to amend the Criminal Code sterilization procedures.
I have the honour to inform the House that a message has been received from the Senate informing the House that the Senate has passed the following bill to which the concurrence of this House is desired. Bill S-1001, an act to authorize Gore Mutual Insurance Company to apply to be continued as a body corporate under the laws of the province of Quebec. The bill is deemed to have been read the first time and ordered for a second reading at the next sitting of the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I suspect if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous consent at this time to call at 6:30 so we can get on to the late show.
Agreed? Thank you. Order. In accordance to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Saanich-Go-Filands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and welcome to the adjournment proceedings, where I will be taking up a question I asked on June 4th of this year. So as you will recall, Parliament had just only recently resumed, and I'd intended to ask a different question, but someone had called my office and caught my wonderful Chief of Staff on the phone, and as the caller was explaining that she was living with disabilities, could not figure out how she was going to feed her children, started crying on the phone. Now, when the minister who responded to me responded, she made the assumption that this was a constituent of mine. I don't know where Tina lives, who called our office and changed my question that day, because I just had to know. We've been working so hard in this place and in the previous Parliament. My friend, the former member for Kitchener Centre, Mike Morris, had worked incredibly hard with other advocates for people with disabilities from all sides of the House and worked to try to get a commitment to and actually legislation through to ensure that we would have a Canada Disability Benefit, and we knew that it was about to start being mailed out at that point in July. And my sadness, the tragedy of it all, is that having promised from various ministers in the previous government that when we got this bill through, it would lift Canadians with disabilities up out of poverty. And having heard Tina crying on the phone because she can't figure out how to feed her children living with disabilities. And I knew that the checks were going to start going out in the month of July, but would max out at $200 a month. Not going to lift people up out of poverty. So my question was that day, now the Prime Minister was raising the urgency of having nation-building projects, couldn't the government please make lifting all Canadians with disabilities out of poverty as a nation-building project? Now, the answer I received wasn't from a minister responsible for disabilities, and the minister who responded, actually Minister for Jobs, misnamed the program that I was talking about. It's the Canadian Disability Benefit, not credit. But the response was not adequate. That's why we sometimes send in slips and say we'd like to discuss this in adjournment proceedings. Yes, it's important, as the minister said, to work with provinces and territories to ensure that money won't be clawed back. But there needs to be much, much more done by the federal government. For example, we need to increase the benefit amount. That's pretty basic. We need to broaden eligibility so people can automatically get their Canadian disability benefit if they're already receiving other disability-related benefits. It should be individual income, not household income, that determines when the Canadian disability benefit is sent to someone. It's not the income of the people they live with, it's for them. And we need to raise the income threshold and the working income exemption. We need to do these things to ensure that the Canada Disability Benefit lifts people with disabilities out of poverty. We should make sure there are no clawbacks and no reductions. You know, I'm so proud of the work that we did, and I want to again mention Mike Morris. It was his amendments, so more than half of the amendments accepted to the bill were his amendments, including the one to ensure that this benefit be indexed to inflation. But if you index to inflation $200, you're not going very far. And yes, Madam Speaker, I wrap up here and hope for a better answer tonight and a real sign of commitment.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my friend opposite for her advocacy for Canadians with disabilities. I'm sure that we all share her concern. Every barrier, be it physical, attitudinal, is a barrier to the well-being of persons with disabilities, especially to their mental and financial well-being. Allow me to bring colleagues up to date. The application portal for the Canadian Disability Benefit opened on June 20th, and the payments were distributed in July. Low-income persons who were eligible for the disability tax credit between the ages of 18 and 64 could apply either online, by phone, or in person at a Service Canada office. This new monthly benefit provides a maximum of $2,400 in financial support per year per person, and is expected to improve the financial security of more than 450,000 working-age Canadians with disabilities in 25 to 26. To date, over 186,000 people are already receiving the benefit. People who have filed their 2024 tax return and who are potentially eligible for the benefit received an official letter from the Government of Canada inviting them to apply. The government has also funded community-based navigator services across the country to help individuals, those who need assistance applying for the Canada Disability Benefit, the DTC, and other provincial and territorial benefits. The federal government has engaged extensively with provinces and territories and called on them to exempt CDB payments from counting as income in relation to their income support programs. It continues to engage with provinces and territories with a view to maximizing the benefits of the CDB to eligible persons with disabilities. Budget 2024 committed $6.1 billion over 6 years and $1.4 billion ongoing for the Canada Disability Benefit. I should remind the member that, of Saanich Gulf Islands that in the spirit of nothing without us, the Government of Canada developed the benefit in consultation with more than 8,000 Canadians, including persons with disabilities, disability stakeholders, Indigenous governments and organizations, and provincial and territorial governments. This benefit will make a difference because we know that persons with disabilities are more likely to live in poverty than their working age peers without disabilities. This is due to economical and social exclusion, barriers to employment, and other factors. Disability is expensive. People who live with a disability or support someone who has a disability know this all too well. But disability should not equal poverty, and that, Madam Speaker, is why we've created the Canada Disability Benefit. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
To my honourable friend, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment, I'm desperately trying to find out what happened to the position of Minister for Disabilities. It was Carla Qualtrough, who no longer serves in this place, herself a woman with disabilities and quite inspiring. Then it was Kamal Khera, who didn't win her seat in Brampton. I wonder, and if the parliamentary secretary to the Minister of Environment can explain to us how it is that he's here tonight to defend this government's position on people with disabilities. We know in this place, those of us who served in the last parliament, how we worked together to get the Canadian disability benefit legislation passed. We know that the checks started going out in July. My point is those checks are utterly inadequate to meet the needs of Canadians with disabilities. Thank you.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to start by commending the member opposite for her compassion she has for all constituents. I've seen it firsthand, being across the Salish Sea from her for many, many years, and I thank her for the question. Persons with disabilities have the right to be fully included in their communities. They have the same right as all Canadians. That is the right to live a decent life. It's why we spent more than 3 years with the help of the disability community bringing the Canada Disability Benefit to fruition. We are also working with provinces and territories to make sure that money Canadians receive from the Canadian Disability Benefit will not be clawed back from other benefits they receive. Our goal is that people's financial security improves because of this benefit. Madam Speaker, financial support is being delivered to working-age, low-income persons with disabilities, and by investing in persons with disabilities, the government is working to make Canada a financially strong, inclusive, and viable country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Regina Luan.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to take up the question I had in question period a little bit while ago, and it was around the hardworking men and women at Evraz Steel, the steel plant in Regina, Saskatchewan, and the fact that they have continuously had to lay off more and more workers because there just isn't as much work as there used to be back in the good old days, one might say. And after 10 years of policies put forward by this Liberal government, I'd mentioned C-48, the no more shipping ban, C-69, the no more pipelines law, and the emissions cap, which has been shown to really affect the resource industry in our country. And as we've seen, and my colleague from Calgary Minipore said it very well about the 1,000 people that were getting laid off in Calgary recently. We've seen mills being closed in BC because of the tariffs on softwood lumber. So the question I did focus around, though, was if these projects will get built. I know there's 5 projects from the Major Projects Office that have been announced. First and foremost, they should be built with Canadian steel, Canadian products, and Canadian labor, Madam Speaker. So those are one of the questions I'd like to follow up on. And the other one is, there's 5 projects that were announced, but there's still 38 major projects at the assessment phase for the impact assessment phase. And over the last few years, I'd say there's about, and my numbers are about 86,000 jobs and $54 billion has fled the country in investment in our energy sector. TransCanada, for example, is building pipelines, just not in Canada, in the United States. So I'd like a couple of answers to those questions I laid out. I think they're fair, they're nonpartisan. I think there's something we need to work on and grow our energy and our resource industry. It is a major economic driver. Along with that would be our agriculture industry as well, that we've seen fertilizer reduction targets. We've seen industrial carbon tax. We've seen carbon tax 2.0 being added to our farms that has increased the cost of them doing business, which has then seen the price of food go up also. So I'd love an answer from my colleague from across the way, and I'll follow up in a minute.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his question. Yes, we will be looking to use more Canadian steel, use more Canadian materials in general, as the Minister of Industry has said. And yes, this government will support pipelines that are in the national interest and meet environmental and social standards, as well as meet the bedrock requirement for meaningful Indigenous engagement. In fact, Silicim LNG, recently approved, will see Canadian natural gas produced and liquefied at the highest environmental standards, travel by pipeline to access new markets. But I do want to take this opportunity to talk about business more broadly and the One Canadian Economy Act. I think it's pertinent to the overall thrust of the query. With support of members opposite, our government has created a clear pathway for projects of national interest. Practical changes mean approvals are faster, simpler, and proponents are provided more certainty while standards are upheld. And the member opposite may not know this, but I've done work for many energy companies and worked on many major pipeline projects in my career. Northern Gateway, Energy East, and TMX, to name the most notable. And if you're moving oil and gas, pipelines are the safest, most economical, and most environmentally friendly way to do so, and they require a lot of steel. The energy industry will be healthy if we continue to develop our resources to high environmental and social standards, as our trading partners increasingly demand and as Canadians expect. Courts have also demanded, rightly so, that we meet our moral and treaty obligations to First Nations, and the Prime Minister has been clear that will be an expectation for all major projects. So I do want to caution, though, a blanket, yes, all pipelines all the time without a thought to specifics approach is not what Canadians call for or what the courts will allow, and that would not serve Canada's energy sector or Canadian workers, whether in steel or in other sectors. Projects must be reviewed on their merits, economic, social, environmental, and legal, and a balanced Canadian approach is called for, like one laid out in our new One Canadian Economy Act. Results are already showing, that's the positive. Investment and investor interest is being drawn to Canada. Projects are being advanced all the time. These projects mean jobs. I already mentioned Silissum LNG, but we also have LNG Canada Phase 2, Cedar LNG as concrete examples. Pathways Plus, a strategy with the Major Projects Office, would increase global competitiveness for the oil and gas industry and support market diversification by positioning Canadian energy as the cleanest barrel of oil on the world market. Madam Speaker, talking of ripping up environmental assessments is a move that would only drive investment away and increase risk for Canadian workers. It's not accurate to say no pipelines were built by the last Liberal government, as was in the original query. The most economically consequential pipelines in decades, TMX was built. But it's true that pipeline projects have faced challenges. But an honest assessment will include that the Harper government fought too much with provinces and courts. They put too little attention into the duty to consult. They treated it superficially, too little care to the environment, and too little to due process. And as a result, not one pipeline to Tidewater was built in that time. So let's calibrate on a balanced Canadian approach. We must respect provinces and Indigenous rights holders. We must have clear timelines and certainty, and we must go faster, and we must do things that are now possible under Bill C-5 and this new Liberal government. Our new approach means workers in Regina producing the steel, Indigenous communities partnering as owners, and Canadian innovators providing to the world the innovations that we will compete and win on. I think that's something we can all support. Thank you.
Member for Regina Leland.
Thank you. A lot to unpack there. First of all, the Harper government built 4 pipelines. Only difference was they used private money. The Liberals used $38 billion of taxpayers' money. Secondly, he said results are already being shown with their one economy. 1,000 people laid off in Calgary probably aren't the results you want this to be shown. So I'd say those results are definitely found lacking. And seeing he brought up the economy, and I've wanted this question answered so often, is the Prime Minister promised by July 1st that they would knock down interprovincial trade barriers to make trade easier within Canada. Can the member give me a couple of examples of interprovincial trade barriers that have been knocked down by this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. I'll have to leave to my colleagues in industry and internal trade to the specifics of your question there, but I'm happy to talk. I'm sorry, the Honourable Member? Yeah. The Honourable Member's question, not yours, Madam Speaker. But I do want to note that my comment was pipelines to Tidewater, pipelines to new markets, and certainly there were no pipelines made of that nature during that time. There are many examples, though, of how innovation and investment is coming back to Canada as a result. Just this morning at the Natural Resources Committee, we heard from witnesses that talked about global capital being very enthusiastic about C5 and major projects and the ability to pull things back. And so I do want to wrap just by saying that this helps secure our economic sovereignty and it helps build the future right here at home. As the Minister responsible for Canadian Economic Development for Quebec region has said, Minister of Industry as well. So to that end, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, when the time comes to consider major new projects, whether pipelines, housing, or infrastructure, our government will champion Canadian workers, Canadian innovation, and the responsible use of.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Madam Speaker, good evening. I'm here tonight, Madam Speaker, to urge the federal government to make the establishment of a sovereign aerial firefighting capacity fleet a core nation-building investment in the upcoming federal budget. Madam Speaker, wildfires across Canada are increasing in both intensity and cost, demanding bold and timely action. Madam Speaker, we saw fires rage across Alberta, rage across Saskatchewan and Manitoba, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland this last summer. And this past season may not have been a record season for British Columbia in terms of fire, Madam Speaker, but it was certainly a record, Madam Speaker, in terms of the extraordinary level of equipment loaned from British Columbia to other provinces to help them. And I want to congratulate and thank the province of British Columbia, Minister Ravi Parmar, the Minister of Forests, for prioritizing homes and people's lives in other provinces to ensure that their lives were protected and that BC loaned equipment in a timely way. But, Madam Speaker, that reality underlines the urgency. Without a national air tanker fleet, provinces are left to shoulder the cost of aviation resources with no guarantee they'll be available when and where they need it most. And, Madam Speaker, combating wildfires in the climate crisis era requires a wartime level of effort. Other nations have demonstrated that repurposing retired military aircraft into civilian firefighting roles provides exactly the kind of rapid response capability and national resilience that Canada currently lacks. Canada has a rare opportunity to follow this proven model by converting our retired CC-130H Hercules fleet into modern air tankers. We can protect communities, safeguard critical infrastructure, and reduce the catastrophic carbon emissions released during megafires. This approach would also ensure that retired military assets continue to serve Canadians in peacetime through life-saving civilian use. Partnering with the private sector and First Nations to retrofit a portion of the retired CC-130 Hercules fleet would create a permanent national capacity to fight wildfires. And a Port Alberni-based company in my riding, Coulson Aviation, they've already demonstrated global expertise, Madam Speaker, in converting and operating CC-130 aircraft as large air tankers, successfully partnering with governments in Australia, the United States, and beyond. I therefore, Madam Speaker, I'm calling on the federal government to partner with the private sector in collaboration with First Nations partners to retrofit a portion of Canada's retired CC-130H Hercules aircraft into large air tankers for wildfire suppression. To deploy these aircraft as part of a strengthened national wildfire response capacity shared with provinces and territories, and where appropriate, used for international humanitarian and emergency missions. To prioritize this made-in-Canada solution that leverages Canadian aviation expertise, protects lives and communities, and safeguards the environment. In addition to strengthening our wildfire response, these investments, Madam Speaker, would create high-skilled jobs in Canada's aviation sector, support innovation in emergency response technology, and enhance Canada's ability to contribute to our NATO commitments and provide mutual aid abroad in times of crisis. So I'll finish, Madam Speaker, and then I'm strongly encouraging the Minister and this government to ensure that funding for sovereign aerial firefighting capacity is included in the next federal budget. We can't wait, Madam Speaker. Such an investment will save lives, strengthen our communities, and build long-term resilience for Canada in the face of this climate crisis.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm back. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the opportunity to discuss our government's response to wildfire across the country. We know natural disasters are increasing in frequency and severity, and all levels of government must work together to protect Canadians and our communities. The 2025 wildfire season has been the second most severe in our country on record, surpassed only by the unprecedented 2023 season. Our thoughts are with those that have been affected by the fires, and I also want to express my deep appreciation and gratitude to the first responders who worked tirelessly to keep Canadians safe. Throughout the summer, our government has met with first responders, local officials, Indigenous communities, and the Canadian Armed Forces to hear directly about their first-hand experiences in combating wildfires. Everyone involved in wildfire response demonstrates exceptional dedication to their critical work. As a government, we are committed to making sure that communities, provinces, and territories have the people, resources, and tools they do need to prevent, mitigate, prepare for, respond to, and recover from wildfires. Madam Speaker, we take the concerns raised about Canada's wildfire fighting capabilities very seriously. This is a matter of the utmost importance to the Minister and our government. We are committed to exploring all options for keeping Canadians safe from the increasing threat of wildfires, and we are taking a whole-of-government approach to determine how best to bolster Canada's wildfire response capabilities. It is imperative that we have the tools we need to defend our communities from future wildfire seasons. Canadians and their communities deserve to be protected from these emergencies, and we understand the importance of being a good partner on the international stage and meeting our NATO commitments, and are exploring links between these two priorities. Regarding aerial firefighting capabilities, I'm proud to be able to say that Canada is a leader in the aerospace industry with end-to-end capabilities, being one of the few countries that can design, manufacture, and maintain an aircraft from nose to tail. I would also remind the House that as a result of Canada's world-class aerospace industry, the de Havilland water bombers are in high demand and delivery may be a few years away. We need to be mindful that long-term resilience goes hand in hand with short-term readiness. However, Canadian industry has strong abilities in retrofitting existing aircraft to serve firefighting purposes, and they continue to be valuable tools to fight wildfires across this country. Our government contributes to the Canadian Interagency Forest Fire Centre, whose valuable work ensures that firefighting resources from the federal government, provinces and territories, and international partners are where they need to be, when they need to be there to protect communities. Throughout the wildfire season, the Minister keeps in close contact with the provincial and territory counterparts. The open lines of communication are critical as wildfire situations can evolve quickly. We collaborate with local officials, provinces and territories, Indigenous communities, non-governmental organizations, and international partners to mobilize resources, fight fires, and evacuate communities, and rebuild after the fact. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Courtney Alberni.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his response. And Madam Speaker, the cost of investing in this aerial firefighting fleet is it far outweighs the investment to do that, Madam Speaker, instead of what we're facing right now, which is a massive loss in biodiversity, cost to infrastructure, private property, driving up our home insurance and business insurance, Madam Speaker, the impact on the forest sector and industry, the release of emissions. Canada is the worst in the world right now in release of emissions due to wildfire. The impact on people's lives and homes and human health is unprecedented, Madam Speaker, and of course the impact on Indigenous peoples, Madam Speaker. This is an act of reconciliation. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to nation building, we're calling on the government to treat this with the wartime effort that's required. And, Madam Speaker, I hope that we'll see that in this upcoming federal budget.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm well aware of the threat that continued wildfires pose to communities right across this country. It threatens infrastructure, health, and the economy and the environment all across this country. Keeping Canadians safe is of the utmost importance to our government. We are carefully considering all options as we reevaluate how the federal government can best support emergency situations. The 2025 wildfire season may be winding down, but our government understands the importance of being prepared for the wildfires that future seasons will bring. We will continue to work across the government with our provincial, territory, and Indigenous partners, non-governmental organizations, first responders, industry, and other stakeholders to deliver real, effective solutions to the ongoing problems caused by wildfires. We will always be ready to respond to climate emergencies while meeting our international commitments. This, of course, includes the renewed NATO Defence Investment Pledge. We are building a Canada that is strong, resilient, and equipped to face all natural disasters, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1. Thank you.